Ralentir un peu. On est trop facile. Ouais. Non, mais c'est comme ça. Non, non. Il y a un petit groupe, ouais. Ouais, il y a un petit groupe. Hein. Ah ouais, ça réveille.
Michael Leonard, Michael Leonard, just before the start. We'll go to that in just a moment. Hopefully he'll stay out there. Otherwise we won't go to it possibly, but he's the guy who started this by himself. He was in the early break, then it kind of came back and he went again. The Ineos Grenadiers man. And dare I say it, Dr. Michael Hutchinson, Ineos Grenadiers could kind of do with a World Tour win here today, couldn't they? Oh, yeah. Yes. What you've been reading of late?
Yeah. It's always kind of a slightly unhappy air about a team that sort of you start to hear rumours about little groups of riders within the team starting to talk to each other and not the management, and the kind of the whole cohesion starts to go. And they have, for a team that for most of a decade were completely dominant. We spent a lot of time over the questioning, but the question in bike racing for particularly Tour de France, how do you stop to Sky/Ineos? The last few years have been very, very difficult. Really, in a way, starting with the horrible accident that Egan Biniam had, because he was so much their GC star. He was going to be the leader of the team for the next decade. And then had that horrible accident in training, and that sort of derailed an awful lot for them. And there's a lot of talk now about whether Ineos as a sponsor, have they got their eye a bit too much in football? They're also sponsoring the America's Cup. They feel very thinly spread, and you just feel there's not a lot of management focus on Ineos.
Yeah, certainly a tricky place. But, with those kind of situations might come the opportunity for a refresh, a reboot. Certainly they've definitely, I think we could both agree, Hutch, I don't know what you think of this, but they've definitely changed the way they race. We so rarely now talk about the Team Sky way of doing things. And that might just be because of what you've talked about, that other teams have caught up and that they're not the big general classification powerhouse at the moment. Grenadiers, and maybe they've been forced to kind of hybridize and become more attacking and more aggressive. But they did, for whatever reason, they definitely have in the last 2 years in particular.
Yeah, they've had to change how they've approached it since their kind of Grand Tour dominance, and have to find a different way to do it.
So let's hear from the man on the front right now, Michael Leonard.
All right, welcome to Montreal, man.
Yeah, thank you. It's exciting to be here and race in front of almost home crowds.
Almost, well, not far from Toronto, about what 600 kilometers. So how do you feel?
I feel all right. Quebec was quite a hard race, but I'm looking forward to today as well.
Will there be an Ineos Grenadiers rider in the break today?
We'll do our best. It depends on the situation. We've got to be intelligent, but we want to show ourselves.
What's your appreciation of this course here in Montreal?
It seems quite hard. We rode a few laps the other day, and also if you look at the results last year, it seems quite selective. So it'll be definitely a big day out.
I wish you good luck. That's all I got to say, Michael Leonard.
Thank you very much.
Michael Leonard, 20 ans, Ineos Grenadiers, coureur de Toronto.
20 ans, 20 years of age, the man from Oakville, who I will now stop calling Leonard and call Michael Leonard. We're looking down on the Lac au Castor, the Castor Lake that we encircle. Beautiful lake with a lovely sort of clubhouse alongside it as well. Winner of a big stage, the Tour de l'Avenir this summer, of course, Michael Leonard, and having moved to Ineos Grenadiers this year as well, stepping up from, club level racing at the age of 20 as well. They do have, we had this conversation on Friday, of course, didn't we, about how still Ineos Grenadiers don't have a recognised development team, and they step these youngsters straight into their, well, as they're doing this week, straight into the World Tour as well. Hutch, I was listening to, I've been listening and actually, dare I say it, joining in with a bit of a debate on X the last couple of days. You might have seen some of this, about this new, and I must admit, I'm not completely drilled down exactly what the ruling is, but there's talk about a new rule where riders who are racing already, if you're already racing in the World Tour, this is what's being talked about, you'll probably know about this, not then being allowed to ride under 23 World Championships and that sort of thing. Here we have Michael Leonard, 20 years of age, riding in a World Tour race. What's your take on that, Hutch? In terms of, should he then be allowed to ride the under 23 road race at the upcoming World Championship? Just to give you my take, I think he should, because it's the under 23 category. You shouldn't be excluded from it just because you're considered good enough to be riding in the World Tour, whether you are or not. What's your take on that?
I think I approve of it as an idea, because I think at the minute the development pathway for riders who have come out of the junior ranks into kind of the age of 19 years old, 20 years old, that development pathway is very difficult now. But the World Tour teams are trying to sign riders straight out of juniors, either into their World Tour team or into a development. And if you, let's say you break collarbone in your last year junior, you don't get a chance to put yourself in the shop window. The minute it's very hard to get a second chance, because that's where, that's the big dividing point, the point where the contracts are either being signed or at least you're on a very firm pathway with a particular team. I agree, it seems odd to say that it's not just about age, but I think we need to preserve that development pathway and give slightly older riders a chance, riders who were unlucky as juniors a chance. Because the idea that to be a World Tour rider, look at Michael Woods. I can't remember what age Michael Woods was when he turned to cycling, but he was certainly into his 20s. He did from a different sport entirely. And I think we need to make that development pathway as open as we can, rather than as closed as we can. If you have already got a contract with a World Tour team or a Pro Conti team, which is those are the two classes of rider who are not going to be allowed to do the under 23. I think you say, well, great, you've made it. You're a World Tour rider. Go and ride the elite world. You should be riding at that level.
Yep. I will watch that interesting debate. Maybe it needs to come down to a reclassification of what under 23 means. At the moment, it just should mean you are under 23. Both the riders in the breakaway here are 20 and 21.
I could say the other thing you could do is say, let's make it an under 22 or an under 21 category, and keep the World Tour Pro Conti ban.
Yeah.
Maybe the problem.
It's funny you should say that. Yeah. Well, I mean, Hutch, Hutch, I can remember a time in the United Kingdom. I'm old enough. I'm 46 now, and I can remember we had my first year as an under-23, so coming out of juniors, we had an under-21s national series. The next year, they decided to make it an under-22s national series, and by this point, the under-23 category had arrived. And so the following year just became the under-23 national series. So it was the same riders riding up. I think it may have had something to do with the fact that the series was actually organised by one of the dads of the riders, who was, like me, 21 when he started, and so it just rolled on.
Maybe that seems fair.
But maybe you're right. Maybe 23 is too old to be considered development age. Maybe nowadays. I hate. Maybe these things are secular, in maybe a few years' time. Cyclical. That's the badger. Thank you, good doctor. That's why you're here.
Happy to help.
But yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it should be 22. I don't think that will keep people happy though, in terms of that whole protection of the development. And I totally agree with the shop window idea as well. Those races should be the Tour de l'Avenir, the under-23 Giro, or used to be the Baby Giro. Those races should be shop windows. Anyway, we've got two youngsters up the road, and Dries de Bont, one of the elder statesmen of this peloton, at the age of 33. Second time now he's trying to get into the breakaway, de Bont. And I would suggest the two ahead would be very lucky if Dries de Bont gets with them, because he's got good pedigree at surviving deep in races in breakaways, the former Belgian champion. So that's an interesting move. It appears, though, actually the peloton's shut down, isn't it?
I think the peloton's letting him go. I mean, he's got a minute to bridge. It's going to take him a lap or two.
Yes, we are now.
That's a slow-moving peloton now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whatever break we're getting, we've got.
The 2 laps in. I'm going to watch Dries de Bont. I'm extremely surprised that no one's gone with it. It wasn't like he attacked crazy hard, but it was on the climb. Dries de Bont will do his best to go across to these two. Gil Gelders is definitely in good form. He's fresh from a really strong ride in the Tour of Britain as well, where he was consistently trying to set things up and bring things back for Remco Evenepoel and Julien Alaphilippe, who were the two leaders of that team in the Tour of Britain last week. And he looked very good.
It's potentially quite a strong pairing, isn't it? Certainly, if Michael Leonard is as powerful as his teammate Malcolm Schmidt was 2 days ago, because that was a phenomenal pairing, him and Van der Brugge.
Yes, absolutely. Actually getting through these laps quickly, actually. It is shorter than on Friday in Quebec. 12.1. Let's call it 12 kilometres this lap, shall we? But the average speed on Friday was ridiculously quick. I'm guessing, Hutch, the lack of wind today as well will probably make this another quick one. I was looking back through fastest average speeds of this race, and actually it hasn't done what a lot of races have done recently, in recent years. The quickest was, I think, way back in 2014, 2015, something like that. It was 2 or 3 years back then. It was an easier circuit. You're right. There is that to bear in mind.
Yeah, just a detail. But yeah, it's not going to be a phenomenally fast race. This is just 2 hilly.
Yeah.
And quite a lot of the descents. There's more braking on this course than there was in Quebec.
True.
A little bit more of a premium in bike handling. And that makes it all the more attritional, as you pointed out, that hairpin at 500 metres to go. They've got to do that 16 times before they're sprinting for the line. And you've got to scrub off all your speed, start again from 20 k's an hour.
Hutch, I know you've done a bit of a deep dive into the Zurich Worlds course for 2 weeks' time. Well, the men's elite road race in 2 weeks' time. It's actually next weekend when the competition starts there, with all the paracycling worlds and all the other categories rolling through a two-week period, effectively, or week-long period, starting next weekend. You can catch pretty much all of it here at Home of Cycling on Eurosport Discovery Plus and on Max. But Hutch, how is this the perfect trial, perfect tester for Zurich, particularly this year?
It's pretty good. It's obviously not the same circuit. The biggest difference is that the main circuit in Zurich is 27 kilometers, so it's longer. And the big climb there is 1.9 kilometers at 6.2%. Our big climb here today is 1.8 kilometers at 8%. It's not dissimilar The circuit's a little bit longer. The biggest difference, to be honest, is that on the Worlds, there's another sort of 70 odd kilometres.
Yes.
The race is an hour and a half longer. It is, in all honesty, probably the biggest difference. I think today is as good a run out for that as you're going to get. I think it's a great trial for it. And the Zurich course is the sort of thing. Tadej Pogačar a couple of days ago was saying that he thinks he's got a chance of winning the Worlds this year. He thinks he's got a chance of winning the Worlds next year, and he thinks he's got a chance after that. In 2026, 2 years' time, we're back here in Montreal, probably on a very similar course to this. Next year in Kigali and Rwanda, that's going to be a heavy course. So Poggy's got three good potential years. So I'm quite pleased about that. I think he'll be. Keep talking about it today. Very, very hard to avoid. It's going to be the same in 2 weeks' time when we get to the World Championships.
How many points out of 10 would you give Poggy's form for Quebec on Friday? Because he did attack hard, but bearing in mind that Arnaud went with him, form-wise, it's so hard because he hasn't raced since he won the Tour de France.
52 days off racing since the end of the Tour de France on Friday. And he seemed very comfortable. He said afterwards that he was very happy with his form and he had a great race. He just hadn't tactically got it right in the finale. I, to be honest, was surprised he hadn't gone earlier. And maybe gone from a lap out. The 12-kilometre lap, that seems very doable if you're Pogačar. But I think maybe he was looking further down the road to this race. Here's an interesting sidebar. Eddie Merckx won the World Championships here exactly 20 years ago, and that was his Triple Crown year. This was the World Championships of Eddie Merckx's Triple Crown. So is that some kind of a sign from the cycling gods?
Well, could be. I'll remind people that Triple Crown we're talking about is the one I always think is very unfair to the Vuelta, but it's only because it's been done by some prominent riders, Eddie Merckx and Stephen Roach, of course. The Giro d'Italia win, the Tour de France win, and then the World Championships rainbow bands
in one season.
In one season, of course, absolutely, much in the same season. He has. I don't think. Whenever I've heard Tadej Pogačar questioned about it, he's actually quite open about the idea of doing the collection, of trying to hoover up everything in cycling. He's spoken about it in quite a fun way. But why wouldn't you? If anyone was going to think that, why wouldn't you?
He's in the sport to win bike races, and I'm kind of loath to call him an entertainer because that feels like I'm slightly missing the point. I don't think the first and foremost point of sport is entertainment. I think there's something else to it. But he races in a style that certainly is entertaining, and he wants to win everything. He's got that slightly Eddie Merckx-esque kind of desire to win what he can, where he can, whatever he can. And why would you not try to win? If you win all 3 Grand Tours and the World Championships in a year, never been done, and it's hard to think. I honestly don't think it'll happen. I think that's one of those things. It's very easy in 2024 to talk about doing that in 2026. We can all make big plans for 2 years' time. I think it would be a very hard thing to do. You wouldn't. I mean, he didn't do the Olympics this year, coming off the back of the Tour de France. There were other reasons for that as well. I think he was having a bit of a thought about the federation. But if you were trying to hoover up everything, at least have gone to the Olympics to give it a go.
So that's the completion of what is that? Hutch, lap 3.
That would be the end of lap 2.
Sorry, lap 2. Come on, Coxie. The counting, right, 2 laps. And there's something quite, at this stage, while the gap is still relatively small, there's something useful, I guess, about being able to see the riders on the other side. As long as all race radios are working, the riders will know who's up the road. They'll maybe know that the Bont is in the gap between.
So he's not making any progress.
He's not.
All that's happening is he's holding station behind the brake, and the bunch are just letting it all go. He's not so far catching them. He left it too late.
And by the looks of it, Hutch, as well, it's another one of those packed feed zones as well there. I mean, the shot doesn't help because we're looking across it, but from here it looks like absolute carnage. And they are busy places, aren't they, those feed zones, in circuit races like this?
Yeah, well, there's not all that much space to spread out along the road, and we're not feeding from the cars here. The commissaries can't decide to let them feed from the cars, but they didn't They didn't on Friday, and I don't think they're going to today. So anything you're getting at the fee, and it is uphill, but it's not very, very uphill.
No.
But I think also it's really foreshortened by kind of a long leg. It looks absolutely chaotic. Quite as bad as it looks. But it's still, with a bunch that size and shape, it's 6 or 7 riders wide. Yeah, it's going to be easy just to get across the right-hand side to grab something. And you're only allowed 2 members of staff to have that, so you've got all that many options.
Well, the heat haze rising off the road, showing what a lovely day this is in Canada. Of course, this part of Canada very quickly in winter becomes literally an ice rink. The rivers and lakes freeze up. I've always been amazed when I've made trips to Canada, Hutch, and I'm aware of the fact that you've not been to Canada, and this is my mission today. Not that I need to. I could just sit here and say nothing and let you look at the pictures and convince you. You've got to find. Admittedly, the 2 or 3 times I've been there, it's always been for the work. But I have been to both sides. I've been to the French-speaking part, and I've been over to British Columbia as well. And there's something about, and I hope I'm saying this, and Canadian people are listening, but it's not just Canada; it's the people as well. They've got a real love and passion for the outdoors. Certainly the Canadian people I've met in situ on both sides of Canada have been a nice mix of, dare I say it, a nice mix of the best of the Dutch, the best of the best of the Danes and the Norwegian, the kind of Scandinavian feel as well, love for the outdoors and adventure and what have you, but also just lovely people. Really, I can't sing the praises of Canada enough, actually. Anyway, there we go. I'm not being paid to say that, I'm just saying it, but let us know when you get there, Hutch, and make sure it happens. Maybe I'll come with you.
A few years ago, I can't remember what, there was a big cycling story, and I can't remember which cycling story it was. It may just have been the Tour de France finishing. I was asked by CBC in Canada to do all of their radio stations across, and all the way across the time zones. And one of the ones I did, I was on the Yukon radio station. And I thought that was brilliant, the idea of just doing all of the radio stations the whole way across Canada. And I mean, all of their hosts were just the nicest people. They'd done a little bit of research, so they kind of asked halfway intelligent questions. And I spent a very happy 5 or 6 hours just doing one hit per radio station every hour, all the way across Canada.
Fantastic.
For some reason, I just really like that.
Excellent. So let's see if we can read anything into what's going on at the front. There are plenty of UAE Team Emirates jerseys there, as there have been from the start. Maybe, I always think, Hutch, it's almost like a little statement of intent early on. Just block it out a little bit with the white jerseys and not do much, but just be there as a sort of a presence to say, yeah, this is our race today, by the way.
Quite a lot of Alula up there as well. I mean, they've got some options, I suppose.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's something we haven't even thought of yet, is that, we've been umming and erring about whether Michael Matthews, the winner on Friday, is climbing well enough to be a threat today in a race that he's won before, but it's slightly easier for him, definitely not easy though. But, Simon Yates.
Yeah.
There we go. I mean, Simon Yates, who has been in the press this week talking about, a move, we're talking about a move which is going to happen next year, to Visma Lease bike. He was 6th in this race last year, Simon Yates. What a brilliant way it would be to sign off as well before he goes to Visma Lease bike. I think that's only just recently been announced as well, but he talked much about how he'd watched what had happened to his brother Adam, having moved to, of course, the winner of this race last year, having moved to UAE, moved to a perceived or slated super team, and fancied seeing what it might do for his career in the latter stages of the career of the twins.
Yeah, I mean, he said he would see taking a pay cut to go to Visma Lease bike. And it's interesting to see a rider. I mean, a lot of riders getting towards that point of their career, you kind of have a choice. You think, well, do I want to go to kind of a team that will give me a lot of money? There are a few teams around. An Israel Premier Tech version of 2 or 3 seasons ago had the reputation for buying up slightly superannuated bike riders with big paychecks, and they had a team full of very, very famous riders, but with an average age well into their 30s. So, do you follow the money for those last few years of your career and put some money in the bank, or do you say, well, I haven't won as much as I feel I should have won, or as much as I could have won, so I'm going to chase that? And assuming that presumably is what Simon Yates is doing by going to Vizsla and taking a pay cut to do it. Is trying to get those results.
There is,
he's not as if he doesn't have a decent Palmares, but you look at him and think, well, yeah, he probably could have won more.
Yeah. I just wonder, just while we watch Dries de Bont going through there, he really could have done with getting on those two when they went, because it looked like he could have done that quite easily. He did go in the first move that went, there was like 10, 12 riders, brought back quite quickly, but he's making hard work of this. But
He's not letting go. What does he do at this point? Because you can't really, it's a sunk cost fallacy, potentially. He's put a lot of effort into this so far. I mean, I think maybe he's going to get there, because he is pulling it in. It's going to take him about 3.5 or 4 laps. Not going to be the most useful bike rider on earth when he gets there.
No. I've got a soft spot for Dries de Bont. I hope he does get there. He was he was the first rider I ever called to a win when I started my TV commentary career back in whenever it was, 2018. The heat of the summer in Halle-Huigen, Belgium one-day race. He's actually won a couple of times, Dries de Bont, but of course he's gone on since then to win a stage of the Giro d'Italia and a Belgian national championship as well. And he's a real breakaway specialist, hard man as well. I seem to remember he won that Halle-Huigen by sort of bursting through a big crash that happened just in the closing stages, all strung out, massive crash, bits of carbon fiber dust flying up in the air, and he emerged through the middle of it and took the win. He can sprint too. Fast rider. Can he finish this? He is now 33 years of age. He's got a contract going through to the end of next year with the Decathlon Age des La Mondiale. But just to return to what you were just talking about, and we are dwelling on Simon Yates because he probably is their best bet. Jake alluded to double up out here in these Quebecois races and win both Quebec and Montreal. But what is it when we talk about he said in the interview, didn't he? I'm curious to see where I might go if I go to one of these super teams. By the way, we can see Michael Matthews sitting third row, right in the middle there, while we're talking about their best option for today, so he's riding well up. But sorry, I should get back to my question. What I was going to ask is, what is it? It can't just be about budget. What is it that makes a team a super team? And I know it is budget, but what does that buy you? What is it giving you when you are one of those riders down there right now that is pedaling a bicycle up a climb? What does super team give you?
Well, you're kind of asking two questions. One thing that the budget does, it means you can buy the best bike riders. But I think what you're asking is, what does it do if you are a bike rider and you go to that team?
Exactly.
Should we talk about marginal gains? We would probably want to call it something else. But it's having the budget to not be beholden to sponsors, so you can go and find the best tires, the best wheels. I mean, UAE very often use kind of products that are kind of off sponsor. So it's the options for doing that, so you're not beholden to a sponsor. You've got more R&D. There'll be more guys in wind tunnels blowing wind and more stuff to just chase a watt here, a watt there. It's maybe not being under quite the same pressure if you're a top rider to over-race. You get more time to train, more time to kind of go to a long-term altitude camp. So, the super teams will maybe set as 10 their Tour de France, most of their Tour de France team to the top of a mountain for a month in the spring. And the smaller teams haven't got the budget to do it, because it's expensive. And it's not that I think there's any single thing they're doing. It's the fact they've got the budget to do lots of smaller things well. They have coaches with more experience. They get the best directors for teams. They've just got more options on our attack. They're able to spend money on more fronts at once. It would possibly surprise a lot of amateur riders how poor some of the smaller World Tour teams are in terms of things like R&D, the level of coaches that they've got involved. There's probably more of a spread of kind of budget and quality and ability across all of the support staff from one side of one end of the World Tour to the other than you would expect.
Well, let's see. We will see next year the effect that it does have on Simon Yates, who of course, he joined that team with his brother right at the beginning of their professional careers. The two Yates twins joined it together. He's the only one still there, and we will see what the direction takes next year.
Once at the top of Abduaz at the Tour de France in maybe 2015, 2014, I can't remember what year, I interviewed one Yates brother all the way through under the impression I was talking to the other one.
Did he know?
I was asking some fairly open questions because that's kind of my style. I was just dead lucky as I left. I walked around behind him. I glanced at his number and had his name on it. I thought, I mean, it's a perfectly sensible interview. It's just I would have diligently gone back to the press tent and written it up as being from his brother. I would have looked a little bit stupid.
I'm sure you won't have been the first one, actually. But
there was a code that no one explained to me when they were writing for the same team. They used to wear different coloured sunglasses. I think one of them wore white and one of them wore green, and the slightly, with the more experienced hats hanging around, you knew that close.
Yeah. Well, even these two up front have had a bit of a conversation. There's conversations going on in the peloton as well. I'm not sure what Phil Gelders is saying. I don't know whether he... What does the pat on the back mean there? Maybe they're sharing some food out or something. We should checking Leonard's pocket there to see what he's got. Is he got a gel? They were definitely having a chat just now, and this can't be what they want. You can't want to be just two riders out front there. 200 kilometre, 213.
Now the question is, where's the bump gone? Because we don't any longer have a time slot for it. So are they talking about waiting for him?
Possibly.
It's a possibility that we haven't seen him. We haven't seen the time slot. I'm not even completely sure he's still out there.
Well, they are riding now through the university grounds as well. Very much looks like a university as well, with the sculptures and bits of artwork around them. They've just also ridden through the Montreal, or the Mount Royal Cemetery, which was founded in 1852, according to their guidebook that comes along with this race. And it is one of the oldest rural cemeteries in North America. 165 acres, located on the northern flank of Mount Royal as well. And we've just seen it. It's an impressive place. I guess whenever you get enormous cemeteries, Hutch, that are built in the middle of cities like this, they're going to be there forever. Well, you hope they're there forever, but they kind of dominate the skyline as well.
To be fair, they moved the cemetery to build a tanker station in London. Moved, and actually Thomas Hardy, the author, was one of the men responsible for moving it.
It cannot be an easy thing to do.
It's probably easier to do in the 1840s or whatever that was than it would be to do now, quite honestly. But I mean, the cemeteries on Mount Royal, Mont Royal, are kind of old, historic. It's kind of parkland. I don't think anyone's in a hurry to move it. It's kind
of.
I'm
not happy about this. They're having not.
Yes, I see what you mean.
It is. Yes, there's a little bit too much bants going on here, and chin wagging and chat. So
either they are having too much fun.
Oh yeah, we don't want to be doing that. We want to see. We tuned in on a Sunday to see suffering on our screen.
The monkeys must be made to dance.
Yes, exactly right. Exactly right. But anyway,
hey,
here we go. He's made it. So I think they were waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could have gone straight over the top then.
Yes. Well, he kind of did, didn't he? But they've got their nosh in. I guess that's the way you do it, isn't it? Knock it off, eat and drink a bit now. Well, it's shown that he can do it.
And also they've got the bump up to join them a little bit fresher than they might otherwise. They've got three of them to roll through. It makes things somehow more than 33% easier. You've now got twice as much recovery as you have work, and they'll roll through and probably stretch this out to 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah. So this is lap 3 of the 13th edition of the Grand Prix Cities de Montreal. We have 3 riders now in the lead. 20-year-old Michael Leonard, the Canadian, for almost 20 years. 21-year-old Phil Gelders, the Belgian, for Soudal Quickstep. And then Dries de Bont, at the age of 33, the Patron Agents à la Mondiale, former Belgian road race champion. Interesting mix of riders. Still very surprised that they'll have heard, presumably, that he's got across and there's now 3 up the road. But 3 minutes 35. When he started that bridging, de Bont, he has actually done it a little bit quicker than you maybe thought, but that's also because the 2 out front backed off a little bit.
I was going to say that's because they kind of waited for him. Or
yes.
Partially because they waited for him. I mean, he stuck at it. He really was doing.
I have to say, Hutch, but this is one of these things that we kind of roll over sometimes. People watching might think, we've got a field here of 168 riders. If you look at, say, I've just been looking there at Brion Coquel, right? The Frenchman, there he is, sitting second row there for Coquels. Now, we know he's a good uphill finisher. I can't see why he finished on Friday. You have a quick scroll down, see if he's anywhere in that top 20 or so on Friday in Quebec. I don't see him. I'll have to look it up in a minute. But
He didn't finish.
Oh, there you go. So, but then for someone like him, and I think I know the answer to this, but I want to see what you think. I can understand why somebody who's new to the sport that watches it think, well, but then what is why? I mean, there's 7 rider teams. What is someone like him doing here? What is someone doing here that's a sprinter that doesn't finish the first race? Then they start Montreal. What in a team like Cofidis, who have Jonas Aguirre, who was 8th last year. Let's take Aguirre out of the question. It's not a team that, I mean, if Cofidis won today, we would be extremely surprised. Aguirre might well be up there again. He's been up there a number of times in this race, and he's so consistent as well. But to a newbie, why? So to a newbie today, why is Brian Coquard here? I mean, I love him as a rider, but why is he? You know what I'm saying? I know why, because it's the way that the whole world of professional cycling works.
He's here because the team is here, and if the team is here, they need to bring some bike riders here. And they've gone through a team. I mean, he'll be he's maybe looking to try and get. Has he been selected for the Worlds? Do we know the answer to that question?
French team.
Because one of the things he might be doing if he's going to the Worlds, he might be trying to get a little bit of form before the Worlds. That would be a benefit he could be getting from the race. You just never know how things develop. I agree. It'd be a bit of a surprise if Cofidis win, and it's not primarily, it's not a target race for him. But yeah, he's here because the team gets selected. They send the team because that's what their sponsors want. It gets some publicity. Look, we're talking about Cofidis. We wouldn't be talking about Cofidis otherwise. So that's why they're here.
I'm just looking at which teams have officially announced their rider roster. This is according to Pro Cycling Stats, and they're pretty diligent at picking up who have officially announced their team and who haven't. The Netherlands has, although actually having said that, I think it's also including reserves as well, so I'll be a bit careful with this. Belgian team includes Maxime van Hilst, but does not include Arnaud Lee, from what I can see. Laurens de Poos, who's in this race, is in that Belgian team. The Australian national team includes Jai Hindley, who's here, and Michael Matthews, as well as Ben O'Connor, of course, who just finished second in the Vuelta. Who else has formally announced their team? The Netherlands also with, of course, the defending champion, Matthew van der Poel, who's been talking this week about all the training he's been doing in Spain, I think in the Sierra Nevada hutch, and talking as well about trying to lose weight for what he slates as being an unlikely defence of his rainbow jersey, but one that he's set on trying to do anyway. It'd be really interesting to see that, to see, whether or how well Van der Poel can do.
You wouldn't necessarily put it past him, but it looks like a big ask on a course that tough with some of the riders he's going to have to deal with on the way. But I guess if you are, if you're world champion, you want to turn up and do your absolute best to defend the jersey.
Absolutely. These 3 now go under the Flamme Rouge. They're down to that hairpin bend, fast into that as well downhill, and then turning back around to the finish to complete this lap 3. By the way, in that Dutch national team that is announced, including, I think, reserves as well, Frank Vandenberg is in there, the rider who was in the breakaway yesterday. So he has, by the looks of it, good form that we can probably put to quite good use in there, not least if they are working to defend Mathieu van der Poel. Bauke Moller are also listed in that team as well and sprinting well yesterday. So riders who are on this start list, provisional start list for the World Championships, 2 weeks today, the elite men's road race. Already showing themselves. Quinn Simmons is on the American shortlist, as is Nielsen Paulus, who was good yesterday. Very good yesterday, indeed. And their American national champion, Sean Quinn. The teams have announced their teams so far. Not many. It's coming through. You'll be able to follow it all over the course of the next few weeks. I have no ties to Pro Cycling Stats, by the way, but a lot of us commentators use it as our way of staying on top of results and Palmares and things, and they're pretty good at updating announced teams. There's some more riders who are in this race, by the way. Santiago Buitrago is in that Colombian team. Might be interesting to see how Buitrago goes today, if he's fancying a crack at that hilly World's Road Racing in Zurich.
Yeah, I've heard 1 or 2 people talking about Buitrago as one for today. So yeah. There's actually a lot of EF education up the front of the bunch as well. Of course, we've got Ben Healy here.
Yeah, well, Ben Healy attacked on Friday, didn't he?
Of course he did.
Yeah, he got a little group clear as well, but then appeared to almost sort of think better of it. I thought he looked good, but then sort of pulled the pin, sat up a little bit. The whole group got caught, but yeah, I am absolutely certain at some point today we'll see Ben Healy on the attack. This is interesting, looking into the front as well. There's Stevie Williams, fresh from winning the Tour of Britain last week, in very, very good form. They've got some great options, Israel Premier Tech here. I know they've got Canadian ownership as well, so it's a big race for them. But the fact they've got Stevie Williams in sparkling form, I mean, he was really good for the Tour of Britain, wasn't he? And then Mike Woods, as you've already said, the only rider who didn't ride in Quebec on Friday in that national champions jersey. And then you've got Derek G as well, who actually, in a way, this course probably suits quite well.
Yeah, I was... And he wasn't really at the match on Friday. No. He was 47th in this race last year. I mean, clearly not targeted this race before. I don't know. It feels to me like it's a race that should suit him. But all the talk in that team really has been round Mike Woods and Stevie Williams. Sorry, really been around that pair rather than Derek G. I mean, is this too tough for Stevie Williams, do you think?
Ooh. He is very quick. I mean, he beat Alaphilippe in the sprint when he won the Tour of Britain stage last week in Redcar. But he was climbing, he's been climbing so well this year.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's an uphill sprint specialist. That is his big thing. He's won festival in the spring as well. I guess time will tell. Keep an eye on him. He was up near the front.
It might be the case that the finish here isn't hard for him. It's maybe the combination of a race that's maybe a bit harder than he'd like and a finish that's not quite tough enough. It might be just the wrong way around.
Yeah, I wonder how much this race might differ if it finished, it finished on top of the Camille Houde, the biggest climb on it. Might be quite a different result, and also raced in a slightly different way maybe as well, because as you say, this is a fast finish. I know it's dragging towards the line itself, but it's nothing really, is it, compared to what they've done on the rest of the course?
No, and it's not nearly as tough a finish as Quebec on Friday.
No, for sure.
You've got to accelerate from something relatively close to a standstill. With this the hairpin they're just coming to now, because they come around this hairpin at 500 meters to go, and then have to sprint from there. So it's going to depend a lot on, is it a small group, is it a big group? Because that's quite a tight hairpin for a big group coming round and sprinting. Even if it's a small group, you're going to need to be right at the front of that group. You're going to need to be kind of P3, P4. And if you're very much further back than that, it's going to be very, very difficult to take, because this is just rolling up to the finish now.
Yeah, back into the feed zone again. Plenty more water being taken in. That's Santi Buitrago, by the looks of it, putting some ice down at his neck, indicating that it's maybe even warmer than we might have thought. Having a look through the peloton. Hello. That was Jan Tratnik in Slovenia, who Jan Tratnik had an attack on Friday as well, didn't he?
Well, he went
in
off,
with
Poggy, didn't he?
Yes, well, he went just before Poggy, didn't he? You're right, he went with Poggy, because then we started saying, this looks like a rehearsal for
practice,
Yeah. And that is something we could well see in Zurich, of course. Jan Tratnik working Tadej Pogačar in what has become, and I don't necessarily think this is just Tadej Pogačar's influence, but what has become now a really strong team. I mean, you're going to have Tadej Pogačar, the likes of Jan Tratnik as well. An incredibly strong team. Primož Roglič, of course, let's not forget, having just won the Vuelta as well. That could be. Is that a tricky decision? Who tells that? Their team manager has to tell.
Well, they've said that Pogačar and Roglič are sharing leadership, so they've welched in the hard decision.
That's tricky.
They will let the road decide. So we'll put them down for second and third, shall we?
Let's see. It's going to be an interesting watch. Of course, you can see all of it right here at the Home of Cycling. on Eurosport, Discovery Plus, and on Max, of course. And it's a busy old weekend this weekend as well. Let me run through everything that's happening over the course of the next week. Lots of you will have been watching the Women's European Road Race Championships yesterday from Limburg. And today, of course, you'll have been watching, some of you have had a full day in front of TV, and Hutch and I were talking about this on Friday, a wonderful opportunity to spend the entire day watching cycling here on television with the men's elite road race in the Europeans today, of course. And then this running through to, well, in our, where we're talking to you from in England, in the quite late evening as well. Stage racing gets back on again this week. From Wednesday, you can watch the Tour of Luxembourg, always a cracking race with lots of different kinds of finishes as well. 5 stages running all the way through to next Sunday. And then in the middle of the week, you've got the GP de Wallonie finishing in between Blenny and Namur. That's always a cracker as well. Then I'm bringing viewers coverage of the Flanders Championship, the Kampioenschap van Vlaanderen, from Koolskamp on Friday. I'll be on comms for that, before I then also on Saturday bring you the Super 8 Classic. So some really nice Belgian one-day races to finish off the year, sharpen up a bit of world's form for the riders who are there riding it. Also next weekend, here at the home of cycling, and we cover all forms of cycling, of course, it's the European BMX Freestyle Champs from Switzerland, Cadenazzo in Switzerland. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but it kicks off with the Women's Park on Saturday and then rolls through all the BMX freestyle formats and categories as well. Men's Park is on the Sunday, I think, as well. And then next Sunday, talking of Sunday, or Saturday in actual fact, we start with the UCI Paracycling Worlds from Zurich as well. The mixed team handbike relay is how we kick off our Worlds coverage next weekend. And then on Sunday, next Sunday, it's the men's and women's elite time trials, Hutch. So, Dr. Hutch, time trialing, like, multiple. I often Brian Smith, we're going to introduce Brian Smith to you in a little bit, and I talk about his 2 national titles. You've got some, 35 or so national titles spread between British and Irish. Am I right? Is that 35?
So it depends a bit how you count.
I'm bigging you up.
You're bigging me up. I've won. It would depend. No, the thing about the time trial, UK time trialists have 2 different. You can time trial for British cycling, which is the UCI championships. But then there's also cycling time trials who run sort of their fixed distance championships with historically a different outfit. If you count everything, I've won about 60.
There you go. You've out. I'm trying to big you up, and all you've gone and done is steamroll that. Anyway, right. Now, just on that though, it is this week until the men's and women's elite time trials. You've already given us some insight into the road race course. What do you know about the time trials? I'm not covering it.
Relatively flat. I'll be covering it next week.
Right.
It's flatter than you would expect given the road race course. There's kind of a couple of 100 meters climbing essentially on the elite men's and women's courses. They're not identical, but they're similar. But essentially, they go down kind of a valley parallel to the lake, over a col, down to the lakefront, and then they turn back up north to Zurich. So they're relatively flat. They're going to be reasonably quick, and it's going to be the time trials next week. They're going to be looking at Remco Evenepoel, Filippo Ganna. It's those kind of time trials. It's certainly not a kind of course that's going to make life hard for them. They're going to lap it up. So they're going to be looking at all of those people. And then maybe the women's side, Lotte Kopecky won the European Time Trial Championships a couple of days ago. So she will be trying, I guess, to beat Grace Braun. Grace Braun feels like the champion, feels very much like the women's champion in waiting for that, because it's a course that will suit her very well. So, I'm looking forward to that.
What a wonderful send-off that would be as well. Yeah. And some would say, well, hang on, if she wins that, she'll become the Olympic champion and the world champion in 1 year.
I can't see why not, is the thing I look at. I think it's a course that suits her perfectly well. She's really got good form. The Olympics wasn't that long ago. She's having a good last year.
It's remarkable, isn't it? I must admit, a little bit, at first when I saw the result for Lotte Kopecky, a little bit surprised about that European time trial win, but then just remember what a brilliant all-round bike rider she is. Everything, her climbing ability is always wonderfully, refreshingly surprising, but she can sprint, She's a great bike handler, brilliant cyclocross rider. She's got it all.
I mean, she beat Ellen Van Dijk to the title. I mean, you don't beat her unless you're a good. You don't beat her in the time trial unless you're. And she beat her pretty well. So you don't do that unless you are a good time trialist and in decent time trialing form. She's just a bit like Remco. She's got the whole toolkit really.
Well, if you've just switched on this afternoon, this is our breakaway. They have, edging towards 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes for Michael Leonard, the 20-year-old Canadian, Gil Gelders, the 21-year-old Belgian at the back, Sudar Quickstep, and 33-year-old Christophe with that lovely silky light pedaling action of his in the middle there, in the spacey green and blue colours of the Decathlon as it goes out, La Mondiale. The peloton behind, I'd love to say, have been stirred up into a massive chase. We've got attacks kicking off left, right, centre, but that hasn't happened yet, has it?
Not so much.
But it will. It will. We know it will. It was fairly similar on Friday, I guess. And when it kicked off big time, and amongst all that flurry of attacking from, initially Ben Healy and others, and then came the Alaphilippe attacks, and then Poggy popped up. But it wasn't until what I noticed. I wonder if we'll see a replay of this today. I mean, when I say replay, I wonder if we'll see this happen again. It wasn't Poggy himself first. Almost everyone else in his team had a go before he did. Yes, Rafa Michael was doing the pacing, but we saw Tim Wellens attack. We saw Juan Ayuso attack and go off the front as well. Doma Novak then rolled up and did a big drive as well. So I wonder whether we might see a bit more of that again today. It was almost like they were just chipping away at the peloton by attacking it before Poggy rolled up with his sledgehammer.
It'll be interesting to see what sort of happens in our second commentary stint, sort of laps 10 through 13, whether the screw starts to turn a bit. Because at the minute, they're bowling along very happily. They're letting the break out for 5 minutes. Maybe they're going to let the break go a little bit further than 5 minutes. And it's just when they start to pull that back and really make it hard. I would be, I think, expecting Pogačar to go from distance. I don't think I see him leaving it for kind of a last couple of kilometres here. But there are a lot of attacking, there are more attacking opportunities in this course, I think, than there were on Friday. So he's got a lot of options.
There's the stats on Rafa Michael. Such a useful rider. Early in his career, Rafa Michael was much more of a kind of punchy, attacking, explosive rider, and he's now developed into being this brilliant mountain workhorse as well. It's so reliable for Tadej Pogačar as well. He's a difficult one to replace.
I'm always kind of fascinated with the way riders over the length of a career change direction and change speciality. I was commentating on the European Time Trial Championships a couple of days ago, and Victor Kampenaerts didn't finish particularly at the sharp end, but he's someone who 10 years ago was a time trial specialist, turned his back on that and became much more of a classic specialist. He hasn't maybe got the results he was hoping for, but it was a very deliberate decision to change direction, which kind of worked out. I mean, you would definitely reckon him as a classics rider you would watch towards the end of his career.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Fabian Cancellara, I guess, kind of did the same thing. He didn't maybe turn his back on time trial quite to the same extent, but in his early days, he was definitely a time trial specialist before going on to win kind of everything, basically. Or you could go back further than that. You get riders like I've gone blank on the man's name.
Time trialist?
No, the sprinter. Who was the sprinter who went down with Wilfred Nilsson way back in Amiens? I can remember the place and who he crashed with.
You're going way back. You're talking 1993.
This is the 1990s.
Laurent Jalabert?
Him, exactly. Yeah, he kind of transferred himself from being very definitely a specialist sprinter, had a major crash, was out for months and months and months, but rebuilt himself as a completely different rider. He came back lighter, he came back leaner, he came back much more heading for the mountains. Then went on to win the King of the Mountains jersey at the Tour a couple of times. It's quite interesting when people do things like that.
Yeah, we'll just note the fact that UAE they've rung the 5.5 minute bell and gone ding, 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 right, let's start to lock this down. They're on it. But they're not going crazy, but definitely stringing it out. Just to complete that conversation, I just struck actually, in a way, Hutch, maybe your Fabian Cancellara is a good kind of pointer towards what we're talking about with Lotte Kopecky, that rider who can do everything like that, the sprints, the kind of rolling hills and the time trial all rolled into one.
Yeah. Or even like Rowan Dennis went from time trialist to sort of mountain domestique, specialist mountain domestique. You can't do it.
Yeah, that's a fascinating shot of a city of Montreal, looking into the ancient buildings amongst it, and then the great big skyscrapers all around it too as well. These are shots from a bit earlier on today, before the race started, if I'm not mistaken. But yes, these three might have got word that a steady chase has started. Let's watch that.
Michael Leonard seems to be doing more than his share. Difficult to judge when you kind of cut backwards and forwards, but every time we cut to this, he always seems to be on the front. I mean, he's a good time trial. He's Australia under 23 time trial champion last year, I think. And it's interesting, he's done over the bars. He's got the aerodynamic profile of a time trial, and that's exactly what he looks like. A little bit like Artem Schmidt yesterday, also
exactly
a 23 time trial champion, looked exactly the same, and kind of both from the same team, both in the break, both doing the same, both doing very much the same job. Because I suspect he's been on the front since we cut from here back to the bunch and back to here, because he wouldn't have the time to go to the back and come through again. So he's done 2 or 3 Ks on the front here.
And that is one of those, I think, one of those Team Sky legacies that survives. The kind of the look for young, powerful diesels who can time trial and do long, hard turns on the front. I think that is one of the Team Sky things that remains within that team. The Vasil Kirienka rider, the steady diesel at the front.
It's one of the things you get if you regard numbers as one of the ways you're going to pick your riders. You're never going to find the next Mark Cavendish by looking for someone's functional Threshold car. You will certainly find the next Vasil Kirienka, or maybe even the next Chris Froome, by looking for somebody's FTP and their power to weight. So any team that is very data driven is going to skew a little bit in that direction.
So looking into the report here, we are, as I say, further west from Quebec, where we were on Friday, where we saw a lot of the big cruise liners. There's not quite as many of the cruise liners, apparently, from what I read, that come as far up here. But
somewhere in that forest is a bike race.
Yes, biggie, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm looking out for the Croix de Montréal. I don't think we've seen it just yet. This is the cross that lights up at night. We'll look out for it because it was built in 1924. Originally out of wood, it's now a metal thing that's got the light bulbs all around it, cross-shaped. But it's there to mark the summit of Montreal and to commemorate the young colony who survived flooding, because apparently it was said that if they did survive the flooding, there would be a cross erected in their kind of to honour that. And it's still there now, can be seen from absolutely miles away. It's lit up, so we'll keep an eye out for it. Hutch, tell me if you see it. I might be waffling some nonsense and not quite spot it, but
I will be sure to mention it.
Please do. Dare I say it, the Saint Laurent River looks a little more choppy than it did on Friday. I'm not sure what we can read.
I don't think I buy this idea that there's no wind.
No,
that wind
looks
that looks a little bit of a breeze on that.
Yeah.
No, I don't think there's much wind, and I guess is it? I was going to ask if it's still a tidal river at this point, but it must be a tidal river if it's still a St. Lawrence Seaway. If you can get a cruise liner up, and clearly it hasn't gone through a lock or over a weir, so it's still a tidal river. So that could also influence a little bit.
Yeah, I'm usually quite good on my rivers, but I don't know how tidal it is by this point. But yeah, being so big, you would assume it is. Anyway, back onto the descent. Esteban on the front. We've lost about 30 seconds there, though, under that push from UAE.
Well, and also we've got Michael Leonard not in the front anymore.
True. Absolutely. So the 3 teams represented the Decathlon Nations à la Mondiale, Soudal Quickstep and Biniam. None of the, dare I say it, none of the minnows represented in the breakaway today. And there are no minnows in this race, really. But there are some teams that we would expect to have been in there. Certainly some of the second division teams, you would think.
Who aren't going to get an awful lot, who probably aren't going to get much out of the day, because most of their riders won't finish, and they've been, so far, fortunately for them, completely invisible.
Yes. We are, Hutch and I are always ready to be proven wrong. Then we look forward to eating our own.
And frequently are.
Yeah, well, that's what we want to see. We want to see an upset, maybe. But at the moment, it's looking very much like UE team members have decided, yes, this is definitely our race.
It's business as predicted, isn't it?
Yeah.
Got to sort of five. Say we got to 5.5. We reckoned the break was going to get 5, maybe 5.5 minutes. That's what it got to. And UAE said, right, let's just peg it at that.
So this is the completion of lap 4. Lap 4, thank you, of 17. Dr. Michael Hutchinson and I are going to talk you through one more lap before we have a little break, and we'll hand over to Carlton Kirby and Brian Smith in a lap's time. That's a very impressive looking structure.
From the World's Fair 97. They built an entire island for the World's Fair, the World's Expo in 1967. They built the Ile de Notre Dame in the St. Lawrence River, which was built in very short order in a couple of years, using the spoil from the metro system. They took all the soil they dug out of the metro system, put it in the river, and built sort of a leisure island with a casino on it. It's rather marvelous. We did see a few kind of beauty shots of it yesterday, and once or twice from the feet cut out from Quebec. We saw the Ile de Notre Dame in Montreal, so hopefully we'll see it again. So, but it's where they have the Canadian Grand Prix. It's on the Ile de Notre Dame, so it's a kind of a leisure island. They've got a rowing lake on it as well. And that's where the 1976 Olympic rowing was held, and then on the lake, on the artificial island in the suburb.
Yeah, that Olympics, of course, came just 2 years after those UCI World Road Champs as well. So 2 really big events, and then, of course, as you mentioned, the Grand Prix, a regular feature, of course, at the highest level of Formula One.
The Olympic road race in 1976 won by Bernd Johansson from Sweden.
Yeah.
He went on to finish. Did he finish second or third in the Giro?
You're right. My knowledge of 70s cycling is not quite as good as in the 80s and 90s. Maybe you can find that one out for us.
I'm having a quick look. Right now. He was third overall in the Giro d'Italia in 1979 and won stages 11 and 14 after he won the Olympics in that era as an amateur and turned pro after that. And it was third in the Giro.
That looks like a rather nice theme park down there as well. I think that's
kind of where we're
that's on the
about.
island, is it? Yeah. Oh yeah, you've got one of those swinging ship things in action right now. And a pretty mean-looking coaster too.
A mean-looking coaster, I believe, is the technical term.
Yes, it is.
Clearly a naval man.
Yes. Right. These three are back onto the Côte de Camillien Ouds, the long climb, the 1,800-meter climb that climbs them away from that start line. They're not quite as much banter and chat between them now. They're just getting on with the job in hand, and they are now under 5 minutes.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of two really kind of good young, two really good young riders Ineos have put up the road. I mean, clearly that's kind of what Ineos are here to do, is put a rider in the break, which feels sort of there. That's the circuit, Jacques Villeneuve, which is on Ile de Notre Dame. I should have held off for 40 seconds. I could be talking about. You see the rowing lake in the background, which freezes over in winter, and they have speed skating on it. But yes, this is an artificial island built from the soil that they dug out of the metro system. Rather brilliant. What are we going to do with all this soil? Put it in the river and have a leisure island.
You see, as you say that, I have absolutely no understanding. My brain cannot compute how that works, how you actually get the soil into the river in the first place. I've often been fascinated by that, the creation of islands and what have you. How deep do they go? And how on earth do you get, if it's connected to the riverbed, how do you do that?
You just keep putting earth in the river until you break the surface, and you just keep putting more and more and more earth. They may have to put some sort of revetment around the outside, but I don't think in concept it's all that complicated.
Wow. Big operation, nonetheless. So we're getting a little look at that Van Rysel bike. We seem to have stopped talking about those bikes as being the massive difference. I thought that was a wonderful spin. We've had a bit of a chat about bikes during the Grand Prix Quebec on Friday, but we talked about there being really not that much difference between, or you were talking to me about that, not that much difference between a lot of the top performance bikes, but I thought Decathlon's spin of their Van Rysel bikes being a big reason behind the massive uptick in performance of that team. since in the post brown shorts era was very clever. Possibly there's something in it, but I thought it was clever and predictable, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the case that all bikes are not identical, but there's not a very big gradient from sort of one side to the other of the best to the worst. Certainly, it would be outweighed by everything else that you could bring to it in terms of the kit, the helmets, the wheels, the tires. Just to look at a bike frame is to be a little bit narrow. I mean, it's interesting that the Van Leisler bikes are, it's essentially a Decathlon own brand bike. And it's not kind of what you expect to see performing at the top level, and clearly it does. And it's one of the reasons that Decathlon will be very keen to promote it, is that it's, they're getting the whole margin from it. So from a business point of view, it makes a lot of sense. It's linear marketing or something, I think.
As we saw on Friday in Quebec, it is Igor Arrieta, the Spaniard for UAE Team Emirates, who's setting the pace at the front. Just looking down the group at the moment, just this 168 rider peloton, I want to see it from the air. It looks like it's thinned down a lot more than we've noticed. I may be wrong, but it looks quite a bit smaller.
Maybe
it's a
sure.
shot.
I think you're just looking down. I think you're just looking at the ride. I think most of them are still there.
Right.
And I mean, it's the same TV production as we had on Friday, and they were very good at showing anyone who was struggling at the back. They were very, very quick to put them on screen. So I think we would see. Oh, the Olympic Stadium from 1976. As I understand it, the pylon on the right was supposed to have a gigantic head of Zeus on it or something. They didn't ever quite finish it. It was famously an incredibly expensive Olympics, and that pylon was meant to have a head on it, like a gigantic head, and they didn't ever get it finished.
Yeah, I don't mind seeing it. I'm just mind seeing a mock-up to decide whether that was a good thing or a bad thing.
I saw a picture of it once. It was, with all due respect to Montreal and Canada, it was a little odd looking.
Dare I say, I noticed this on the climb last time. It's a rough old road, this in places.
The right-hand side, you wouldn't want to get caught the right-hand side. I think it's all right at the moment.
The crowd aren't going anywhere. They've got they've been rammed.
That's quite a fence they've got there, isn't it?
Yeah, it almost looks like that might be part of a Formula One course, but it's not. It might be to do with the rock face to their right, actually. It could be to do with rock fall, left and right, actually, both sides. Could be that, couldn't it? Climbing up through the gorge here.
Oh, I'm not absolutely sure. I mean, I had a look at the course on Street View earlier, and it wasn't there then. So I don't think it's a permanent fixture.
Well, judging by the weeds that are growing through, it's definitely not been put up for the race. So it's there for some period of time, possibly not when the Google car came through. Other cars are available.
Just to sum up with that, so that's the big climb. It is at the very beginning of the lap. It's interesting to see if somebody, just where we are at the beginning of the last couple of laps, what happened. That's sort of an obvious place for big riders to put in big attacks. It's interesting to see if anybody does successfully use it as a springboard for something.
Yeah, it's definitely the longest climb by quite some way. We're looking into the theme park here, I think. No, it's the Botanical Garden. Sorry, we're on your pleasure island. Very nice. Bit of cool and shade in there on what's turned out to be quite a warm day today. As I say, completely in contrast to last year, where riders started this race in full rain jackets, leg warmers, arm warmers, and during the course of last year's race, it was a gradual peeling off of those as it started to dry out. This is Igor Arrieta on the front for UAE Team Emirates. And if they didn't do this, Hutch, who else would do it? If there's so much talk around Pogačar, is it that the other team?
I think everyone's going to sit back and let them get on with it. I mean, that's what you did, isn't it? I mean, if they're here with someone who has as outstanding a favourite as Tadej Pogačar, and you turned up with Igor Arrieta, Juan Aluso, Rafael Majka, Tim Wellens, it's their job. I guess Lula have been towards the front. We've seen them at the front. I mean, Sadal Quickstep were not a million with Bahrain. Victoria seem to be very, very keen to make pace as well. They've been at the front for a lot of the race. So, yeah, I guess they're thinking about that on the Horwich.
Yeah, but they got Pio Bilbao and Santiago Buitrago. Bilbao was good.
Yeah, true.
Looked good on Friday.
Buitrago, yeah, sorry, I kind
Yeah.
of overlooking Buitrago,
Yeah.
yes. I was kind of thinking more back to Friday, but yeah, you're absolutely right.
I'm just thinking about Buitrago's run into this as well. He had a pretty consistent year as well, the Colombian. His last race, that was it. I don't know what it was. It was the Deutschland Tour. I was there actually on the ground in Germany watching that. And yeah, he had a good final stage into Saarbrücken, which was the slightly, well, fairly lumpy finale, where he was fourth. Rode the Olympic Games, of course, having finished the Tour de France. So that's a fairly packed end to the summer as well. You know, he never fails to. I always find him quite surprising as well. I'd forgotten. He was 9th in the final time trial as well, the Tour de France. Close to the win on a number of occasions as well.
He had a reasonable tour. He was kind of up there in some of the mountain stages.
Yeah. He was building himself a neat little Palmares as well at the age of 24. And his wins have been good. 2 stages of the Giro d'Italia, a stage of Paris-Nice, stage of Vuelta a Burgos, and a stage of the Saudi Tour, which I remember was a really impressive one as well, up on the plateau in the Saudi Tour. Well, they are his 5 wins so far, but he's definitely one of those Colombian, and I don't know that I'd necessarily classify him as an outright climber. I mean, so often when we look at the Colombians, we look for the guys who are the sort of at the outright climbers. He's a bit more than that, Buitrago. A little bit more of an all-rounder as well. Lightweight, but another of those riders who comes from Bogota, where, of course, Manal is from as well. Look at the gap already, 3:30. Hutch, where's it gone? They're over the top of the mountains point there. Arrieta just leading over the top. And maybe this chase is a little bit harder than we thought. 3:30 already.
I'm surprised they're bringing it down this quickly. To be honest, particularly since the group that's out in front is, you know, it's a decent group and they've been riding quite well together. I'm surprised we pulled this down quite as fast as we have. We're just kind of cresting that climb, and it's now kind of downhill for 4 kilometers. So that maybe will help them a little bit. Because obviously kind of the bunch is going to be riding hard on a climb like that. So the Jacob and Lula are still up there too, aren't they?
Yes, they are. We've got Tudor Pro Cycling moving up on the left-hand side of the screen. There's just a little sense here that things are just a little bit interesting at the front. Paul Lapera and Alex Baudin are the 2 Decathlon Agitator riders who are, by the looks of it, just trying to get in the way of things as well. It wouldn't be Canada without mounted police. They look fairly stout ones as well. That look pretty serious to me. There was not too much ceremony about that. That looked like I wouldn't mess with them. So UAE having a little conversation at the front. Tim Wellens has rolled up as well to add to the engine room. They'll be happier with 3.5 minutes as we come towards the conclusion. We're not round it yet, though. We've only just run over the top of the main climb. We're getting towards halfway through this 5th lap of 17 laps. We go back past the cemetery on the edge of the... There's a lot of bike racing around in this, isn't there? Oh, yes. Yeah, very much so. This is that long, fast descent as well into the... eventually into that right-hander, onto the Chemin de la Côte let me say that again. Chemin de la Côte de Niège, up the western edge of our course, and starting gradually to wind up into the university as well. Circuit of basically 3 main climbs, but 1 biggie at the beginning. I would like to see, it would be interesting actually if you could almost reverse that and have the biggie at the end, or just put the finish line at the top of the Camelot. We've already discussed that possibility. Maybe that's something I'll keep mentioning because I hope that someone might be thinking about that for when the next World Championships are here in 2 years' time. Might be interesting. Although World Championships do tend to, even the ones on hilly circuits, do then tend to often finish on like this, a course just like this, a sort of flatter, wider finish.
I mean, this course isn't all that different from the course they used for the 1974 Worlds either. I think the Worlds here in 2 years' time is going to be either this circuit or I mean, I guess the most likely thing is it'll be this circuit, but with an introductory 50 or 60 kilometers from starting somewhere else. It's certainly that's what you'd expect to see at a European World Championships. You would have the start maybe as much as 100 or 120 kilometers away, and then down to a circuit. And this would potentially be the circuit. I mean, it's a circuit that's for just good racing, so I'm tempted to say why change it.
Yeah. It's definitely was the talk of all the interviews with the riders in between Quebec and this, is that question of, do you like these circuit races, or do you prefer a point to point within a couple of laps to finish as well? Well, undeniably, it's great for the crowd. And I presume it's great for the city as well, isn't it, Archie, in that, all the businesses, so often if we have big stage races that start and finish somewhere, they might make business during the day, and then the riders come in. Sometimes, particularly if there's no finishing lap, the riders just whiz straight in, and that's it. You really get a lot of bang for your buck on a circuit race like this.
Yeah, and you mean logistically it's relatively simple to do because you just secure one circuit. It can be quite demanding for a world championship where potentially you've got the circuit kind of secured and cordoned off for days or several days for a whole sequence of races. That was one of the issues, say, 2019 in Harrogate. There were some of the businesses there who were less than happy because so many road closures, so difficult to get around Harrogate. And they complained that the people who were coming to the World Championships weren't buying jewellery and or whatever they were selling. If you're running a cafe or a restaurant or something, that's fine. Yeah. But if you were selling jewellery or sofas, it wasn't so good. No. Clearly, for a one-day race like this, that's much less of an issue. One of the things that they talked about at the Tour, at the Olympics in Paris, we all loved that circuit. That they had the Olympic road race on, and said, why can we not have that as the final stage of the Tour de France? And the Tour de France said, well, we can't do it because we can't close down that much of Paris every year. We can shut the Champs-Elysees and the Étoile Charles de Gaulle. That's fine. Yeah, the only people we're cutting off is the unknown soldier, but we can't kind of cut off the whole. So, but it's good for the city in that. I mean, as a piece of tourist, we've talked about how great Montreal looks, how great Canada looks. So it can work very, very well, but there are potential downsides to it as well for a days of racing one after another.
Well, for our digital viewers who've been with us, particularly if you've been with us since the start of this broadcast, do bear with me in a moment. We're going to be joined by our Eurosport linear viewers, as we call them, watching on normal television. And I'm going to give them an update on what's happened so far, and update them up to where we are on this, the fifth lap, 17 laps with our breakaway of 3. So do just bear with me while I roll through that. So we welcome our viewers on Eurosport 1 to coverage of this, the 13th edition of the Grand Prix Cycliste de Montréal. My name is Jez Cox, and I have Michael Hutchinson with me. We're going to be joined in about half a lap's time by Carlton Kirby and Brian Smith, who we're going to hand over to for a long stint of commentary from them before we come back again, because we are covering the whole of this race here today. Although you joined us 5 laps in. We have 3 riders up the road who started after a kind of flurry of early attacks in this 213-kilometre race, in the penultimate race of the UCI Men's World Tour here in Montreal, in Canada, in the province of Quebec. This is, of course, the second of these 2 races, by the way. We had the Grand Prix Quebec on Friday, won for the 3rd time by Michael Matthews, the only rider ever to have won that race 3 times. He's won this race as well, but it's become a much harder, hillier race over the years. This is our breakaway. Gil Gelders, the Belgian rider for Soudal Quickstep, the 21-year-old, and he has with him Michael Leonard. There he is, the Ineos Grenadiers 20-year-old Canadian, and they were joined after a couple of laps by themselves by Dries de Bont, the former Belgian road race champion for the Decathlon Agile La Mondiale. There he is in his spacey blue and green colours. They did have around about 5 minutes and 40 as their biggest gap at one point, and Michael Hutchinson and I thought it might be going up towards 6 minutes. But then, as you'll see when we go back to the peloton, the team of UAE team member, it's Tadej Pogačar's team, of course, came to the front and kind of chopped off, well, a couple of minutes in total. They seem to have settled at pegging it about the 3.5 minute mark and let these 3 fry out there, which seems a little bit cruel, but This is a race so many people expect. You can see Dries de Bont getting a little bored, maybe, just weaving his way around at the back. But this is a race that so many people expect Tadej Pogačar to win in this year, where he is going for the Triple Crown, Giro d'Italia, the Tour de France, and if he can do it, the World Championships in Zurich in 2 weeks today. Hutch, it's been at times a little bit boring, and we can see even Dries de Bont finding it a bit boring as he weaves his way around on the back of that trio. But he made hard work getting across to it. We've got a good breakaway. We know we're going to have a cracking race, Hutch, don't we? It's all going to be.
Yeah, at the minute we're kind of racking up the distance that makes the second half of this race hard. It's the kind of question of why do we have 200-kilometre races when all of the racing happens in the last 50 or 60 kilometres? You have a 200-kilometre race to make those last 50 or 60 kilometres difficult. And that's kind of what we're doing at the minute. I mean, this break it's been yo-yoing in and out, depending just a little bit where we are on the circuit, because the big group seems to have been putting them in a little bit on the climbs and letting them go a little bit on the descents. So it hasn't been completely consistent, and it is hovering now around about three and a half minutes. So UAE seem for the moment to be happy that they're keeping them within reach. And to say this is the end of lap 5 of 17, so we've got an awful lot of bicycle racing left to watch this afternoon.
They're in the descent into the hairpin bend. For those of you who've joined us on Eurosport 1, you won't have seen this part before. So you'll remember it from last year, where Adam Yates took the win ahead of Pavel Sivakov and Alex Arambaru in the pouring rain. Really damp, miserable conditions last year for this beautiful race. Today, none of it. It's about, it's in the mid-20s now as we get into the afternoon racing. Ideal racing conditions, and actually, if anything, quite hot, as we've seen the heat haze coming off the road in this part of the city. You can see the next of those ice packs going down the skin suit there of young Kilgelders at the back. We'll put that down the back of his jersey to keep him cool. And we've been watching Michael Leonard here. He's a little bit more upright now, but he's, I think, probably been making a slightly aerodynamic nuisance of himself in this group, because he is particularly aerodynamic and tough when he gets his elbows down in that position. And Dries de Bont not quite as aerodynamically profiled, so maybe not quite as much fun to ride behind, but he has been doing some long, hard turns, just as we saw his teammate Artem Schmidt doing on Friday in Quebec when he was the Ineos Grenadier rider in the breakaway. So they're just coming to the line now, and this will give us an opportunity, I believe, to bring in our good friends and colleagues, Carlton Kirby and Brian Smith. Carlton, how are you?
Hey mate, I'm good. Yeah, it's a funny old course, this. Quite often when you hook back at moments like this, Jez, you find yourself in an arboreal tunnel and you're thinking, now which bit of the course are we on, mate?
Yes. I'm glad it's not just me.
Yeah. When the helicopter's searching for them as well, they're kind of screened from you. But as you pointed out, what we've got at the moment is UAE Team Emirates imposing themselves just a little bit, but I kind of feel that it's going to get a bit more intense, possibly from now on in. We have to get a bit of a holding pattern, but let us wait and see. 6 minutes it was. It's down to 3 minutes and 19. Our thanks to Jez and indeed to Michael. They'll be back in with you. You'll be pleased to know, with about 98 kilometres to go. And in the meantime, it's myself, Carlton Kirby, and Brian Smith will be carrying you along the way as best we can. As you can see, the helicopter here is kind of struggling to keep up. That is an indicator of the pace that we are dealing with today. And it is quite a bit of rock and roll, to be honest, in this kind of terrain. The sky, absolutely glorious blue. And indeed, the pace, this gives you a great indication of it, is, I've got to tell you, amongst the highest predicted today. So we're skipping through it rather quickly. This is a sort of a roller, if it's a roller coaster, with a kilometre to go. You come down through here. Obviously, our breakaway have already done this part of the circuit just over 3 minutes ago. There it is, up over the rise. As Jess was saying, it's a bit warmer than many would have expected at this time of year. It does get intensely hot in certain parts of Canada, and then intensely cold, of course, in the winter time. And when you get to the autumn, it kind of is short autumn, short spring. So you're kind of thrown into winter rather quicker than you'd hoped. And but the payback is you get some glorious days of summer, which we're enjoying today. Now, this is the dead turn, if you will, that will bring us around and indeed squeeze out what would have been 8, possibly 10 wide. And if there is a big group later on, it's happened in the past, this could be like, I don't know, treading on a tube of toothpaste. And then what shoots out at the front is not only pacey, but also thinned down. Both things apply to Michael Matthews, I must say. He's actually looking a bit ripped and ready, and I'm wondering whether it's Tour Down Under that he's actually got himself training for. Physiologically, he kind of looks a little bit slimmer, to my mind anyway, than he has done over the last couple of seasons at this point in the year. So he's looking absolutely fabulous. And of course, that result in Quebec will have spurred him on. Spurred on, likewise, will be UE Team Emirates. And you look back down through this group, see Arnaud Delis, he started with number 1, of course, for Quebec as defending champion. Well, he comes here with legs 11, having made the trip up the St. Lawrence River to Montreal. A place, actually, that was once referred to by Quebecians as a foolish adventure. It was a fur trading outpost back in the day. And it started to make quite a bit of money, and then they started to get a little bit worried about the English coming and sort of nicking their resources, and so they decided to found a small army to fend off the Brits should they arrive, and nobody volunteered because the fur traders were saying, look, I'm quite happy just dealing fur if you don't mind. What, a gun? Are you kidding me? Anyway, so they threatened to close the place down until 60 brave souls stood up and said, okay, we'll join the militia. And indeed, it was then defended. They then founded Montreal itself, Montreal, of course, as it was. The Brits did come calling. It was indeed absorbed into the wider Canada. And it seems that, well, on occasion, there is this occasional speak of separatism. It seems to be buried. They're very much a full-on bonded nation. And we love that. We love the differences. Vive the difference, for goodness sake. And it's kind of magnified here, is it not? Had some great racing. Brian Smith, we had a wonderful Quebec, didn't we?
We had a terrific Quebec, and I'm so pleased that Michael Matthews won. A little bit of surprise from where I am from. He wasn't kind of showing the form, but in his interview afterwards, you have to say that he's smarting for him a few things that possibly have gone wrong for him this year. He mentioned it in his interview, but boy, did he deserve it. He just hung in there, chose the right wheel, used his experience and made history in that race.
I think that's the point. Michael Matthews practically owns Quebec now. Not only the city, but of course the region, courtesy of his efforts. Let's have a look at it, shall we? It was quite a dynamic race, I must say. This potentially feels a little bit less so, but this is going to pep up, I am certain. Let's have a look at Quebec. Extraordinarily spiky was the terrain. Julien Alaphilippe was tongue out doing his Tommy Vauclair impersonations, and indeed was starting to rattle a few cages here, wasn't he, Brian?
He was. He looked good at this moment in time. It was a waiting game for this, but over the top went Pogačar, and Delis went with him, and I was kind of questioning. Delis at this moment was absolutely in the red. Pogačar giving it everything. Okay, you can come back into a race after the Tour de France, maybe not feel actually 100%, but you look good until this final sprint.
Yeah, and then guess what? Over on the barriers, left-hand side of your screen, so right-hand side of the road for Michael Matthews. And quite frankly, he owns the gap. 150 metres to go. Rock and roll, absolutely everywhere. And, Ling, the right to sing, I think you might say. Super job. 3 times a winner here, and guess who came to congratulate him? Tadej Pogačar. Later on said he probably got it a little bit wrong by going too early. The big pals, I think probably Tadej Pogačar's training regime, which Michael Matthews shares, may well account for his rather lean looks these days. He seems to be ripped and ready, Brian. He's lost weight. He looks fabulous, and he got the result he deserved.
He does indeed, and like I said, really kind of happy for him. To come here, and he's the most successful rider ever to come to both of these Canadian races. In 2018, he did the double. It's going to be very difficult to do the double today because it is a little bit of a harder race. So Jacob Lula having to look at, different options. But, the pattern of the race shows you, how this race is going to unfold come the end.
Well, we might still get a Yates winning. Simon Yates is here with Jacob Lula. I'm not sure whether Michael Matthews will be backing him up today or indeed helping himself. Let's wait and see. Back to Marriage, we've got ourselves a wonderful course here. And on paper, I think you'd probably say that the Grand Prix Cycliste de Montréal is possibly the more difficult of the two races. But that's what we used to say. But having looked at Quebec, that was so dramatic. I think the pace that was ridden at possibly made that even more difficult than this. So let's not write this one off just yet, because I feel that dynamism is about to be welcomed into our consciousness. Because, 5 minutes nudging up to 6? Suddenly 4 minutes have been binned from our breakaway, and that means that we have a very determined UE Team Emirates. Brian, is it Tadej Pogačar's right to fight today, or dare I say Ayuso? Might he be allowed off the leash today?
No, I think 100% it's all for Tadej Pogačar today. I think he made, a mistake in that final in Quebec on Friday, and I don't think he likes making mistakes. Of course, after the finishing line, his best buddies, that bro love between Michael Matthews and Pogačar. We mentioned it the other day about Michael Matthews come to see him in the Giro d'Italia. So respect there, but it's going to be all-out battle today.
2 minutes and 48, they're not messing around. Well, you get very used to, indeed, this course that we're dealing with once they've dealt with the hairpin. There's only one hairpin on this this course, but there are some pretty tested corners as well. They pass the start-finish line of our laps today. We have 17 laps. They go downhill, and then they start the biggest climb that we have here. Once you've dealt with Avenue du Parc, that's the Avenue of the Park. We then climb the Chameleon. I don't know what it was, but I think he possibly got named when the priest was punched in the solar plexus. I'm not quite sure, but anyway, we get to the top of that. That's up to 2.1 kilometers, and then it is a long descent. It's a long, sinuous descent through the woodlands, of Du Parc, and then we climb again to the Côte de Polytechnique. That is the rib of the Polytechnique. Yeah. Let's go a little plateau before we get to the peak of it. Then we have another downhill section. Not that long, about 1,500 meters. A little bit of a ranging terrain with, we'll be kind of back into the great city itself, up to Mont-Royal. And then we will be kind of playing with the top of an escarpment before we come back down again to the Avenue du Parc. And that's where we pick up. And it is at one of the very crests of this roller coaster that we have our finish line. So you go over the finish line, and then you start it all again with a dip down to the foot of the big climb. Don't worry, you'll get very used to the terrain the deeper we get into today. 2 minutes and 40, there's always a danger, Brian, of a breakaway being caught. I know it's a modest one here, but I'm just trying to see who would have had an interest within these teams of actually getting up there. And I would have said that Soudal Quickstep possibly had the biggest interest of the three. No disrespect to the Decathlon Tour Le Mondial. They have Alex Boudin, who is their chosen son today. I know Paul Lapierre is wearing 61, but Boudin, I think, has probably got the better shot. And Aurélien Peripintre. I want Aurélien Peripintre to do very well today because, well, for various reasons. But one of which is I may win a tray of vol au vents if he comes good for me today. Likewise, Patrick Conrad, the Conrad, as we used to call him, hasn't been absolutely on fire, the Austrian, for a couple of years, but for Little Trek, I feel, though, it's going to be Tom Squinch and Andrea Baggioli for them. But from our breakaway, the team that could make most profit from those up the road, I think, is Soudal Quickstep, because of Ivan Van Wilde and Julien Alaphilippe, who looked very lively, sprightly almost, the other day, and avowedly wants to bid a fond farewell to Soudal Quickstep in the most positive fashion, and that will be with a sterling performance here. And it is a build-up to the Worlds, which he's taken a couple of times, of course, so why not? Dries de Bont Well, good foil for Boudin and Paris-Peintre, perhaps. And Michael Leonard from Ineos Grenadiers. Well, we have Lawrence de Plus here, Andy August, Connor Swift, Ben Swift, the Swifts. Michael Leonard himself, who was interviewed at the top of the day, along with Schmidt and Sheffield, the Americans. It's not the strongest of capable teams here in a roster that includes the likes of Pogačar, as you have already heard. Well, time for us to have a chat with Biniam Girmay. If ever there's a quick man who might emerge from a pack, and we've had that here before, well, wouldn't it be lovely if the green jersey himself, with the Tour de France, did precisely that?
How are you?
I'm good, pretty good this morning.
Huge fan club here.
Yeah, absolutely. It was. Thank you for you guys. Thanks so much.
Vinny, we have to be quick. What's the plan today?
For me, yeah, unfortunately, this race is not the best race that I can do a good result. So, yeah, 2 days in a row I didn't finish 2 years. So this year I try to finish this race at least one step more.
Who would be the rider that Intermarché will be riding for today?
We have quite a strong team, to be honest, for today. I like Lorenzo Rota or Gigi, also Pozzato. Those guys, they can survive in this long time. So I'm also the guy who can help them to be in the good position. So yeah, I try to give for the team 100%.
Enjoy this beautiful day in Montreal. Biniam Girmay.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
There's just, well, there's not, I was going to say just a little bit, but there's quite a lot of stardust been sprinkled over that man. He's very assured, isn't he, Brian? He looks relaxed with his fame. Good for him.
Yes, and you know, you have to wonder sometimes when riders, doesn't matter where they come in the world, once they get that fame, you know, where they go from there, because as everybody knows, it's really hard to get to the top. And when I say the top, you know, to win the green jersey in 3 stages in the Tour de France, there's not many people that do better than that as a sprinter. And to get there is hard, but even harder to stay there. And you really have to kind of keep that kind of focus. And I hope he does. And I think he has, because, you know, he went back to Eritrea, was fated in his country. Fans throughout the world, big fan base here as well that have come out to support him. And to finish on the podium in Quebec shows you that, you know, he hasn't relaxed. He's, you know, he wants to win more and more. And I think over the next few years, you know, we're going to see Biniam Girmay do what he did in the Tour de France and keep winning.
I certainly hope so. When the infamous eye incident happened with the champagne cork, I did worry for him. Here's that long sinuous descent I was telling you about, which comes into and around the trees that make up this course. Indeed, then once you get to the foot of it, suddenly we start our twists and turns. We have a few 90-degree turns here, beloved of those who indeed design modern cities and decide that a grid pattern is just the way you need to go. But I don't know. I prefer sort of a more evolutionary roadmap within cities, but you know, it's modernity, for goodness sake. You know who's impressed me at the last part of the season is Wilco Kelderman, and he's chomping at the bit for this Melissa bike, and I think he's got a great opportunity today. They know this. Do the men in yellow. You'll see there in a moment. I'm not talking about the yellow numbers. As Tadej Pogačar, of course, you can just see that little shark-like piece of hair that he teases out of his helmet every single day, it seems. So yeah, settling himself in. T-Spanoots, we have Jan Tratnik, of course, Marlon Vada as well, as part of the crew for Wilco Kelderman and Matteo Jurgensen. Raf Micah seen there. Some rumours that Raf Micah might be retiring at the end of this year. I'm not sure that's the case, but let's wait and see. Certainly a massive engine room within that team. Domen Novak, Arietta, but Tim Wellens and Juan Ayuso, great alternatives for Tadej Pogačar, should indeed he decides to spare the horses a little bit later. Let's wait and see. Meanwhile, I think this was a little bit earlier on. I don't think all of these riders are out quite yet. So the filler pictures there, just want to get a little bit of breakdown, may have misguided you. So don't worry too much. We haven't actually had that attrition rate just yet. On a circuit, you do have a danger of exactly that happening. If you get lapped, then you're gated and you're out of the race. Right now, an awful lot of pace being invoked by UE Team Emirates. Why, Brian? Why are they afraid of this trio?
I don't think they're afraid of this trio at all. They just didn't want it to get out of hands. As everybody knows, it's easier to ride tempo in the front of the peloton rather than kind of really ride above that. You waste too much energy. If you give them 6, 7, 8 minutes and chase them down in the last few laps, it makes it easier. So what will happen is the breakaway will go away, and it was quite telling because with Novo Nordisk and the team from Canada on the attack very early on, like they did in Quebec, and that's what they'll always do. They're the kind of smaller teams who want to make a name for themselves. And it was Piccolo riding for the Canadian team. It was the kind of first sole attacker, but there was a lot of other teams trying to get in the mix, and the first lap or so until this break establishes itself was rather difficult, and hence the other kind of smaller teams never got to go in the breakaway, and it was Michael Leonard, no surprise there, in his Grenadiers getting themselves in the breakaway for the second race here with the man from Toronto. But Hugh Helders is there for the team of Soudal Quickstep in the blue, just with a gel in his mouth. And those two had about 2.5 minute gap. And then Dries de Bont attacked. They waited for him. He got up and made the trio in front. Okay, gaining 5-6 minutes. What Tadej Pogačar decided to do is put his team on the front, bring it back to a manageable distance, 2.5-3 minutes. That's manageable, as we all know. So bring it back. It wasn't about bringing them all the way back. It was just bringing it down to a manageable distance and time gap. So they'll settle down. They'll just ride. So the pace is now being dictated by the peloton. So we'll give you 2.5-3 minutes. You try and get any more than that, and we'll send. We'll put more power on the front of the peloton. So this is the gap. It's going to maintain round about this. It's not going to go up. They're not going to give themselves any hardships like I think they did on Friday. Friday, what in Quebec was that breakaway went far. We were really impressed with Frank Van der Broek and Artem Schmidt. I think they surprised a lot and made the pace very, very high and made it very difficult in the end. But this is a totally different race. I'll be surprised if we got double figures coming into the line today. So it'll be very, very small group. It'll be very select, but it'll be all come at the back end. If you're attacking with a lap to go, then on the final climb, if you're attacking in the last lap, then that's what you want to do. If you're attacking with 2 laps to go, like Pogačar, if he'd attacked from distance on Friday, he would have been shot down straight away. So that's why he kind of left it late, and I think he had to.
Speculating as to why, indeed, the breakaway is being closed down already. They've shredded 4 minutes off their advantage. There's only 3 riders up the road, and I'm asking Brian exactly what they're afraid of, and it's lack of control. And UE Team Emirates, of course, would love that. Now, there are various ways that this race can finish. Last year, it was a fairly controlled race, I have to say, in appalling conditions. Certainly not as nice as they are now. And that was up until the last climb. And then that's the Chameleon Ut. An extraordinarily well-marshalled and ready-to-go hair trigger Pavel Sivakov. He skipped off. Adam Yates followed him. And then, of course, they were chased by quite a strong group, to be honest. But that group just couldn't organise itself. And that's what happens. As soon as you start fearing bridging a gap, taking somebody over by accident, you think to yourself, well, shall I go? Or who am I going to take with me and they're going to beat me anyway? And that's a conundrum. We're going to have that again today, I think, towards the end. I think, unlike Brian, it probably will be a reduced group that have a sprint here, and not significantly reduced either. UAE Team Emirates are trying to beat everybody with a cudgel at the moment. I think there's a lot of strength here. I think they're going to stand up to the scrutiny. So anyway, last year, Yates, of course, took a sprint victory ahead of Sivakov. And then Alex Aranburu was that sprinted for third place behind that pair who've been busy allowing themselves a little bit of cat and mouse towards the end. But yes, Adam Yates, it was that took it. He's not here. His brother Simon is for Team Jeko Alula, who won, of course, day before yesterday with Matthews. Most of the water here seems to be going as a shower and an unexpectedly warm day. 26 Celsius, Brian. This is positively tropical.
Yeah, I think it's one of the warmest editions of the Canadian races because you could see it. A lot of salt marks on Friday. A lot of riders went deep. They were spraying water over themselves and, you know, very warm conditions. And I think most would welcome it because it can get cool, can get very, very cold in the winter, of course. But for the moment, anyway, everybody just enjoying themselves. The race has really kind of settled down in the kind of mid part of this race now. Like I said, 2.5, 3 minutes, it's just controllable. And the breakaway know that. There's only 3 of them. 3 strong riders. They know that if they push on, they're going to be chased harder. So why chase on? So they're going to just try and sit out there as long as possible. Just ride steady. Dries de Bont is a very experienced rider. I wasn't surprised that he kept at it earlier on because I think I knew with the experience, he knew that when the gap went up to the peloton, that the 2 riders would wait because 3 is better than 2, and that's what happens. But he knows that just keep it really, really steady, and he'll be conducting the 2 younger riders in this breakaway. That's the rider number 65 at the back from Decathlon. He's the most experienced. We know when he gets in a breakaway, it does rather well. Sometimes he wins, most of the time he doesn't. But he always likes a breakaway, so he'll just making sure that these guys ride steady, especially on this climb. And, you know, just tap out the rhythm and come into the last couple of laps. Hopefully, if they've got anything else, they can try and kind of up it a little bit, be in the shake-up towards the end. But UAE Team Emirates well in control of this race. There will be attacks when we come to the penultimate climb of this climb we're on at the moment. But in the past, they've never been successful. It's all about a kind of whittling down process, and the main protagonists come up here, battle it out with each other. There's a couple of lumps and bumps away in towards the finishing line, as we've seen, and that's where the race will be won and lost.
Well, got to correct you on one thing. 2010, Robert Hessink went home alone. So there you go.
Yeah, not that far back. I'm talking the last few years. It was a different race back then.
Look at you. Now you've been found out.
No, it's a different race back then. In recent editions, it's happened like this. It's the same with Friday. So over the last few years, this is what's happened. When way back, when we had these races and this field wasn't as strong as it is now, yes, you could go solo and do it. Not now, and you'll see that today, Carlton.
Well, if Tony Pogačar goes solo, I've got a whole bucket of words here for you to enjoy for dinner.
I'll be happy to eat them, but it's not going to happen.
All right. Steve Williams, maybe? I don't know. Let's wait. Let's wait and see. Certainly, it has a lot about it this day, and so does this man, Michael Matthews. Talk about rocking back into our consciousness. He's had some great Grand Tours this year as well. He's constantly there, isn't he? And in Quebec, he's top dog. 3,821 meters of altitude gained today. That's a little bit less, actually. We've been over 4,000 meters in the last few editions of this. And that's because we used to do 18 laps. So they've taken one out. So let's not think it would change the course dramatically. It has changed just a little bit over the last decade or so, but nothing dramatic. So in 2011, it was Costa, Stefan De Neffel, and Patrick Federico that managed to sneak away toward the end. 2012, pretty much similar pattern, sneak away. Remember this. A big... you know, it depends who's here. We had a strong climbing field, I think, in 2013. But there's still only 11 men left when Peter Sagan launched his decisive attack. And quite frankly, there's no keeping him back when he was in his pomp. Extreme rain in 2015, that was horrible. Adam Yates and Tim Wellens managed to pull away on, again, the Chameleon Oud. Yeah, holding off a chasing group behind them. 2017 was 6 men getting away on the penultimate lap. 2019, a bit of a longer distance, 18-man front group. Costa Julie and Ella Fleet were picked up in that late push, you might remember. 2022, after the gap for COVID in 20 and 21. And that was, again, that Chameleon Oud climb. You see, there's still quite a bit of lumpiness and some focus corners to come after that. So if you really go on the attack on that big climb, it can make a big difference, you know, about Adam Yates beating Sivigov from last year. So, yeah, get that climb right, and the rest of it may well fall into place. The Chameleon Oud is 1,700 meters in length, 2 hairpin turns at the right-hand turn near the summit, and it's got a 211-meter elevation over such a short distance. That makes it 9.2% over the last 700 meters. That is a hell of a task, Brian, especially with the sort of distance we're dealing with today. And a climb is only as hard as the way you race it. And the Chameleon Oud, you'd better have your mountain goats head on for that one.
Yeah, it's the longest of the climbs, as you've already mentioned, but with 4,573 meters of elevation gain, this is going to be hard. It's not the steepest climb. It's the longest climb at 1.8, but we do have the Coates Polytechnic, which is 780 meters, but there is 200 meters in that at 11%. So go flat out over this, over the top. You've got a quick descent, and then you're onto that Polytechnic climb, which is another kind of sting in the legs. And you've got 2 more climbs before the finishing line. So this in the last lap is a bit kind of softening up, and then you've got 3 small climbs after that, and that's the kind of springboard. So I really do think this is all going to come down to the last lap, as kind of always over the last 2 to 3, 4 years. But I don't have a lot of faith in this breakaway to stay away today. UE Team Emirates, I think, really want to come away with a victory here in Canada. Say it again, Pogačar, I think, made a little bit of a mistake on the run in towards that finish on Friday, and I think he's come here to win. Tip of the hat to Michael Matthews. He made history winning it 3 times, has won this, has done a double in this, but it has become harder. And, with possibly a stronger field, especially the climbers in the race over the last few years. So it's a harder race, most difficult race. But with so many races happening throughout this time of year, Carlton, we've just had the Tour of Britain, we have Tour of Luxembourg next week with the European Championships. The teams that come here, when you're choosing a team to come here, of course, you want to look at the expense. If you bring 8 riders here, 7 riders start, you might have somebody that rides it Friday and doesn't ride today, and another rider comes in. It's not as if the team sends 2 different teams for this race. They have to give and take with the teams, such as the expense. So if you're looking at this race, if I was a sports director, I would want these 7 riders for Friday, and then a harder race and maybe a different 7 riders with maybe 2 or 3 doubling up. That's in the perfect scenario, but you got to remember they're coming over the pond, and there's certain riders in this race that would probably have to do their job quite early on and then just give it up for the team, because they were maybe here to try and kind of sprint and do well and get some points on the Friday. But this is going to be too hard today. We heard it from Biniam girmay. Biniam girmay has done well in Quebec in the past. He did well on Friday, but he hasn't finished the last 2 times he's come to Montreal. His job today is to try and finish. So that says a lot for some of the riders that have come over here. Would I put Biniam girmay in this race today if I was Intermarché? If I had another option? Probably not. I'd put someone else in, but it's the personnel you bring to this race, and most teams will come with possibly 7, maybe 8 riders, and that's it.
Just passing by the oratory of Saint-Joseph du Mont-Royal. It's rather a special place. Got a whiff of Florence about it, the Florentine dome, is it not? Well, yeah. It's one of the world's most visited religious sites. It welcomes 2 million visitors each year. I must admit, the Basilica kind of puts me in mind of some of those in Italy with its design as well, with the subcloisters and indeed the secondary chambers and various other places. Have a small chapel for a family affair, and then of course the big dome itself for something more royal. So the state in Canada still remains. The same royal families shared with the Brits and indeed the rest of the Commonwealth, mostly. 2 minutes and 15. Still in the back of the coin. 2 minutes and 15. And 128.5 kilometres to go. That's a long distance, you know. As Brian was saying, the different personnel that have been brought here, I think it's to put on a show, quite frankly. There are also, crucially, UCI points up for grabs, and that makes for an extremely important scenario for many teams, especially with a 3-year cycle. Indeed, having to make sure you get something out of it. Astana Kazakhstan have got a chance today. And that's with Alberto Bettiol, late arrival. And dare I say, it's his kind of course. If he's minded, and you don't know whether he's minded, to go yang in his yin and yang life. Let's wait and see. Here's the University of Montreal. They've got a couple of universities here, actually. This is, I think, the foremost of them. 1878. I'm probably starting all arguments right now. But yeah, it's one of North America's largest educational centres, ranking first in the Quebec region, second in Canada. Main Art Deco style building. Brian's ears picking up right now. He knows all about Art Deco. Less said about that, the better to be honest. But you should see his fireplace. 127 kilometres. We'll be going back in time in a few moments to 2015. Well, I'm in 2015. This was the one with extreme rain. Yeah, I know. So you're about to see a lot of some kind of fuzzy blokes in wet weather gear, to be honest, if it's back then. But it was a pretty epic edition. And it was Adam Yates and Tim Wellens that pulled away on that big climb. And they managed to keep behind them the baying hounds. Dare we wish for something similar today, Brian?
Well, I hope so. I still think that Pogačar, he's here to win the race. And if he goes solo, it's definitely going to be, for me anyway, it's not going to be from distance. It'll be in the last lap. The question is, when he does go, and I think he will do in the kind of longest of the climbs, because it gives him a couple of other springboards and they're running towards the finish. Who's capable of going with them? Well, Alaphilippe, actually I looked at it on Friday. There will be some others. I think Jorgensen made a big mistake in my book going on the attack so early. I think he was capable of being there with them come the end and the run up towards the finish, but I think he has to wait a little bit longer. Got a little bit excited on Friday.
Tim Wellens, well, he was with Lotto Soudal. He's, of course, here backing up Tadej Pogačar and Juan Ayuso. And indeed, it was that game of cat and mouse in the rain, was it not? Adam Yates versus Tim Wellens. Yates coming to the fore at this point. And Tim Wellens just grinding everybody, including poor Adam, out of the wheel to the line. Weather gear had been dispensed with, so it must have been reasonably mild that day. Well, it's taking it ahead of Adam Yates. What will he offer up today? Not quite sure. Rooster tails there were back then, and kind of proof positive why this land is so green and extremely pleasant. I've got a very, very big soft spot for Canada. As I've mentioned it before, I've never met a Canadian I don't like. They're just a lovely bunch of people, I've got to tell you. And they've got an awful lot of land to play with. It's an enormous country. But anyway, excellent. Wellens, Adam Yates, Rui Costa, Bacalans, indeed coming out with Tiespenut, Kelderman and Varley. Most of those who were there then, Brian, seem to have come back. They must have liked it.
Yeah, well, there's no choice in some occasions. But, yeah, look, some riders, I said it on Friday, there's a couple of races that some riders don't kind of going to because of the distance of travel and all this sort of stuff. But it's like you, I've got family over here in Canada, and the chance to ride here and do well in these type of races, if it suits you, you have to grasp that chance. And you just seen the podium from 2015, and it just gives you a little bit of a kind of nod of the head to what riders were expecting to do well. Of course, it was predicted on Friday it was going to be some sort of sprint in the end. It was a hard pace pretty much all day long, which meant that it was going to be very selective. But I think with it being so hard, it kind of suited a bit more of a grind, which Michael Matthews possibly preferred. Was he the fastest man in that pack? No. But he had the most strength. And I think he said it in his interview that it was never going to be a huge kick or a fast sprint coming ahead. It was going to be a grind and determination to pull that one off. And it's still at 33, winning these big races after winning it twice in the past. And I think just listening to his chat after the race, it's the things that it inspired him to do that. The knockbacks, the constant knockbacks, the disqualification, all these little things in his head. And he said to himself, I tell you what, I'll go out there and show you. And he showed us all on Friday.
He did. Loved seeing it as well. He's a really, really nice guy, I've got to tell you. When he first came onto the scene, and so often happens when youngsters suddenly find themselves with their pro contracts, just that little bit of maybe overconfidence. But yeah, I think a mellowing of him, which happens to all top level sportsmen, especially when they get their contracts young, and then all of a sudden they kind of start to learn about the history of the race. They learn how tough it is, and of course you get those moments of adversity, and when you fight back from those, it depends whether you're diminished or advanced in terms of what you have to offer. And therein lies a magnification of the respect that you must have for others and what they've been through to actually get to that point within their careers. And I think riders generally soften. You've got some real so-and-so hard cases. I mean, I knew this bloke was Brian Smith, and when he was on the bike in the past, he was lethal. And now he's turned into some kind of really friendly, non-grumpy puppy dog. Roll him over, tickle his tummy. See what I'm doing here? Wants a Rottweiler. Scott's 2.5 minutes. Sweat it out just a little bit. They're busy taking on their own sustenance here. A little bit of water splashed down the back. The ice stockings are out. You wouldn't have expected that. Official temperature given a few moments ago, 24.5, but I am hearing 26.5 down in the pit area, mainly because there's not much wind, and I think the temperatures, which are always taken in the shadows, possibly a little bit warmer in the dip. You can see the heat haze here. And indeed, the flags kind of lazy up on their staffs, aren't they? The laps go on, Brian, and when it's a tight circuit such as this, and you've done, I don't know, 95 kilometers, and you're thinking, oh, good. We're getting there. And then the board comes up and it says that you've still got, 8 laps remaining. It can be hellish, especially when you see this as well. And you're kind of looking over thinking, gosh, they look determined. That can be a heartbreaker.
For the spectators, and look at them there on the right-hand side, they're 6, 7 deep, and
they're loving it.
Yeah, and it's great to see them coming out. Of course, these are the 2 big races, 2 big World Tour races, and it's great to see everybody in the area coming out and enjoying the spectacle. Okay, maybe a little bit different in the rain, but yes, when you go around laps, when you go past your hotel, you're not feeling good. You have to kind of keep focus. Some riders like it, some riders don't. Some riders like to place to place because they even if they're suffering, they kind of have to hang in there just in case. So yeah, when you go around every lap, it gets sometimes a little bit monotonous. You start to question how you're feeling, but you know, this race is difficult. Just to give you an indication, we were talking about an average of 42, 43 on Friday. We're averaging just over 37 today. That shows you how hard this race is.
Got to say hello to Tequila Donkey, who's joined us from stateside. He's a lovely guy, ex-pro rider actually for Team THC. That's the Saracen Hill Climbers, by the way. So I don't think it was HTC, but anyway. Really delighted. Those of you on who indeed have sent us some very kind messages, thank you very much. Yeah, Pro Cycling Stats, of course, have made the trip themselves, produce a great service. And if you have a look on their website, procyclingstats.com, I'll leave you to explore it. I won't talk you through it because it's pretty self-explanatory, but it essentially gives you the history of the modern day peloton and lots of sublinks and places they will take you off to that, quite frankly, is an afternoon just thumbing through it. I'm not sponsored by them, by the way. I have no connection with them commercially in any way at all. I just appreciate what they do and indeed smooth our delivery of the information to your good self. So credits to you. And they're out there having a fun time. Apparently, the audience is the most enthusiastic audience that they have come across in all of cycling on planet Earth this season. And they get around. So that shows you the enthusiasm for cycling. They may not be overly familiar with too much of it, but when they get their own races, they support it. And that's what it's about.
Well, it's, you know, one time a year, isn't it? 2 races, you know, and I would get excited about that. You know, coming from Scotland, we never got too many bike races. When we did, you know, everybody went out and enjoyed it. So, yeah, when you get races day in, day out, some areas in Europe, Belgium, Holland, or the Netherlands and France and Spain and things like that, these races don't come round that often. So, you know, one time a year, and it's no surprise that they're enthusiastic about it because some come over, but the majority of these fans are probably, you know, watch it from afar.
I think so. And I think they genuinely are dyed-in-the-wool cycling fans. It's just that they have to find their cycling wherever they can, and quite often it's in foreign lands and often delivered by our good service, which their commentary, which is a pleasure. And so if you're watching us in Canada, it's nice to see you. This is Genevieve Gambillon, world champion back in 1974. And we remind ourselves, Brian, that the world champs are coming up.
They are. They're coming up in 2 weeks from today in Zurich. And talking about Pogačar, thinking about coming, you know, the third person to do the Triple Crown after Merckx, Stephen Roach, who I was with last night. So, yeah, it's going to be an epic battle in 2 weeks' time.
Welcome back. Cohesion in our breakaway. I'm not quite sure this is a push-on by Hill-Helders, but at the moment he's just distanced those who would share the duties. Dries de Bont's just struggling a little bit. Takes an awful lot more air than Michael Leonard does, for example. Further back down here, that's James Piccoli, who is number 236 for the Canadian national kit on, over towards the barriers there. Moves today. It's Michael Woods wearing his champion's kit. Woodsy might indeed be the sort of guy to produce the goods. Will Woods do the goods? He might do. He's had a good season, Brian.
He had. Wouldn't that be something else? You know, we've been talking about Pogačar and, you know, others. Who's going to bring it to, you know, the team of UAE, Team Emirates? And Michael Woods didn't do Friday, and that tells a big story, Carlton.
Yeah.
The fact that, you know, they decided, because Michael Woods has got a bit of a kick on him, I think. Ran top 10, and for a Canadian rider not to ride and Friday to be kind of helped and kind of saved fresh legs coming into here with, more importantly, that maple leaf on his back. I think that we're going to see something hopefully special from Michael Woods today. This is the other rider I was talking about, Jorgensen, who went on the attack in the final lap in Quebec, and I think that was a big mistake. When on the road past the river there, he's putting so much power down, but it's quite obvious that all the teams are going to chase him down. And when the attacks came on the climb up towards the finish, he was trying to kind of hang on a little bit. I really do think without that effort and following the right wheels, I think he could have been there. I think it was a mistake by Jorgensen, got maybe carried away a little bit in the moments. But he's another rider, if he's got any form like he had earlier on this year, and we saw what he was doing in Paris-Nice, and I can already see what form he's in at the moment from Friday. Just that mistake he made and going in that kind of solo attack. I think he'll be in and round about and come the end today.
Well, you may remember the tears that he shed in La Vuelta, of course. Just absolutely brilliant. I mean, what a season it has been for him. Comes out.
There's Michael Matthews just
Stage
about to start.
13 it was, unlucky for everybody else. These are pictures from the start earlier today, by the way, because we have lost pictures here. Here they are, back again. But yeah, Michael Woods did a fantastic job of going solo, of course, this year into Puerto de Ancare. Brilliant, showing that he's got his climbing legs absolutely nailed on where they should be, at the hips. So let's see, Michael Woods. He was very emotional, saying at the end of his career, he never expected, indeed, to produce something such as that. Took his first Vuelta stage win in 2018, did it again in 2020, and of course 2024. So let's see. Arnaud Delis, spectacular form, was absolute white-hot favourite, but looks like he's wrestling these climbs just a bit too much, and other men that can take lumps who are fast, such as Brian Coquard, also seem to be struggling. Don't know whether this is technical. He's just riding on to get some kind of assistance. But it's not the smoothest of rides for him, Brian.
No, remember last year in this race, he went so deep. He was, it's just a little bit. This is just a mechanical. You see him just jumping off the bike here. Just watch what he does. Just something wrong. His bar's not straight. I haven't seen anything of any crashes or anything like that. So obviously thought his bars and they call him the bull. Doesn't need a tool. He's just going to straighten them himself, which he has done, and he'll get back in here. But I can remember last year in this race, he was just like gunning away, showing all his strength, trying to kind of hang in there. I think it will just still be a little bit too much for him today, but I just think Pogačar, following Pogačar on Friday, just killed his legs, because I think that he still would have been favourite. But he decided to follow Pogačar. His two teammates came up, and even with three riders in that kind of four group, that they were a bit, I think tactically they got it completely wrong. I think Delis should have followed and stayed in the group behind, and risk it with possibly Van Hils to follow Pogačar rather than himself.
Well, the Côte de Polytechnique. It's not the biggest of our climbs today, but it is of significance. It's 800 metres in length, 4.9% is what we're dealing with, and it brings the field back up to a height of 150 metres, 58 metres actually, in height. So it's up there towards the top of, indeed, our climb. We're going to have a cast back in time to 1974, I understand. So yeah, I'm going to let you enjoy it because it's subtitled in English. So rather than me reading out the subtitles, just feast your eyes yourself. 3 minutes and 30. That's a handy look. Well, they look like their cohesion was starting to break down ever so slightly as a breakaway group. That takes the DS to sort of say, listen, don't mess it up just for the time being. Better together at moments like this, Brian.
Yeah, you touched on Helders in the previous climb there. The top of this climb was 11% for 200 metres. It's just they have to stay together. There's still a long way to go, many laps to come. So it's just real steady. And there's nothing better than these two young riders having Dries de Bont here. It'll just keep them right.
So we're going to go. We're going to go back in time. Memories from 1974. I'm just trying to think. It's Eddie Merckx with Monsieur Gamion for you to enjoy. Read the subtitle. Enjoy.
Troisième championnat du monde que je gagne. Après une saison quand même très chargée. En 74, j'avais gagné aussi bien le Tour d'Italie que le Tour de France.
8 jours avant, je suis tombée à Gap, fracture de la clavicule, déplacement de l'acromion. Donc je suis partie avec un bras en écharpe, c'est-à-dire j'attrapais le bras et je le posais sur le guidon. Et comme le parcours est quand même exigeant, on s'est retrouvés à deux en échappée. Et donc ça a été plus simple. Je savais qu'au sprint, je pouvais la battre aussi.
J'avais dit que le parcours était pour des sprinters. Le Mont-Royal était autre chose que pour des sprinters. Et je pense que c'était une course très dure où il y avait une longue échappée de terminer. Et je pense que l'équipe belge avait bien travaillé en ma faveur pour que le dernier tour puisse revenir. Au moment où on a rejoint Terminé, bien sûr, à ce moment-là, j'ai plus dans les chances pour devenir champion du monde pour la troisième fois. J'ai pu attaquer et puis c'est juste Pindor qui m'a encore suivi et que j'ai pu battre au sprint. Ça, c'est vraiment un souvenir exceptionnel. Je me rappelle aussi la voiture sans carrosserie qui était à côté de nous. C'est très spécial.
Ça a été un très, très beau championnat en plus. C'était un championnat avec différents rebondissements. C'était une ambiance extraordinaire.
Je dirais aux Québécois de venir nombreux applaudir les champions d'aujourd'hui.
And there it is. That was 50 years ago, of course. And in 2 years' time, we're going to be back here with Montreal 2026, which will be the return of the World Championships. After a gap then, of course, of 52 years. I love seeing the old pictures, Brian. It just reminds you how great and how long-lived and our sport is within the memories. It's great days, last forever, don't they?
No, it was great. And, you know, that World Championship, that was 1974 there. And as Merckx had already said, that he won the Giro and won the Tour that year. So that was particularly well because that was the first time that the Triple Crown had ever been succeeded. We know it was in 1987 by Stephen Roach. Pogačar is in this race, riding here in preparation for the World Championship, so he could be the third one in that very exclusive club. But it's nice kind of looking back, and the World Championships are coming here. If, you know, when they do come here in a couple of years' time, Carlton, if they're using this circuit, which, you know, I know from Glasgow, they use the kind of Glasgow city centre circuit, but the Super Worlds, they use their kind of another loop. Whether they're going to do a loop into the countryside and come back and do a few laps here, it's going to be a tough one.
I don't think they will, because it's kind of like a flat open plain here, beyond the city itself. I think you'd be better to keep it in town. You know, you never want to be that far away from a tasty baguette. Biniam girmay, sailing by those who are resting for good. No rest for this man at all. He's just had such a fabulous season, and it's great to see him here. As we were saying at the beginning of the show, that, you know, we're blessed really with having so many stars who've made the trip. I'm really dwelt on the favourites so far today. For you, Team Emirates, Tadej Pogačar, of course, one of Yuzo's great second card to play. Possibly the first card to play. Yuzo's been such a great backup to Tadej Pogačar. We'll see how that develops deeper into indeed their pairings together. But yeah, you know, Pogačar occasionally offers up gifts. I'm wondering how deep he went in Quebec and whether today Pogačar may not be their first choice. I'm assuming he is. Tim Wellens, of course, won here in the past, as we've already seen. That's a strong team. Lots of destiny. Honor de Lee, I'm not sure. It's his kind of terrain. He had his chance in Quebec. Can he possibly turn that round here? Or indeed, would he want to with Jena Bokomos? I think it's possibly their better choice. Visma Lisa Bike, Matthew Jorgensen, who's been very lively. Wilgo Kelderman, super backup as well. In his Grenadiers, I can't see it, but let's see. Lawrence Plus is here, the Swifts, back to Sheffield. That would be a good result. But so look, quick step, Julian Alaphilippe and Alain Van Wilder. Having gone so deep, Alaphilippe, I'm actually wondering whether indeed it's Van Wilder today. Just hoping in here, Brian, on Delhi, who just looks like he's dealt with his technical whatever that is. I think it's too much for him today. What do you think?
Delhi, I think so. I think it's going to be a little bit too hard for him. I'm with you. I'm looking at, the Pogachars, the Michael Woods, Jorgensen. I think if he plays it a little bit smarter, there's some other riders in here that will go well. But most of the riders, I've done it before. We had a big race in the UK, and the Manx International on the Friday, and the National Road Race Championships were on the Sunday. And most of the riders, if you're on form, you recover very well. And in fact, I normally rode better in the second race in the Sunday than I did on the Friday's race. So most of these riders have recovered well, and I think we might see a slightly better Pogačar today than we did on Friday. So I think for me, definitely the hot favourite for this race today. But interestingly, this gap has gone up to 3:39. I thought they would try and keep a hold of this a little bit more. But only the two riders at the front of the bunch for the moment anyway for UE Team Emirates. They're just riding with Igor Arrieta and Roman Novak.
Well, we'll see who takes up the chase, and indeed, if anyone wants to go long. I thought Tom Squinch might be somebody that could have a dig from distance, but they've also got Andrea Baggioli, that's the little track I'm talking. To Catherine Ag Touar, mentioned Alex Baudin and potentially Aurélien Perret-Peintre. I think the climbs would possibly have to be a bit longer and harder for Perret-Peintre to indeed thrive. Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe team led by Jai Hindley. They've got Sergio Aguita on board, Bob Jongels. It's a strong team, but I'm struggling to kind of find a favourite amongst them. Same deal with Upside de Koenig, with Axel Laurence as their team principal. Gianni Vermeersch is also part of that group. Francis Licheux. Now, they have Roman Gregoire. Madouas is somebody who's kind of unpredictable, but I think Gregoire would be their man. Ben Healy went suitably nuts in Quebec. Absolutely love watching him race. He might well try something, because just quite frankly, if there's even a suggestion of somebody trying something, then Ben Healy usually does. Peo Bilbao seems to be refining himself of late for Bahrain Victorious. He's had a quiet old time of things, but today's the kind of day where he might just go loud. Alan Buru for Movistar, always, there to entertain. And if Benji Nyson's given him the call, then Aaron Buru will probably pick it up and dig in and deliver something. Michael Matthews, of course, but Simon Yates today, I think. Arkea B&B? Don't know. Venturini, De La Place, that kind of thing. Romain Bardet or Warren Barguil, every time you write them off, they do something, but not quite sure it's going to be today. Biniam girmay, not his course, but he's here, and that's lovely. Jonas Aguirre for Cofidis, possibly. He had a very lively finale towards the back of La Vuelta. Bettiol for Kazakhstan, new boy, new team, new day. And Michael Woods for Israel Premier Tech. Just pondering those who might thrive. Back end of our numbers list, Tobias Johannesson. Let's see, they've got the Johannessons with Anders Johannesson, of course, here. You never know what the brothers Johannesson will produce. Tudor Pro Cycling, don't think it's for them. Idella Campus here, Florian Stork likewise, but Novo Nordisk, I think their duty was to try and get up the road early. They tried to do so. So did the Canada national team, and then it settled down into a trio. We have a few picture issues, I'm afraid. It's the old relay. So we'll try and give that a boot in exactly the right place and get things back up and running for you. It used to be something that bedeviled some of our North American races in the United States, I have to say, unfortunately. We used to get a lot of breakup on California, Utah, Larry Miller, those events. And it was because the relay circuits were perhaps too widely spread. You know, it was not as well financially backed, I think, in terms of infrastructure. That doesn't apply here in Canada. It's extraordinarily well put together. But unfortunately, strange things can happen on occasion. And so we are going to wait for the feed to come back to us, which of course it will. Just need somebody to find the two plugs. So you're watching pictures from earlier on today. These are not riders who've stepped off. Michael Matthews is out already by the looks of it here, Brian.
Yeah, it's a difficult one for the host broadcast because nothing has changed. We're on the same circuit. The weather is the same, but we're lost pictures.
Well, this was the start earlier on today. We rolled out. The Lady Maris did a job for us. Feed is down at the moment, so we're going to dwell on what we've got, which is a little bit earlier on today. I love these criteria of starts, Brian. We're kind of used to a gentle introduction to the day, but we didn't get any of that. It was just hold the rail, hit the pedals, and go.
Yeah, there's a lot of races that used to start with your foot in the ground. I know that every Grand Tour stage has a neutralised start, but this was the breakaway kind of forming. We had James Pickley, the first day attack there for the Canadian national team, and then we had Leonard and Helders attacking. A moment of hesitation for Dries de Bon, but he eventually made it there. And then, with the gap being up 5-6 minutes, it was the team of Teddy Pogačar and UAE Team Emirates that decided to come to the front and control things.
Well, we've bolted here to the troubles and tribulations that we had not that long ago for Arnaud, winner, of course, in Quebec last year, but could not repeat the feat, I'm afraid, this time by on Friday. Well, so we're heading off for a break while we wait for our pictures to be returned to us by our host broadcasters. We are, of course, not responsible for that, but just hoping that the links get repaired by those supplying us the pictures, and then we can get back to action for you.
The legs were good. Yeah, the legs in Quebec were really good. Not the result I hoped for with those kind of legs, but the legs our first leg better for me.
Well, we're just showing you some pictures from earlier on today. Please don't worry about that. I can tell you that there is 109 kilometres of the day remaining, and we've got moderately moving pictures for the time being, and I believe that we might actually be back in action in a short while. Marius Meyerhofer, I can tell you, has just abandoned. Brian, you won't be the first.
No, there'll be a lot of riders that they'll do their job, and it's definitely not a race for them. And we said it earlier on, the teams come here with 7 or 8 riders. Not many teams add riders and have that big expense, so they come here for both races. Both races are very different in the makeup. Friday's race kind of fast, predicted kind of sprint come the end. This is a bit more selective, and a very small group that battles it out in this final lap for the honours.
Well, it's back out to 3.5 minutes. They almost accidentally caught them. UAE Team Emirates, on occasion, Brian, we've kind of questioned their strategy. And sometimes we've actually questioned the amount of effort that they're prepared to put in for very little gain. It seems a team that are blessed with riches and sometimes don't know how to spend them.
Yeah, I think every team goes through these situations in different races. I think looking back, I didn't watch all the Vuelta, but from where I was looking from afar, there was big questions around Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, but it came good in the end, didn't it?
Yep, it's true. Yeah, just never doubting their work rate, but just we constantly questioned as to indeed why they were doing certain things. By the way, if you take a still picture of any one of these sort of breakdown shots, it looks like some kind of beautiful piece of modern art suggesting cycling. just a Just a thought. If you got yourself a nice digital camera, take one of these pictures of a breakdown shot, and you think, oh gosh, yeah, frame that, stick it up on the wall. Other people think Jackson Pollock's, but yeah, it's probably yours. Jackson himself, renowned, of course, as a modern artist that was very hard to penetrate in terms of what he was trying to represent, but there you are. I think he used to throw a bicycle at famously at the canvas on occasion. In fact, there's a documentary about Jackson Pollock, and there was there was at one point he took a bicycle and just lay on the grounds sideways, and then just pedaled, went round and round and round, and sold the picture for a fortune. So anyway, it's a business opportunity for you. That's what you're thinking. Oh dear. Well, this was a little bit earlier on today. Our picture breakdown is indeed reasonably significant. So we're just hoping that technically we actually get some pictures back for you. At the moment, we've got 107 Ks of the day remaining. So we're approaching the halfway mark, to be honest. We have had a couple step off the bike. And I'm afraid that Nova Nordisk have lost one personnel, and Tudor Pro Cycling have indeed. Welcome back. We're still waiting for our pictures to be threaded back together. So what we thought we'd do is have a look back at Quebec, which was on Friday. Quebec, very different course, extremely tight, up and down it certainly was. And we had a great deal of animation, not least from the showman himself, Julien Alaphilippe. I love seeing him when he's in this mood, Brian.
Yeah, same here. Some hitting hoppers, as they would say, but, you know, world-class hitting hoppers. Yeah. None better than, you know, Pogačar here, but Delay went very deep, went really into the red, and I think his legs were just absolutely bursting here, and maybe this was a mistake by Delay. Maybe he should have left it up to his two other teammates, and I think at this stage, you know, I think coming into this sprint, his race was over.
Well, Jaco has got an amazing missile of a man in Michael Matthews. He's ripped and ready on spectacular form. He went to the barriers. He went very, very long as well. And it's a question of just holding on against those who might deny him. Michael Matthews taking it for a record third time. And Tadej Pogačar, one of his training buddies, somebody he speaks to on a regular basis, coming up and congratulating him. Biniam, runner-up on the day. It was a fabulous race. Quebec, we thank you. And indeed, you join us with some difficult pictures, a little bit of pixelation to say the least. And as you can see, we've suddenly gained 20 kilometers with this shot here, I'm afraid. So it's 105 kilometers remaining. So we're going to be hearing from Matej Mohoric in a few moments' time. Sunshine, 24 Celsius, absolutely lovely. And yeah, don't worry too much. This is the Pont Jacques Cartier, and nothing to do with the man who indeed brought you the bangles. So Matej Mohoric is about to join us with his thoughts about how today might indeed just pan out. Truth of the matter is, we don't know. So let's hear from Matej Mohoric about today, shall we?
How do you feel? How are you this morning?
Yeah, always nice to come back here to Montreal. Looking forward to the race. It's going to be a tough one, but yeah, we have a good team to do well.
Okay, tell us what the differences are, main differences between Quebec City and Montreal in terms of race, parkour, everything.
Here the climb is much longer, so it's more about the legs. It's more suited to the pure climbers. In Quebec, it's more about the sprinters and more about riders who are really good at saving energy with positioning themselves efficiently in the peloton, but here, yeah, legs don't lie.
Legs don't lie. This really hurts. There's one less lap, one fewer lap this year. Okay, let's put it this way, but it's still going to hurt in the end. Peyo was really good. Eduardo was really good in Quebec City, 9th and 10th, I think. What's the plan today?
The plan is, yeah, to try to be up there in the mix with the climbers we have. Also, Santiago is climbing well, not well suited to the more sprinter nature of Quebec, but yeah, we will try to be up there and try to do a good result.
Hopefully we have a Baron victorious rider on the podium in about 6 hours. Good luck today, Matej Moritz.
Thank you.
Good luck indeed, Matej Moritz. They've got a good card to play as well in the form of Peyo Bilbao. I can tell you that we've still got too much pixelation really to safely deliver it to you. I don't want you getting a headache or anything. So some of you are going to be heading off for a commercial break while we still wait for those providing us with the pictures to indeed sort out the issues. So apologies for that. We shall be with you, hopefully, with some live action pretty soon. In the meantime, I think we're going to be feasting our eyes on some of the sights and sounds of this lovely part of the world. I want to see La Place Jacques Cartier, to be honest. I've seen the bridge. It's a gentle slope down from the Nelson Monument. Yeah, you heard that right. Which gives you a lovely view of the old port here, built in 1804. It's a great deal more modernity since then. In fact, they went to these beautiful outcrops, as you can see. They built various chalets and gave you these lovely vistas. And then, of course, because they weren't front line, they go and build a dirty great big city up. I think we might be about to see one. In fact, the Croix Montréal. This is just have a beautiful sight of this from absolutely everywhere. This rather industrial-looking rendition of the cross. Some of you are going to take a break. Others of you probably a bit jealous, but we will be staying with those of you who are on digital. Well, it amazes me. There is a Hotel Nelson. There's actually a Nelson monument here as well, and I thought he was quite in conflict with France back in the day. But hey, just goes to show you can bury the hatchet and still indeed throw up a monument to each other, as you do. Yeah, this is our polytechnic or our university area. And that indeed up there is the biggest marshmallow fort on planet Earth. I think it may well have something to do with radio telecommunications, which at the moment we're getting unstuck with, I'm afraid. We keep trying to bounce the pictures to you, but we have just over 100 kilometers of today remaining. Chomping at the bit, I'm sure, is Jez Cox and Michael Hutchinson, who are desperate to pick this up with 98 kilometers to go. So teasing them, of course. Hopefully we'll have pictures back and indeed rolling properly by the time it is their turn. But anyway, for the time being,
both of them have just been in touch with me. They can't wait to. Jez has been in this part of the world, and he's got he always likes to go through some recipes, and some local beers or wines or things like that, and. Yeah, and the doctor is the doctor.
I am here, Smithy. There's no need to talk about me. I can hear you.
Oh, right, go on then.
I heard all that.
Local delicacies.
Beers. Canadian beers. I don't know, actually. I must admit.
Molson, come on, that's the primary one. Sponsors of course, the NHL, the National Hockey League, and of course that is the primary sport in these parts because there's a very, very long winter that kind of nips into spring and indeed into a bit of autumn as well. Short autumn, short spring, long winter, and a long summer. And we've been absolutely blessed with some spectacular weather indeed so far. Well, we're still waiting, unfortunately, for our pixelated pictures to sort of stabilise themselves just a little bit. So, you can only talk so much about Florentine domes and the fact that this indeed was a Michelangelo idea. Bit of background knowledge there for you. Yes, this is the Basilica. I don't know what basil had to do with it, but an awful lot to do with pesto and the big Italian community in this part as well. And of course, Jez will be giving you his spectacular pesto recipe with the secret ingredient.
Carlton, can I just butt in here? I think you need a doctor, and we have a doctor in the house.
That is true.
I'm not helping.
Welcome back, everybody. We're just dwelling on this fascinating bug that's ended its days on the helicopter lens. We're going to have a look back at last year's victory of Adam Yates, shall we? And why not? A happy man. It was, of course, the first man, Adam, who came home. 2023, quite a controlled race up until the last climb. And Pavel Sivakov, it was, that headed off up the road. Unfortunately for him, Adam Yates was there as well. Sivakov had been on spectacular form, and we described him before as a bit of a hair trigger. Unfortunately, he shot his bolt on the penultimate climb. Yates indeed had just a little bit more left in the legs by the time the line came, and he owned it. And he did his best to best incredible Hulk impersonation as he crossed the line. A little bit small, but equally as bad. So an unexpected victory, you might have thought, but we thought otherwise. Having the ability to kick at the end of climbs is something Adam Yates does brilliantly well. And there it is. Would it be another Yates today? Well, Simon is here, Adam is not.
Pour lui remettre son trophée, l'élu et le président de la commission des sports de la ville de Montréal, Monsieur Jocelyn Posé.
Presented with the magnificent broken chain ring.
Et bouquet de fleurs remis par Émilie.
And the year before.
Yates!
It was a certain Tadej Pogačar who just happens to be in the same
mesdames,
team.
messieurs,
Of course.
votre podium du Grand Prix cycliste de Montréal.
What is it about UE Team Emirates and this race? They believe they practically own it. Now, this was a question of never believing until the line and just keeping it going. And what a spectacular finale this was. I'm hoping this is our scenario today. Well, not necessarily hoping it's Tadej Pogačar, but we get this kind of drama. How wonderful was that?
Well, Walt Van Aert isn't here, but Baggioli is, who finished third there. But it's not often you see Walt Van Aert, especially over the last few years, beaten in the sprints. And Tadej Pogačar did that a couple of years today.
It kind of shows you, doesn't it, just what sort of mettle you need to be on if you are going to. Tadej Pogačar missed out in Quebec. Will he miss out today? Is he saving himself for the Worlds? Will it be Ayuso who gets the ticket? We just... Well, somebody else who's absolutely thriving here is, of course, Michael Matthews. And he did in 2018. He's the man who's won Quebec 3 times, did so on Friday. And here, in his spectacular Sunweb, black and white, and indeed, so it turned out to be, on or off, and on that day, he was most definitely on. Wonderful. Michael Matthews, you see what I mean about a different body shape? He's really slimmed down, almost turned himself into more of a lightweight rocket. So I guess don't discount him for today. I think it's possibly going to be he backing up the likes of Simon Yates, but goodness me, that clearly felt good.
Didn't look good, did it? Looks exhausted. Beat Colbrelli there and Greg Van Avermaet.
Still fighting fit though, right? That was a hell of a roster, wasn't it, Brian?
It was. Colbrelli, I thought, when he kind of led that one out there, just a shake of the head, maybe going a little bit too early there, but yeah, Michael Matthews doing the double that year, 2018, Quebec and Montreal.
Podium du Grand Prix de Montréal 2018. Van Avermaet, Colbrelli, Matthews.
We're going to fix that cassette. Well, there we are. It says 132 kilometers to go, but I've got to tell you, it's not. It's a lot less than that. And I'm not one for throwing hot potatoes, but
I am. There you go, Jason. Michael, see you later.
How rude.
That
watch. As soon as we take over, the pictures will come back. You watch, you two. You've cursed it. Now, there's the Croix du Mont-Royal I was telling you about, erected to commemorate the people who survived the flooding by staying up on the hill. Seems sensible, doesn't it?
In 1924.
There we go. Thank you. See, this is the kind of stuff we've got on our side, guys. If you only listen, you'd learn these things. You know,
yeah,
the good doctor and I are bringing top-level insight. There's no bike racing. I wouldn't worry about that. But, you know, we've got all sorts of facts.
It commemorates the January the 6th, 1642, when Montreal's founder kept his promise to erect a wooden cross on the summit of Mount Royal if the young colony survived flooding. Stands 98 feet tall and can be seen from 5 miles away when the bulbs are switched on.
How was the referral? Was it a tsunami? I mean,
but it's beside the second biggest river in North America, Carlton.
I dare say, but it's an estuary, isn't it? So I don't know. Where does it go?
Well, quite a long way. It stops being tidal at Quebec. I discovered when I was off duty and just listening to Carlton and Brian. I was
well done.
Investigating the fluvial systems of the St. Lawrence Seaway.
I'm giving you the
Carlton,
royal wave. Go ahead.
Carlton, just before we dispatch you, I was delighted to hear you share my love of Canadian people.
Oh, that's great.
And I know exactly what you mean by that. Something quite very different to, and I'm not saying anything in saying this, but I'm going to say it, very different to their American friends. But you know, as you say, incredibly welcoming, great love of the outdoors, and Hutch has never been to Canada. Smithy, I'm sure you have, right? You've been to Canada?
Yeah, I've got family in Hamilton, just outside Toronto.
Me too, actually, strangely. Oh, we need to get a barbecue going.
I thought you two looked familiar. You don't like each other. Long lost brothers. Are you revealing this to us while we're on air?
Yeah, he got all the hair. Oh. That's all.
Right, thank you two. Go and grab yourselves a nice hot drink or something.
See you in a bit.
Right, so Carlton Kirby and Brian Smith, or I should be using them, what were their names again? Bravo Sierra and Charlie Kilo will be taking over for the final stint. They will bring this race home. That is, of course, Dr. Michael Hutchinson, if we have a race to bring home. I do apologise, folks. Those of you who stuck with us will be the genuine hardcore fans who are here for the bants and fascinating facts, of which, of course, the good doctor and I have many. We just wouldn't mind seeing a bit of bike racing. They're somewhere into lap 10, I would estimate. Hutch, would you say? You're the numbers man. Somewhere out on that lap 10 out of 17?
Yes, they'll be into the 10th lap. Yeah. So heaven knows what's happening. And maybe we could just pretend.
Well, I mean, just in case anyone has joined us recently, you might have joined us and wished you hadn't, but don't worry, hang in there. We'll be updating you because our producers will tell us as soon as we know what we're doing with pictures and what have you, and what other things we might be looking back at as well. But when we lost pictures, we had the Canadian rider Michael Leonard off the road with Gil Gelders, the Belgian, in fact, 2 Belgian riders, young Gil Gelders and very experienced Dries de Bont, the former Belgian road race champion and Giro d'Italia stage winner as well. We've actually reached out. I've reached out on social media. So any of you guys want to send us some topics for conversation, questions and what have you. So I'll drill down and have a look at what people have come back to us with. There might be some interesting tidbits in there to throw around.
Or if anyone knows the current gap to the break.
Well, that would be handy as well, wouldn't it?
Had gone out to 3:30 when it all went Claude Monet and very pixelated.
Yeah.
The main group sort of stopped for a bit of a natural break and just seemed to be a bit more relaxed about letting that gap just stretch out slightly.
Yeah, I mean, we joke about it, folks, but we do, obviously, all 4 of us want the pictures back as soon as we can.
The gap was down to just under 3 minutes on the line at the end of lap 9, so that's kind of about 8 minutes ago. So that was coming back down again. I can tell you.
So I'll tell you what then, Hutch, maybe as we go back to to the quiet again. We keep actually these are rolling shots. These are not live. We're going back and seeing recorded shots as well, understandably, while we wait for the live picture of the race to come back.
Shall I do my bit about this being visible from 5 miles away then?
Yeah, go on. Tell us what you know. I know you've got some.
I've told you everything I know about the cross. I'm afraid.
There we go. Right, I'll tell you what. Then let's talk a bit about the race. One of the things we haven't really said is, and this is a little fun thing. Give me your, regardless of Pogačar's not in the race. Who's the top 5 at the finish today? Give me your top 5 in finishing order, if you like, and why not? We'll just see whether we get anywhere near it.
I will have Michael Woods,
the winner. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's say Michael Woods to win. Why not? Let's go with that. Matteo Jorgensen, maybe.
Oof. Yeah.
Julian Alaphilippe.
I'm writing these down so that we can come back and
Simon Yates. Is that 5?
That's 4. You're including the silent Poggy at the top.
I'm including the silent Poggy at the top. Okay, tell you what. Let's say Romain Bardet. Last season, last time he'll be here. I'm not completely sure I'd want my house riding on it, but here's a sentimental pick. Romain Bardet.
I've forgotten how you had. Who did you have in 4th again now? Sorry.
Oh, I can't remember. Simon Yates.
Jorgensen, Alaphilippe, Yates. That's right. Thank you.
I'm not. Oh, I'm going to say I'm not confident in the order. I'm not confident in any of them. No. I mean, it's rearranging chairs in the deck, rearranging the deck chairs in the Titanic, deciding what order I want those picks in.
Okay, I'm going to say, I don't know why, but I've got a feeling about Bahrain Victorious and the way they've been riding so far in this race. They paid very close attention to the front, and I would have said somewhere between Buitrago and Bilbao, but looking at the way the race is going, yes, the chase is on, but it's being cagey. I'm going to say Mohoric. Matej Mohoric. He was, hang on. Oh, yes, sorry. There you go. He's the Slovenian time trial champion, don't you know? I've forgotten that. I'm going to say Mohoric at the top of my list. And then, I can't really pick what you've got. I'm going to put Tobias Johansson in there, somewhere in that top 5 for Uno X. So I'll put him in 3rd. I'm trying to write this down myself as I come up with it. Movistar. See, Movistar have got so many good options, but we saw nothing of them on Friday in Quebec, really. Guerrero is their best finisher in 15th. But yet, Ruben Guerrero is the kind of rider who could survive a course like this today. I don't know. I might, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to chuck Biniam girmay somewhere in that top 5 to hang on and then just... Well, then again, if he hangs on for that sprint and he is there, then
I was going to say, how is he going to finish first?
Yeah, good point. Good point. Oh, do you know what? I'm going to put Biniam girmay on the top. He's going to win, and I think it would be absolutely brilliant, wouldn't it?
I wouldn't argue with that. I don't think it's going to happen.
No, I know. See, I don't think it's going to happen, but that's why I'm doing it. It's just the whole point. I'm trying to, stir a little interest and intrigue into the concept of it. I'm going to put him in as the winner. Oh, I've forgotten Ben Healy. Though. I might put Ben Healy in there as a late attacker who's caught late on. Ben Healy in 3rd. I've messed my order up a little bit. I think I've got five riders, something like that.
Gap's down to 2:22 at 794 kilometres to go, so they are catching again.
Right, so 2:22 down. We, as I say, await information when we get the live pictures back. This is not the worst I've had, by the way, Hutch. I can remember a stage of the Alula Tour that, funny enough, Brian Smith and I covered together, where we did cover, I think we covered the whole stage, but we had no pictures at all until the final bend onto the finishing straight. So we talked away, and actually we had some pretty interesting chat, just not even as interesting as what you and I have here, because we've got loads up our sleeves, of course. But the only picture we got all race of the race was Caleb Ewan coming thundering around the final bend, which was about 600 metres to go, and then posting up the line. That was it. And we had some kids racing as well on the line, which was fantastic to see. But when I say racing, they were literally riding up and down. And we had a couple of nasty crashes during that time as well. And I found myself thinking, should I be commentating on this? But there was no other cycling to talk about. So I kind of couldn't help myself. And getting into the detail of how the poor little lad had turned in too soon. And that's why he crashed while we were waiting for Twitter updates, as it would have been then, on what was happening in the race. It does happen.
Do you remember the great blackout of the 2017 Worlds? The one that in Bergen, the Norwegian one that Sagan won, and everybody spent the last 40 minutes of the race discussing the fact that was Sagan still in the race? Was he there? We hadn't seen him. He hadn't been completely invisible. He wasn't there. He must have been dropped. We didn't see him being dropped. And then at 5 or 6 kilometers to go, all the coverage went comprehensively black. And all we had was the finish line camera. And what you saw from the finish line camera was the hitherto utterly invisible Peter Sagan belting around the corner to win his 3rd World Championships. It was an absolute method exercise in winning that kind of race by the sheer art of being, nowhere near the front, nowhere in the wind, wait.
It certainly makes things exciting. It'll be pure. If anything, if those of you who are with us for the whole coverage of the Grand Prix Cycliste de Montréal in its 13th edition, you've gone from having a long black to having a very short espresso. Probably by the time we join the road. Let's see though. Maybe we'll kick off a bit later. We'll see. We are watching still recorded pictures, so the pictures you do see of our helicopter floating overhead and picking up a peloton going up the long opening climb are all in the can already, so they're not
the regularity with which these pictures are circulating suggests they didn't anticipate dropping the pictures for quite this long. This bridge was opened in 1930, I can tell you that. It's named after Jacques Cartier.
Why is it green?
Why is
it green, much?
Because somebody's painted it green, I would imagine.
Oh, well, come on now.
Well, you have to paint it. They're made of steel and you have to paint them. I mean, it's not made of green material. It's not made of green
plastic. I'm just wondering if it was an oxidation thing,
It's presumably a UV durable paint colour, because it's not an uncommon colour for things like bridges to be painted. The island below it, that is St. Helens Island, L'Île Saint Helen, which is a natural island that's got a fun fair on it. The artificial island we were talking about earlier is just on the other side of that, so there's kind of a complex of those 2 islands, which are sort of fun fairs and casinos and the Canadian Grand Prix and the rowing lake, and clearly where Montreal goes to have fun.
I wouldn't mind it myself. Right. Let me roll through. This is an ideal opportunity to have a little think, and I want us to have get our heads together on this, Hutch, about this here men's, and we'll maybe can talk about the women's as well, but let's focus on the men's UCI World Tour. So currently, the World Tour, of course, comprises races that start with a stage race, the Santos Tour Down Under in January in Adelaide, and roll all the way through to the Tour of Guangxi at the end of October in China. So geographically, the spread is pretty wide. Here we are in Canada, and Montreal is the penultimate one-day UCI Men's World Tour race. Of course, Il Lombardia is the final one, the race that used to be the Tour of Lombardy on the 12th of October, so about a month's time until that, of course. I'm going to quickly roll through them so we can get a feel for what's happened this year. Way back in January, I was deep in the freezing cold of North London, covering, during the night, the Santos Tour Down Under, along with Adam Blythe. And it was Stevie Williams who was the winner on that occasion, of course, riding in this race. That was the first stage race of the year. And then we started the one-day races following that, of course, the following weekend, with the Cadel Evans Quotation Road Race. Lawrence Pithy, all the way back then, announcing what he was going to do in terms of his fantastic spring Groupama FDG rider. I'll come back to this list for some of you a little bit later when we've taken a break. But for those of you who are still here, I'm going to continue with the list anyway. I'm sure Hutch will be pleased to hear. It was Lawrence Pithy winning the first one-day race. Let's just roll through the one-day races within this World Tour. We've quickly got middle of February, Omelette Het Nieuwsblad, of course. Jan Tratnik was the winner there for Visma Lisa bike. And then we had Strade Bianche, Tadej Pogačar winning the first of what, in the end, has been so far 3 one-day races of the 28 wins he'd already taken this year. Next one-day race we had was Milan San Remo. Jasper Philipsen, of course, was there in this purple patch for Alpecin de Koning between him and Mathieu van der Poel, of course, because he also won Brugge de Panne in the middle of March, and then Van der Poel went on to win the E3 Saxo Bank Classic. Nearly won Gent-Wevelgem, but was beaten in that two-up sprint between him and Mads Pedersen. Then we had Dwars door Vlaanderen. Matteo Jorgensen, of course, getting the big win there in a brilliant breakthrough spring for the American in Visma Lab colours. Then, of course, it was RVV, Ronde van Vlaanderen, Mathieu van der Poel winning that one as well for Alpecin de Koning. Paris-Roubaix, Mathieu van der Poel again. Amstel Gold Race, Tom Pidcock, and I kind of forget that one in our talk, Hutch, about Ineos Grenadiers, and even Pidcock towards the end of this year. I don't know why, but I keep forgetting that he won Amstel Gold, and that's a big, well, of course it's a big race. It's a World Tour one-day race as well, but so much has happened since then, it kind of rolls through in my memory. And I love Amstel Gold as well. It's a wonderful race. I'm going to get your thoughts on these in just a minute, actually. I'll keep going through them. I'm over halfway through, you'll be pleased to know. Flèche Wallonne, Stevie Williams, of course, topped the Mur de Huy. Liège-Bastogne-Liège went to Tadej Pogačar, of course. And then we had Eschborn-Frankfurt after a big gap, because it was beginning of May, of course, Eschborn-Frankfurt. And Maxim van Hilst took a brilliant win there from a really big group after that tough, lumpy race. And his sprint was absolutely devastating as well. Maxim van Hilst had a brilliant spring across the classics as well. Until that point, hadn't got the big win. But when you look back at his results, it was an incredible spring for the young Belgian in Germany. Then, of course, we had a big gap when we had the Giro and the Tour de France into Grand Tour season in the middle of the summer. Then we came back for San Sebastian, where Mark Hirschi started this incredible autumn he's had. I swear, Hutch, every time I check pro cycling stats, all I see is yet another win for Mark Hirschi. He just doesn't seem to stop. It's been relentless, particularly of late. But since then, since San Sebastian, his form has been unbelievable. He, of course, then won the Breton Classic, what used to be the Grand Prix Plouay, in Plouay, Mark Hirschi, before Olaf Koy won the Bémarsay Classics just a couple of weeks ago. And then, of course, on Friday in Quebec, Michael Matthews was the latest winner. That is the one-day races of the UCI Men's World Tour. Hutch, I kind of hinted at this the other day as to my feeling is that somewhere down the line, the World Tour could do with being formalised into some kind of series of a sort, maybe even going back to having a leader's jersey like the UCI World Cup used to do. But here's a proposal. How about at least separating out the stage races from the one-day races? Because it always seems strange to me that the Tour de France is a part of that World Tour. It's the biggest bike race in the world, of course it is, but it's almost an all-category race, if you know what I mean. Being part of the World Tour always seems a bit strange to me. What do you think? What's your thoughts on the whole thing?
Are you talking about having kind of a jersey competition just for the one-dayers?
Yeah, for the one-dayers only. I mean, it seems to, I'm going through the list and I go, Santos Tour Down Under, and I'm talking about Het Nieuwsblad. I mean, those two things are so radically different, and yet they're part of that same grouping. I guess at the moment, what we say is the World Tour is just a list of the biggest races in the world, and therefore they're the ones that all 18 world teams have to go to and all that sort of thing. But beyond that, what is it? What is the UCI World Tour? That's what I'm getting at in a way. What does it mean? What is the tour?
Well, I guess it's getting kind of the biggest 18, or the World Tour teams have to do those events, as it was literally what it is. If you ask the UCI why they've got this list of races, that's what it's there for. They have to do the event, they get an automatic entry to it. So I suppose that's its kind of fundamental purpose.
We're just looking back at the race start this morning in the sunshine, as we pointed out, in complete contrast as well to last year's race. And as we expected, it was the Canadian national team who decided to have a go first. And it was James Pickley, the rider who rides for China Glory on the Asia Tour, the elder statesman of that Canadian national team at the age of 33. And he's retiring at the end of this season too. He's a Formula Israel startup nation rider who was with them for a couple of years. And this was the moment this was the moment early on when we saw Dries de Bondt going after the breakaway. He teased out others because they'll have known how strong Dries de Bondt is. But he went again and managed to ride across to these three as well, Michael Leonard and Phil Gelders. And they settled in, getting in the end about 5 minutes and 40 seconds of lead. It was coming right down by the time we lost pictures to where were we, Hutch? About two minutes and something? So settling in. Your latest
the last time I had any updates on it, it was just over 2 minutes, which was at about 92 kilometres, so that is a little while ago now.
Yeah.
So it was coming down. I guess they're going to want it under control think they've got it under control. They're going to want to have them on a fairly short leash by 50 kilometres at the very least, I would think. It's just obviously they don't want to get there too soon. And maybe they thought they were getting there too soon because the UAE clearly decided that everyone could sort of stop for a natural break on the main climb just after converting to the start finish, and it stretched straight out again. So maybe they were concerned they were getting there a little bit too soon.
Well, I think what we're going to do, while we still don't have any pictures of the race live as it's happening in Montreal, is we're going to have a look back and give you some longer highlights of Friday's race in Quebec, which was exciting. And we're going to have a look at it now. I guess I want to pose the question, Hutch. I was finding myself thinking this in the early stages of our coverage here in Montreal. Is the course in Quebec a bit more exciting than here? I wonder whether sometimes short and steep might make for more exciting racing than long and draggy. I guess we'll... What's your take on that?
Well, I think and to me, in kind of pro cycling, there's always a bit of a balance between the sort of the short and the sharp and the entertaining. You know, there's a lot of pressure always for sort of short Grand Tour stages, sort of short mountain stages that maybe are only 90, 100 kilometres long. And really long races like Milan-San Remo. And the whole purpose of Milan-San Remo is not to be interesting for 6 hours. It's to be tough physically for 4 or 5, and then it's to see who can deal with those 2 final climbs in the sprint after being through the ringer for 5 hours. So you kind of have to pick one. I agree that the kind of, particularly those kind of little sequence of climbs up to the finish in Quebec produces very kind of fizzing racing. And every time you get to those climbs in every lap, as you can see it right here, right now, what we're looking at on the screen, there's a bit of action. There's always kind of something because it's so tough. Montreal is more that kind of long, slow part. It's very, very attritional because it's just harder. It's got nearly twice as much climbing in the same length of race, and it's a different profile. But yeah, it depends what you want. I find the physical demand of those really attritional races, I find that really fascinating to watch that play out.
This was Corbin Strong. Now, Corbin Strong not only was dropped, but he's the rider who swapped out after Friday's Quebec race to make way for Mike Woods in that team. The only change, remarkably, that any of the 168 riders was to take out Corbin Strong and put in Mike Woods. Unfortunately, Corbin Strong wasn't able to match how well he'd done the year before on Friday. It was the year before, yes, he was second to Arnaud. Of course he was. He led out that sprint back 2 years ago. These were the closing stages. We were already watching Ben Healy, who'd had a good go, the Irishman, and it hadn't quite worked out. Then off went Alex Baudin, the tall young Frenchman, who was looking really good, and he teased out. Others as well. Gil Gelders amongst them. I've forgotten this moment. Of course, Gil Gelders went after Alex Baudin. So this is Gil Gelders in very good form, as he was at the Tour of Britain. So he's got some good form at the moment and looking to use it. Then we saw Jan Tratnik go, former Slovenian road race champion, riding for Visma Lab. And this is where we sort of wondered whether we were looking at a world's preview as well, with Jan Tratnik working hard in front, Tadej Pogačar behind him. Then we thought for a second, we looked up and thought, oh, Tadej Pogačar's gone. No, it was Tim Wellens, former winner of the race we should be covering right now, of course, the Grand Prix Cycliste de Montréal. He got caught by Matteo Jorgensen, the American there. And then it was over to another of their riders as well, in the shape of Juan Ayuso to have a go. But rather than waiting for that to happen, Matteo Jorgensen fancied him to go himself. Went hard down the outside on the descent. He was caught by Lulu, and Julian Alaphilippe went hard over the top as well. He did this twice. Coming up to join him were two of the Lotto Destiny riders, second of those Maxime Van Hilst back there, and they'd latched on with Tadej Pogačar. And this is where we really did have an opening up of what looked like being the best riders in the race, and arguably some of the riders who might be going for that World Championship title in 2 weeks today. Pogačar then put in his proper attack, the big one. The only rider who could go right on his wheel and stay with him was Arnaud. But as we heard Brian Smith saying earlier, I think Michael Hutchinson agrees, and looking at it, I think I could probably agree, this might have been where Arnaud lost the race, because he worked so hard to go with Pogačar. Actually, Pogačar, you could see him in the middle of the shot there, wasn't quite able to keep it going. They were overlapped by Michael Matthews. Michael Matthews started from a long way out. We had company coming up from both sides of him as well. It was Tej Benoot having a go. And Biniam girmay coming from a long way back to finish second as well, the Eritrean. 3 fingers in the air and 3 victories. The only rider to win the Grand Prix de Quebec 3 times as well. And we heard from him afterwards as well. We're going to listen into that interview with Michael Matthews as well. That's coming to us in just a moment. We've already we did see him earlier in the race, very close to the front of this race in Montreal. Watch to see where he is when we rejoin him.
Michael Matthews, is the sound on? You own Quebec City. This is your
Possédez Québec. C'est votre 3e victoire ici.
Podium in Quebec City. You started from
Votre 7e podium ici.
Tell us about that sprint.
Racontez-nous ce sprint.
Well, I knew it was a hard day, so I guess
savais que ça allait être une journée
no one
très
really
dure.
had a real kick left in their sprint. So
Je sais que personne n'avait
when the
suffisamment
punch
de
moved to the left, I saw an opportunity
punch
to
pour
open up my
terminer ce
on the
sprint.
right, and I guess
J'ai senti
no one
l'opportunité de
probably
commencer à
expected
droite.
someone to go from that early, and I knew I didn't have the peak power today, but had a
Je savais
really
que
long
j'avais pas
sprint, and I knew I had the
ma
power
maximum de puissance
to do a
aujourd'hui.
15-20 second sprint today.
Mais je pouvais faire un sprint très fort de 15-20 secondes.
When some of the headliners were in that room where everyone was around Tadej, who's a good
Tout le
buddy
monde
of yours,
surveillait Tadej
and you
Pogačar,
were
était
basically
autour
by
de lui.
yourself, as if, Michael Matthews, nobody remembered Michael Matthews in Quebec City.
Mais personne ne se souvient que Michael Matthews et Quebec City, c'est une grande histoire.
Number 1 cyclist in the world at the moment.
Tadej est
He's,
numéro 1 mondial.
done some things this year that we've never seen in cycling before. So
Il a fait des choses cette année que personne n'avait fait
I'm a
avant,
fan of
on
him
n'avait jamais
also.
vu.
So I think
Il est bien plus
when he
connu,
comes
bien
to
sûr.
Canada, it's not so often, and I understand that
Quand
the
on vient au
fans,
Canada, c'est pas si
love
souvent,
him, and he's great for the sport. But
mais c'est
yeah,
super
for
pour
me,
le sport.
I'm just here to do my job, which is to win the race. It doesn't
J'ai
matter
juste
how many
fait mon
interviews I
travail,
have, as long
gagner une
as I
course.
win the race, that's what's most important.
Mais c'est vraiment le
Is
plus
there
important
a
de gagner la
certain
course.
feeling of relief because this is a win that you were looking for in 2024?
C'est le genre de victoire que vous attendiez en 2024.
J'ai
gagné en début d'année.
With my disqualification, that sprint, my head rolled off a little bit, honestly.
J'ai eu un petit coup de mou après ma disqualification autour des Flandres.
For that unfortunate relegation, and yeah, to bounce back here.
Disqualification malheureuse.
World Championships with a win here in Quebec, it's
Mais c'est très bien d'aller pouvoir au championnat du monde avec cette victoire ici. C'est bien pour l'équipe.
I mean, since the Olympics till now, I've worked so hard, and
Après, depuis les Jeux Olympiques, j'ai travaillé très dur.
full credit to my team, my family.
Mais vraiment, je dois remercier toute mon équipe, ma
everyone
famille.
around. And my grandma actually passed away
Ma
last
grand-mère
week.
est décédée la
Last
semaine
week,
dernière.
Wednesday, her funeral was this Wednesday in Canberra, in Australia. So this victory is for her.
Les funérailles étaient ce mercredi à Canberra en Australie, donc cette victoire, je lui dédie.
Quebec City, 7th podium. We'll see you in the protocol, and hopefully
Au podium, après ce
we see
7e
you on the
podium.
podium in Montreal. Who knows? You won there before.
Peut-être qu'on voit
Yeah,
à Montréal.
unfortunately, it was a different race in Montreal.
Bah,
when I
à
won, but,
Montréal, c'est une
yeah,
course
I think
complètement
now,
différente.
with the teams here, with the climbers they have here, it's going to be very difficult. But
Avec
we've also got
la
Simon Yates, who's
difficulté,
too hard for
l'enchaînement
me. He's an
des
amazing
montées, c'est
climber,
beaucoup plus
and
difficile.
he loves this race too in Montreal. So
Pogačar
we've got a great
non, Simon
duo
Yates est
with
un
me
très
and
bon
Simon, and
grimpeur.
hopefully one of us can be on the podium
Il
on,
adore cette course.
on Sunday also.
On espère être
Thank you,
sur le
Michael.
podium
See you 2
aussi
days from now.
Thanks
dimanche.
very much. Thanks, guys.
It was Michael Matthews' 42nd career victory on Friday, and recent form has certainly pointed to it. He was 15th in the Olympic Games road race, of course. Then 2 weeks later, he was 7th in Plouay at the Breton Classic West France, and then, of course, the winner on Friday in Quebec. I'll just catch up with him again. If you've just recently joined us, we are awaiting rejoining live pictures of the race. What's your guess now, Hutch? We reckon we're on about what lap would be on? Actually, I've gone back to looking at my Quebec start, my Quebec map. We would be on about lap 12, possibly.
Give me a second. I think we're just off to another interview or something in a second. So by the time we get back from that, I'd have worked it out. But I'm going to have to go and find my schedule to kind of. It's like watching cricket on CFAX, isn't it?
It is a bit. Well done, you lot, for hanging with us. I do appreciate. I mean, some of you will be laughing at this as we're digging around for things to chat about. Appreciate we are looking at basically rolling pictures of beautiful Montreal.
We should be just about getting toward the end of lap 11, I think.
Yeah. Well, we are also awaiting information from the gap to that Breakaway. It will be very interesting.
Still hovering around about 2 minutes. I'm just taking that off Pro Cycling Stats, who I think are on the ground at this race. So they're reporting that gap's about 2:20.
Well, we're looking back here. I'll tell you what we're looking at here. It's the European Championships, of course. Now, I've not even seen this or the results, so I have no idea. This is today, of course, the Men's Elite European Road Race Championships. It looks like Tim Merlier in the middle. Now, there's no great surprise, actually, but that is fantastic to see. A rider who hasn't had that many big opportunities this year and has been, understandably, fairly vocal about it. I mean, he wasn't the only one that was happy. But Tim Merlier there, winning this. Sorry for that. But you know what? I couldn't even give anyone. There'll be some people, perhaps you know this, right? There'll be some people who are absolutely furious at me showing that without. I am sorry, but for those of you who wanted to see it, you have seen it. I'll give you an actual breakdown of the result because you've just seen it. Close your ears if you closed your eyes because you didn't want to see it as well. But looks like he was up against Olaf Koy on the right there, the young Dutchman, and Jasper Philipsen was there too. There's a quality finale. You can see Alexander Kristoff in the background as well. Well spotted. Yeah. Madish Mikkels, young Estonian in third. Another big sprint result for Madish Mikkels. I rate him. He is good. He's getting better all the time too. There was the result for you. And there's the new European champion, Tim Merlier. Now, he'll be, do you know what? He has been, understandably, at times this year, felt like he should have got big rise certainly in the Grand Tour. He hasn't he's not cut the happiest of figures at all times, but his consistency is undoubted. Hutch, I think anyone would have to include Tim Merlier in that list of like the top 3 to 4 of the world's best sprinters. I know there's different sprinters for different terrains, but when he's on his day and he's in the right position, he's absolutely nearly unbeatable. Actually,
it's almost like I always feel these days you don't have a world's best sprinter because we've come so far from the days when any of the Grand Tours had 6 or 7 absolutely pan flat rolling it out sprint stages. You know, it's so many sprints now. They're uphill, or you've got to get over a Cat 1 climb 20 k's from the finish. It's so much his set of sprinters for courses. I mean, I kind of would reckon that the best sprinter in the world is probably Mads Pedersen over the last couple of seasons. But you wouldn't describe him. He's not a Mario Cipollini, is he? He's a different kind of rider, but it's so much now the art of actually getting to the point where you can do the sprint because the races have just changed.
Yeah, and at the moment we do seem to be living in a very even, a nicely spread and often an unpredictable era of sprinting as well, don't we? Where they are spread around that much more as well, which is nice, I guess, related to what you're saying.
I mean, would it be fair to say Marcel Kittel was kind of the last of that kind of sprinter?
Yeah.
Well, I think that was nearly the last era where there was a dominant sprinter that you could just point at. I'm sure somebody's going to get onto me on Twitter and tell me how wrong I am about that, but that's kind of what it feels like to me.
Do join us on socials. You'll not get involved with Hutch and I. You'll find us on X. Give us your thoughts and questions. Give us something to talk about if you like. We're going to play an interview now though with another Michael Matthews before the start of today's Grand Prix Cycliste de Montréal. And he was in chipper form, understandably, after his win on Friday. Should be coming to any moment now. No, possibly not. We'll wait for it. We will wait for it, though.
Arnaud Delis has abandoned today's race, I can tell you that. I can also tell you that the gap's down to 2 minutes to the break.
Thank you, Hutch. Right. 2 minutes, and we think they're on lap
80 kilometers to go.
There we go.
So they are they're halfway around lap 9.
Yeah. Right, we might not be bringing that interview. I think we've already brought it to you anyway, though, because we are running out of interview options. I'm just having a look. Some of you have been in touch with us on socials. Thank you for that.
Apparently the bridge is painted Oregon Department of Transport green. I have that from Outie Sam 74, so that's slightly interesting.
ODOT, the Oregon Department of Transport. Yeah, it's a lovely car. But you know what it was making me think of, Hutch? It was making me think of oxidized copper. You know, like you get on the roof.
It's
like this.
exactly like that. No, it's that colour, but it's not a copper bridge, believe it or not.
No.
I don't think you could build a bridge out of copper.
No. Nice to get some of you, by the way, still picking your winners. Remember, there's a bike race still on, which is always nice. Papa Whopper on X picking Nielsen Paulus for the win. And obviously, understandably, hoping that she's going to see it as well as it actually happened. The riders will just be getting on with the race regardless. They won't know anything about this, of course, but it is a little shame. It's a great shame. Thankfully for them, there's a massive crowd out as well. So the atmosphere will be wicked, if you like, regardless of the fact that we can't actually see it at the moment. It's very frustrating. Apologies, folks. And it is, you know, it'll be down to local issues on the ground as well. So it's way beyond our control. Yeah, we've got a few people suggesting that we kick back and just have a beer instead and just let the chat wane and wander. We've been doing that already, just without the beer. And we do have some more interviews to play you, though. One of them was in French. I missed who it's with, but we'll be able to give you that in just a moment.
I believe it's the 1974 World Championships, looking back. So we've got...
You can commentate on this one, Hutch.
Well, as people are going to talk. No commentary will be necessary.
You've just shot yourself in the foot by giving away the winner as well. It should be the next thing we're roasted.
We have mentioned it at least twice, and I think we've seen this VT before anyway.
Yeah. Yes, we have. The cannibal in action. And we are going to see that in just a moment. It will be nice to see it again, actually. The 1974 World Road Race Championships. 50 years ago this year, and 2 years before we do it all again in Montreal for 2026 UCI World Road Championships.
Un super souvenir, bien sûr, c'est mon troisième championnat du monde que je gagne. Après une saison quand même très chargée, en 74, j'avais gagné aussi bien le Tour d'Italie que le Tour de France.
8 jours avant, je suis tombée à Gap, fracture de la clavicule, déplacement de l'acromion. Donc je suis partie avec un bras en écharpe, c'est-à-dire j'ai attrapé le bras et je le posais sur le guidon, et comme le parcours est quand même exigeant, on s'est retrouvés à deux en échappée, et donc ça a été plus simple. Je savais qu'au sprint, je pouvais la battre aussi.
J'avais dit que le parcours était pour des sprinters. Le Mont-Royal était autre chose que pour les sprinters, et je crois que c'était une course très dure où il y avait une longue échappée de Thévenet, et je pense que l'équipe belge avait bien travaillé en ma faveur pour que le dernier tour on puisse revenir. Au moment où on a rejoint Thévenet, bien sûr, à ce moment-là, j'ai plus dans mes chances pour devenir champion du monde pour la troisième fois. J'ai pu attaquer, et puis il y a juste Poulidor qui m'a encore suivi et que j'ai pu battre au sprint. Ça, c'est vraiment un souvenir exceptionnel. Je me rappelle aussi la voiture sans carrosserie qui était à côté de nous. C'est très spécial.
Ça a été un très, très beau championnat en plus. C'était un championnat avec différents rebondissements. C'était une ambiance extraordinaire.
Je dirais aux Québécois de venir nombreux applaudir les champions d'aujourd'hui.
Lovely memories. And Hutch, I don't know if you spotted it, I'm sure you did, but a fascinating camera car up alongside him there, sort of stripped down go-kart-like camera car. We don't see that anymore.
We don't know those anymore. Do you know Genevieve Gambion, who won the World Championships in 1974, who we just saw? Won in the same year, won the French road race championships, the French track sprint championships, and the French track pursuit championships. Now that is, you don't get many people doing that triple.
No, that is impressive, isn't it? Can you think of another in any era, another sprint, someone who's even capable of taking on sprint and pursuit
on the track?
On the track, yeah.
No, frankly.
No.
But to be fair, Jason Queally went from being a track sprinter to, I think he rode a couple of Nations Cups as a team pursuiter.
Yeah,
and I think Ed Clancy tried to go the other way, but it stressed me that if two riders of that class struggled a bit with it, it's clearly not easy, because Ed Clancy as a team pursuiter was always a very kind of sprinty kind of pursuiter, and I think everyone thought he could make the transition to sprint side quite straightforwardly, and he didn't really make it. So not easy.
No. Oh, yeah, not easy. Understatement. We've just heard from one of those two guys we've been talking about who have managed to do the Triple Crown, and that's Eddie Merckx. Well, we're now going to go to someone who's trying to do it, and that is, of course, Tadej Pogačar, and we caught up with him before the start. We'll bring you that interview in just a moment. He was only got, I'll remind viewers, 2 races, and this is the second of them, between the finish of the Tour de France and the start of that elite road race World Championship. I'm presuming he's not riding the time trial next weekend, Hutch.
I don't believe so.
Bit of a shame, isn't it? I think that's a bit of a shame.
I can't remember riding a championship time trial. I don't think it's something he does, and he could win them. He just clearly doesn't. He doesn't value the time trial as much as I do.
No, that is, I think, a shame. It would be nice to see. Maybe that is on his list of things he needs to tick off before he completes cycling. Anyway, let's hear from him.
If I ever run into him, I will tell him that.
Yes, make sure you do. Give him the look. Here he was before the start.
How was the battle with the Lotto Destiny guys on Friday?
Yeah, it was very interesting. It was really fun racing. But I thought we could go to the finish, and I would head-to-head with Arnaud Delis in sprint. That would be epic in my books. But it was how it was, and they come from behind, and I didn't have the legs anymore to do a good sprint.
Today, a race you won 2 years ago. What's the key to winning this one?
Yeah, it's a bit more climbing parcours than 2 days ago, and you need a strong team, I think, here, and still good positioning. It's a circuit race, fast one, and you need to have strong power after 200 kilometers for 5 minutes, 1 minute, and also maybe sprint.
Who do you see as your main competitors today?
Oh, I don't know. There's a lot of guys here that can do like 5 minute power, really high power, which is good for here, and also like 1 minute power guys that can do really high numbers are gonna be good here. So yeah, let's see. I need to follow my teammates, do our own race, and try to make it hard in the final for us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hutch, I love the way Tadej Pogačar there described when he first burst onto the scene. I have to confess, I thought some of it might be a bit of an act, a kind of pressure release thing, bit of fun, and that at some point in his career he would serious up and we'd see a slightly more in a way, dare I say it, a little bit like Peter Sagan did, became more serious as he got a little bit older. I mean, Poggy's still very young, but I think that is just him. I don't think it's an act at all. And the fact that he described, he looked around him, saw Arnaud Delis and thought, oh, this would be fun, a 2-up sprint with Arnaud Delis. I mean, anyone else surely would think, oh, no, not this guy. But I genuinely think, actually, Tadej Pogačar was thinking like that. Oh, this will make good Instagram. This will be fun. Bonkers as it sounds, I just think that is actually him.
You're kind of suggesting he needs to go and ride with EF education, really, aren't you? It's that sort of a gonzo approach. Like a gonzo approach. Is this gonzo bike racing? Is that what that is? I'm completely sure what gonzo journalism is, but this is kind of, it feels a little bit, it does feel a little bit the same. I agree. It feels, so studiedly laid back and fun-loving. But I think kind of the sport has drifted that way a bit. There are an awful lot of riders around now who seem to be enjoying what they do. In a way that, I don't know, I think of the sport 15, 20 years ago, it was much more sober and much more serious.
Yeah,
If you think of the sport in the era of Lance Armstrong had much wrong with it, but it was it felt more dour. It felt more serious, and I think there's a lot of fun about the way some of the younger riders are racing.
Well, we are going to go back and look again at the highlights so far. I have, I think, talked over these highlights 3 or 4 times. Hutch, would you like to give it any insight at all?
Biniam girmay in the front row. It's quite nice, the kind of riders they pulled to the front of the race. They had all the Canadians out there. Clearly, anyone who'd done halfway well in Quebec was there. Girmay was there. Rudy Mollard was at the front, which is nice to see. Because he had a cracking result in Quebec. I mean, I don't think anyone had Rudy Mollard on their bingo card for top 3. So that was nice to see. That's this first sort of long climb up through the cemetery off to your right there, which is very historic and one of the places that people in Montreal go for kind of a nice long walk on a Sunday, by all accounts. And there's a viewpoint, just you can sort of look out over the whole city below you, which we haven't really seen, but and I haven't seen personally, but I'm given to understand from the tourist information with which I have been issued that it is quite the view. Back to you.
Thank you much. It is, as Carlton pointed out, a much more forested hillside around the Parc du Montréal. So you don't see quite as much of it. Quebec is a city, and where the course is, designed the way around it, it's much more open. You can see a lot more of the course flowing around the city itself.
And you see more of kind of Quebec in a way, because what we see a lot of these kind of forested roads and up through the university, back around the suburb, back over the hill, and back into that sort of start-finish hairpin. It's all. I love the woods, and I love the kind of this idea of this huge park in the middle of the city. But we're not seeing nearly as many of the people standing outside bars or coffee shops and things like that. We're not quite seeing that.
And also, despite the fact we're near the river, it's not set against the river. And I think you can never. I mean, we were talking earlier about Milan San Remo, weren't we? Even though this is not the sea, it is the inlet to the Atlantic Ocean. It's kind of. I always think a race which is set alongside water, any race which is set alongside water, you think of Arctic Race of Norway, things like that, when there's water alongside it and the riders are, you've got these lovely aerial shots, it just, frames it beautifully.
There's something really lovely and open about it. And you've got these kind of lovely shots, because the helicopter can fly a bit lower over the water and sometimes get these beautiful sort of halfway side on, almost like a dolly shot from the helicopter. It's always attractive. I agree with you completely.
My good friends, the beer bikers, have got in touch because someone was asking, can't you tell us about some of the nice local beer? And they've sent me a link to one of the best Quebecois Canadian craft brewers out there. It's called Unibrew. I've clicked on the link, and it won't let me in because it doesn't think I'm of legal drinking age, and I have now. They're most famous, by the looks of it, for their blonde, which is Blanche de Chambly, by the looks of it, as well. I know nothing about it, but my good friends, the beer bikers, combine. They're a lovely couple who combine basically going to bike races and exploring the local beers, and then tweeting about them as well, taking in some big challenges along the road. They are, like me, big lovers of the Trobro Leon, which they go to every year and ride the Sportif at Trobro Leon. By the way, for fans of races like Trobro Leon, we are now only just a couple of weeks away from the kind of the bookend version of Trobro Leon now, which is Paris Tour, which I'm also going to be doing commentary for in about 3 weeks' time, 3 or 4 weeks, 3 weeks' time, something like that. And Paris Tour is not the race it once was, the Sprinters Classic. It's very much now this beautiful vineyard gravel track race, much to Patrick Lefebvre's disappointment when it first happened. I think he said he wasn't going to bring his team there anymore because it just wasn't their kind of race. But it's become a bit epic. Last year's edition was brilliant as well. The young American winning it, whose name I've now... Riley Sheehan. Big breakthrough win for Riley Sheehan it was last year in Paris Tour. And so, you'll probably, if you like a bit of your mixed terrain racing, not gravel racing, but the mixing up of road and gravel all together, then that's your race. About 3 or 4 weeks' time here at the Home of Cycling.
Former UCI president Brian Cookson has been in touch.
Oh, has he?
Yes. He reminds us that a rider who could shine at sprint, kilo, pursuit, and road, Patrick Serco. Brian is absolutely right about that. The great 6-day rider as well, and I guess that's where you go looking for someone who can do that entire collection. You go looking for a 6-day rider. Yep, Patrick Serco. Thank you, Brian. Sorry we forgot you, Patrick.
Some people not being quite so kind and helpful with their messages as well. Others suggesting that we might be struggling filling the gaps. We're not at all. We could talk for hours like this. It's just nice to think that some of you are still staying with us. Thank you for that. These are, of course, recorded shots of what is our breakaway, as far as we know, who are hanging on to around about 2 minutes of lead. I do think this is going to make the finale, if presuming we get the finale, and we've been led to believe we are going to. It will make whatever we come back to even more exciting. I think. It's going to purify things for us, Hutch.
We're getting towards the end of lap 10, so another 7 laps to go, we assume. That's basically this good. They were averaging sort of about the middle of the predicted range, which is sort of 56.6, 56.9 kilometers an hour. Pick up a little bit towards the end.
I think you mean lap 11, don't you?
Do I mean lap 11? Am I failing to do the maths properly?
I'll wait for me to correct your mathematics. Do feel free, folks, to go and have a break and do something else and come back to it. We will be.
I think it's all the same with you. I'm sticking with the end of lap 2.
Yeah. We're just still rolling through basically.
I mean, to be honest, what's going on in the race probably doesn't look entirely dissimilar from what we've got at the minute, because the last I heard, the gap was still a couple of minutes, and Arietta was still in the front. So, we could just keep playing this on a loop, and who's going to know?
I think we would know. I think some of the people know, the hardy ones who've been with us throughout the whole of this. Oh, they know. Don't worry about that. Anyway.
Arnaud Delis has abandoned the race according to Pro Cycling Stats.
Yes.
Well done for that.
Yeah. What we can now, looking back at it though, I'm just wondering what we've missed as well in terms of what was bubbling up behind. We did talk about this idea that maybe, or I did anyway, Jacob Alula might see if they can get both. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that they would get a win in both of these races with Matthews on Friday, and then potentially Simon Yates signing off his time with the only team he's ever ridden for. Jacob Alula, who was 6th last year. Obviously, he'd have to work out how you overcome Tadej Pogačar, who's only ever ridden this race once and won it once. He's got an unblemished record, of course, on that count.
Funny, Simon Yates was not kind of one of the names that a lot of people seem to be talking about running into the race. I don't really understand why, because he was right up there last year. I mean, didn't do anything spectacular in Quebec, but he probably didn't tire himself out too much either. And he sort of feels like he's at the very least a decent shot for the top 5.
Yeah, I agree. In fact, neither of us picked him, did we?
Neither of us. I did.
Oh, sorry, you had him in 4th. Yeah. If you weren't with us, these were our predictions.
Yeah, I mean, his brother won it last year. What's proof that genetically he can do it?
He also hasn't raced since. Well, he raced once after Tour de France at San Sebastian, didn't finish. Simon Yates didn't quite have the tour that he had 1 year before that, of course. Still finished 12th. Maybe it's in amongst that and the period since the Tour de France where he's had these thoughts about certainly what he's talked about this week about moving to Visma Lease bike. And he did say in interviews this week as well, Hutch, that he is joining them, as you've said, taking a pay cut to join them, in his words, and also that he would be given some of his own chances. So he's not just going there to work for Jonas Vingegaard, although I suspect we will see him do that at times.
To be fair, every kind of big marquee rider from another team who joins a super team arrive having been told that they're going to get their own chances and they'll get leadership at a Grand Tour. And sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't. Most of the time it doesn't.
Yeah.
Certainly, sure. I mean, if you're taking a pay cut, sure as heck, you want to kind of have the resources of the team behind you.
Me.
Yeah, because I think Ineos wanted to sign Adam, but not Simon. Have I got that the right way around? And
yeah, maybe
they both went to Green Edge so that they could stay together. That was the reason they signed for Green Edge. Was Green Edge would sign both of them. I think I'm right that Ineos wanted to sign Adam, but not Simon.
I still can't help but think that, you know, what we saw on stage one of last year's Tour de France, where they were away together, I still can't help but think that there could still have been some more mileage in that Hutch. That you know, that balance of two riders of their quality, you know, doing that. It's not going to work every time, but hey, we're back with live pictures. Right, let's forget that. Not much as we love talking about Simon Yates.
I've got a whole thing about the Plissier brothers prepared. Oh, well, never mind.
Oh, hold on to that, Hutch. You never know what might happen. We're down by the finish line again. There are our three breakaway riders. Yeehaw! We're back on. This is going to be good. Right, and you can see it's still UAE Team Emirates chasing, and riders, understandably, have been dropping like fries. This is fries? Dropping their fries. This is Gorka Izagirre, one of the two Izagirre brothers in there. Now, his brother, Jon, was 8th last year. I'm hoping he's still in there for competitive sake, otherwise they might have quite a bare day, my suspicion. 1:18, 1 minute and 18 for the three riders out front. It is so nice to see live pictures. Because Hutch and I'd run out of things to talk about. That's it.
We're just
Michael
starting
Matthews
lap
still
12.
there?
Yes, that is Michael Matthews
It
still there, I
is,
think.
isn't it?
But if he, I mean, is he working for himself or is he working? I imagine he's working. I would have thought working for Yates at this point. Not working for anyone, but I would have thought he started this race 8 times and he's finished it 8 times. So he has the best kind of finish rate of anyone in the peloton of this race. So we know he can get round up. But is he really riding for himself?
See,
be a great double to do, wouldn't it?
Absolutely would. AJ August, the youngest man in the race, is on the back of this field. Sorry, Hutch.
I was going to say Michael Matthews for the Worlds. I wasn't saying anything of any great consequence, but I'm just excited to have pictures back.
Yes. What is the overall elevation for the World's Road Race? I know it's a crazy long race, 270 something.
It is about 4,500 meters total elevation. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is 4.5.
Very
so
similar.
It's exactly the same.
So very similar on a very slightly shorter race.
Yeah. Yeah, so you could, I can understand how someone might try and argue on paper that because those kilometres elevation gain is spread out, the World Road Race is therefore easier. But as we know, it's that extra 70 kilometres of distance that takes its toll, right?
The race is an hour and a half longer. So you imagine starting this race having already done an hour and a half of race-based riding. I mean, the riders who benefit from that are the ones they've got a strong team, they're capable of looking after themselves and just getting through the first 200 kilometers safely with the minimum energy expenditure, but that's hard to do.
Sorry, finding increasingly as the speed picks up, the run into this hairpin is scary. I'm not a great pack rider, and I wouldn't enjoy that every time as well, because you've got people dive bombing up the inside, others cutting in early, braking late. Thankfully they're extremely skilled and confident in doing it, but I do still look at it.
Well, they've also done it 12 times. So you get a degree of practice. It's like riding a crit. You know, the first lap you do on a crit circuit is petrifying. By the time you get to lap 8 or 9, you completely die. Then it rains and we all fall off.
Don't say that. The forecast, thankfully, is really good. If you've only just joined us recently, it's kind of mid-20s, upper 20s, getting towards. Lots of ice packs going in and around jerseys, down the back of necks. Ice stockings, that is, in amongst the riders, and plenty of white jerseys right there. Tadej Pogačar right there. Ayuso there too. He's got all of his workmen around him, looking down that field. It's still a very big field. I don't think he will spend riders in there, actually. Got a lot together. Stevie Williams on the left-hand side moving up. The Welshman for Israel Premier Tech. So Jorgensen just sitting a little bit further back as well. So some of those riders that we've picked as being potential big players, but we still have those three riders out front. 1:23 is their gap as we go into lap 13. That is right, isn't it? So you've got the good Dr. Hutchinson and myself, Jez Cox, with you for the next lap, and then we're going to actually crack back into action. Brian Smith and Carlton Kirby to bring this whole thing through. They've done quite well to duck out of this long. Well, we've both kind of shared it, this long period of us having no books. Apologies once again for that, folks. We're back on it. So now we'll stop talking about it. There's the tail end. AJ August hanging on to it, the youngest man in the race, the 18-year-old, who is still there on the back. And this is a look through our crowd on the way up. The long climb, the longest climb, the Côte de Camillon Ut. Did enjoy Carlton's description of a climb having been named after, what was it, a punch in the...
punch the solar plexus or something horrible.
That was it, yeah. Only Carlton Kirby could come up with something like that. That's genius. Anyway, yes, I had forgotten that Phil Kelders was on the attack on Friday too, and had been in various points, as I say, through last week's Tour of Britain. So he's a man in good form. Ah, there's a guy who is swinging off though. Roberto Bettiol in one of his first rides. If not his first ride for Astana Kazakhstan. I had to look up what his first ride was for the team, but Friday would have been his best bet. Not today.
Did he not ride the Mini Tour for Astana?
Did he? I'm going to have to look that up.
I think he did.
Yeah, Renewal Tour overlapped, I think, with Tour of Britain. I was away on that one, so I can only, I have this rule, I can only concentrate on one stage race at a time. I just cannot, my brain can't take it, particularly if I watch highlights of another race.
Well, you end up with a terrible mashup of two races in your head.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You start thinking, hang on, was there so-and-so in the break yesterday? You find they're not even in the race. I have a very small brain and really can't cope with that level of input, as you know. Right, we are seeing riders dropping those, so the pace is definitely going up. This is Mateusz Govocar talking of the Tour of Britain. He won the final stage in Felixstowe on the seafront. The Slovenian, the Bahrain victorious. He is out the back, so it's another fast man down. I don't think he was riding his way back in. I hate to scare you, but we appear to have just lost live pictures again. Hang in there, folks. Bear with us. Hopefully, it's just momentary. Here's our live pictures. That'll do nicely. I doff my cap to the engineers and production staff on the ground out there in Montreal, because they'll have been crazy trying to make sure everything links up excuse me, properly with everything, not just the finish line pictures, but with the aircraft overhead and now aerial shots too. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 laps left. And I hate to say it, but I think at the moment, strangely enough, the worst of these, possibly because of his ride over them, is Dries de Bont. He looks like he's in difficulty, much to me.
Well, I think he looks to be wrong. I think he's looked a little bit rougher than the other two since he got there. I think that a little bit of that's just his style. I don't know how demanding the ride over was. I thought it was going to be absolute hell for him, but in the end, the other two kind of sat up and waited. So I don't think it was too bad. But they do need, if they're going to survive much longer, they do need the three of them. Problem is, as soon as, I mean, they're being held by one rider for one team at the minute, essentially. So whenever UAE want to reel them in, they'll reel them in. How long they stay out there isn't really in their own hands.
They are nearly over the top of the Côte de Camillon, starting the long descent on the Chemin Remembrance.
I think
westward.
I think they're going to be very, very close to them, to be honest, by the end of this lap.
Yeah,
certainly into the lap after, because that's just, it's dropped kind of 45 seconds in the last lap or so. Not quite that much, but 35 seconds.
There is a King of the Mountains prize at the end of this race every single time over the top of the Côte de Camillon, and it does, I think, if my memory serves me correctly, early on, it was Phil Kelders who led over there most times, so he might fancy getting himself on the podium regardless of what happens.
Yeah, but it's very skewed. It's the same as it was in Quebec 2 days ago. For the first, it's 1 point for the KOM for the first 10 laps or something, and then it goes up to 3 points. And I think the last time over it's 25 points. So you would have to stay out. I don't think they've been out there long enough yet.
No,
he probably needs another couple of laps. Seems a bit unfair. It's quite a nice idea if the KOM is a bit of a bonus, goes to sort of someone in the breakaway rather than them ending up as sort of collateral damage when the real race gets going, which is how it's going to be.
That is my opinion with all additional classifications in races, by the way. I'm not sure what's going on here. This is interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of head shaking going on from Rafa Micah back there. So I don't know what's being said or done amongst the other riders around them, but he's not happy about something. We will keep an eye on the Polish rider. Welcome back to our Eurosport viewers. And this is the Grand Prix Cycliste de Montréal. We've lost a few pictures, and I think you've gone away and watched some other things along the way. You've missed an awful lot of fascinating chat from Dr. Michael Hutchinson and myself, Chris Fox. We've been virtually making things up, which is Of course, not true, because we've been giving you some interesting information on the way. We did lose pictures. You're seeing live pictures right now, and these are live pictures with 5 laps to go of this, the penultimate men's UCI World Tour one-day race of the year, Grand Prix Cycliste de Montréal. It's the second of these 2 Quebecois races. We had the Grand Prix Quebec on Friday, won by Michael Matthews for the 3rd time, the Australian who's really kind of pressed a reset on himself this year after being pretty cheesed off with things this season, to be honest. Gone away, trained hard, come back looking really lean and fit, and just crushed everyone in the final sprint on Friday. He is here, although we think, and certainly Michael Hutchinson thinks, he is working for Simon Yates. We'll keep an eye on that, though, to see how good he's looking. The front end of the race is still being controlled by UAE Emirates, but increasingly a few less of them. The last time we looked at them, it was Juan Ayuso, and that what we've just seen there is a very different front to the race. Hutch, as our camera motorbike comes past them, this looks like Matej Mohoric, and then Quinn Simmons with the best, no doubt about it, the best moustache and the best mullet in world cycling, possibly ever. I'm going to stick it out there. I think ever. They've detached themselves out of it.
Can't think of a better one. Yeah, they kind of that on that really fizzed up on that descent, because that was Mohoric went off the front on the descent, and the little Czech rider who I didn't see who I didn't recognise went after him. Suddenly kind of calmed down again.
Connor Swift here, having a go. The newly crowned British gravel racing champion, took that title in Scotland just before starting the Tour of Britain in Kelso. He and his cousin Ben went and rode, and they were, I think, 1st and 3rd in that British gravel championships. Rode really well in the Tour of Britain, both Swifts in actual fact, but still didn't come out of it with anything really to show for it, but very aggressive. And once again, in this race today, we are seeing, as we saw on Friday, an aggressive, on the front foot, attacking Ineos Grenadiers team, who seem out to, well, get as much as they can out of the end of this season, regardless of what people are saying around them, around the team this year as well. So Connor Swift, the first to go for it. This looks like Mohoric again having a go. He's one of my picks for the win today, Hutch. But how does...
That's not looking like a great pick right now, is it?
Not brilliant, but we've got to question, but also, why is he doing it? I picked him as a potential for the win through there being some late attacking and him getting detached in a group that he then hangs in with, because we know he can hang on. I just wonder whether, if he's not then, why is he doing this? He's now going clear at the moment, Mohoric, whether he knows it or not. He's being...
Well, there's clearly a kind of an attempt to shred the feet.
Without us even noticing, Ristagon has gone. He will be very quickly caught. I think he really has got properly hit the tree court as well. And Mohoric is making a determined effort with this. I tell you what, Dr. Hutch, you'll be smiling on the other side of your face if he goes on to win now, won't you?
I will be.
I'll look very clever.
I'm not frightened.
I know you're not. He actually doesn't look like... Oh dear. It shows how hard this climb is, particularly in the heat as well. And now it is starting to take its toll. We've done, 150 kilometres. Most of these riders finished, because we had finishers for Quebec on Friday. I did note it down somewhere how many finished. So I was actually quite surprised. It was about 140 of the 180 riders that finished on Friday. So they've already got a decent ride in their legs in tough, constantly up and down conditions in Quebec on Friday. Here is Dries de Bob being caught. While we watch that happening, we're going to go across to an interview with Tadej Pogačar from before the start today as well, if I'm not mistaken. The Slovenian Triple Crown attendant.
How was the battle with the Lotto Destiny guys on Friday?
Yeah, it was very interesting. It was really fun racing. But I thought we could go to the finish and I would head-to-head with Arnaud in sprint. That would be epic in my books, but it was how it was, and they come from behind, and I didn't have the legs anymore to do a good sprint.
Today, a race you won 2 years ago. What's the key to winning this one?
Yeah, it's a bit more climbing parcours than 2 days ago, and but you need a strong team, I think, here. and still good positioning. It's a circuit race, fast one, and yeah, you need to have strong power after 200 kilometers for 5 minutes, 1 minute, and also maybe sprint.
Who do you see as your main competitors today?
Oh, I don't know. There's a lot of guys here that can do like 5 minute power, you know, really high power, which is good for here, and also like 1 minute power guys that can do really high numbers gonna be good here. So yeah, let's see. I need to follow my teammates, do our own race, and try to make it hard in the final for us.
Thank you very much, mate. Thank you. Touch, while we listen to that, we can see my man, Matej Mohoric, riding off to the wind by the looks of it. Let's see if he can make this stick. I tell you what, it's calmed down a little bit behind, and Mohoric is the master of this kind of thing. It was a sneaky little turn of wasn't it? Just squeezing on the descent. And he looks good.
There was nothing flashy about it, yeah, exactly.
No.
He just sort of eased away from the bunch and nobody really saw him go. I'm just, if I'm honest, a little bit hard-pressed to see him out here in his own 53 kilometres.
Year-old and the 21-year-old. Actually, they're nearly all there, but yeah, you're right, Hutch. I'm looking for Santiago Buitrago in there. He's probably still their best bet, or a Pale Bilbao on good form. Let's see. Michael Matthews still there, winner from Quebec on Friday. Oh, Alex Aaron Barru right at the back. He's the best returner, let's remind ourselves, from last year, where he was third, the Spanish road race champion. But it looks like if he's pinging today, he's got a funny way of showing it, hanging out the back there. Let's see, though. It's a nice shot looking back beyond these two. It's a nice shot looking back beyond these two. Won't be too long before they're taking the descent down into the finish again. Thinking if they're caught, if they do get caught by Mohoric, at least they've got something to sit on for a while. These two have been swapping turns since the start. They're going to be tired. I mean, Dristavon hit, when I say hit the tree.
No, you were right. He was he always looked a little bit more dynamic on the bike's the polite way to put it, just really rocking and rolling a bit the whole way through. But yeah, you were right. You spotted he was going to pop, and then he popped.
Big boys rolling up too. Julien Alaphilippe sitting back in about 6th or 7th there as well. He'll be looking twitchy. He'll be shaking his quads out, looking around and getting nervous. He's on the wheel, by the looks of it, Michael Matthews. It is very interesting, isn't it? Michael Matthews just sits right on, I think, Poggy's wheel, actually, just on the back of Tadej Pogačar and nearly all of his team. Someone's missing.
The thing is, in some ways, this race hasn't been as fast as I was expecting it to be. I thought UAE were going to drill it harder earlier because the average speed has kind of been in the middle of the expected range. I thought we could perfectly well have been going a kilometre and a half an hour faster on here today. So maybe it's not going to be as tough a race as a lot of us were expecting, which suddenly opens it up again towards maybe even towards Michael Matthews. I don't think he would be, yesterday or the day before yesterday, he was kind of invisible until the very end. And I don't think if he was their first choice for today, we would be seeing nearly as much of him at this point in the race. That's not possible.
We've just seen DSM Permanent post their roll up for the first time that I've noticed today as well. It looked like the figure of Romain Bardet, but I'm not entirely sure. Dipping down into that descent. Mohoric is nearly on. Right, though, I'm sure they've wanted on. Let's look back behind them, though. There's enough space to get 3 motorbikes in between. I guess it depends how worried about Mohoric they are and how much they want to press this on now. They're inside now the final 50 kilometres, which means we have 4 laps left to go. Still Juan Ayuso on the front for UAE Team Emirates, but you can see the other teams getting themselves organised a little bit more. There's DSM Permanent post out in the middle. And there's light blue jerseys. Lotto Destiny also with, by the looks of it, Logan Curry up there again, the Kiwi, who did so much pacemaking on Friday up front. Lana Delete. The feeds here again. Well, there they are. Leonard, Gelders, and now Mohoric. Mohoric goes to the front, having crossed the gap. And the gap, as we can see, we're being told 26 seconds, but there it is. Ben Healy up at the front. We look to see Tadej Pogačar in about 6th place there as we watch them roll through. And that gives me a chance to hand over to Carlton Kirby and Brian Smith for the final time.
Well done, fellas. We're preparing, having medals struck for you as we speak. Oh dear, you never quite know where picture breakdowns are going to happen, and yeah, you did an amazing job. Well done, both of you. Thanks to Jess Cox and indeed to Dr. Michael Hutchison, and we welcome back Brian Smith, and it's myself, Carlton Kirby, alongside Brian, for the remainder of today. And it looks like the iron is about to be struck. Well, for those of you who are staying with us on digital, thanks indeed to Jens Cox and indeed to Michael Hutchinson. What a day. What a day indeed to have that kind of issue as well. On a circuit, it's often quite a test, I can tell you, from personal experience. But we usually have hardwired camera pictures from the finish line. But it was an international link issue, I can tell you. So thankfully, it has all been resolved. But the day hardly has. And Matej Mohoric, I'm going to give credit to Jez, picked him today, very early on, as somebody to watch. At the moment, everyone else is watching his backside because he's gone up the road with Michael Leonard and Gil Helders. They're doing a job. So now, of course, our UE Team Emirates engaged in the chase, and it's fallen upon them to actually deliver today. They are, of course, intending to deliver, we believe, Tadej Pogačar, but you never really know whether the user might indeed have a dig or indeed some others. The attrition rate continues, especially out front. Leonard is the latest to find the sting in the tail of this race. And with 48 kilometres to go, Brian, it's still up for grabs, and this has been a sifting process, and an awful lot of riders have decided that they're going to head to the truck and watch this one on telly.
Yeah, it does look ominous though, however. 4 riders for Tadej Pogačar at the front for UE Team Emirates. You know, I think for most teams looking at that, you think, well, he's still got strength in numbers here. He's still got enough riders to help him in the last 4 laps. And Mohoric, is he going to live with his countryman Pogačar in the last lap? I don't think so. So, you know, what are the other tactics from the other teams? And I think Mohoric went there and he was hoping that maybe 2 or 3 other riders would go with him. He's gone across to that original breakaway, and they've done rather well, I have to say. Possibly not as well as the breakaway in Quebec, but they have done well today, Leonard and Helders. And, you know, it's starting to break down at the front. Mohoric, clearly, fresh air legs on this climb, but alone with 47 to go, I give him no chance. That's all I'm going to say. But at the end of the day, you have to play your tactics. You have to try and maybe get a group, and potentially a group of 6, 8 riders with Pogačar not there, and, you know, put a lot of pressure on UE Team Emirates. But for the moment, anyway. Mohoric on his own is not going to cut it. And I just feel that UAE Team Emirates have got a lot of control at this race at the moment.
They have. It's interesting to see a few who are still bouncing within this group. We talk about some of the big names coming up to the fore. Roman Bardet still looks lively up for it, I must admit. Mohoric has skittered off up the roads, being chased at the moment by UAE Team Emirates. Just tucked in behind as well, a whole raft of talent. Clearly Ben Healy hasn't given up the ghost by any means, still very much fully engaged. Jonas Aguirre just on his back wheel, as you may just have seen a few moments ago. This is going to take dogged determination, and quite a bit is being shown. I must admit as well, smooth as silk is Simon Yates at the moment, looking absolutely magnificent. Well, Jorgensen also looks lively. This has got very selective. In fact, some teams are finding themselves with a paucity, I'm afraid, after so many have stepped off. In fact, Novo Nordisk, sad to tell you, has only got David Lozano, I believe, still active today. That's how tough this race has been. It was kind of designed to be so. And some would say, Brian, this is the ultimate preparation in the lead up to the Worlds. Some might say that it's grinding you down. Biniam, the latest to be dropped, I'm afraid. So yeah, there's a lot of ambition being hung out to dry on plenty of these peaks and troughs that we're dealing with today. It's the nature of the course, Brian.
Yeah, it just shows you how hard it is. And I think for Girmay, he was just thinking about finishing today. The last two editions, he hasn't. But over 4,500 metres of elevation, it was always going to be very difficult. You can see the size of the peloton from the helicopter shots. We'll probably get at least, half the peloton left, maybe a little bit less. The average speed so far has gone up a little bit from the kind of 37 to just under 39. So, the laps are getting faster and faster, but, some of these, energy reserves from a lot of the riders are getting used up a lot. But a flick of the elbow from Mohoric. I don't think he's going to get any help from Helders because he's been out there pretty much all day. But another casualty for UAE Team Emirates, but this is what they did in Quebec and Friday night. Okay, in a little bit easier course. They really put the pressure on, and they want to kind of launch Pogačar. I think he will wait to the final lap, but this is the softening up process.
It is. Well, there's your answer. If you're wondering whether it was going to be Ayuso today, Ayused up. It's about Pogačar, of course. Well, doing a great job. I love the way, in a precocious manner, he just kind of checks on those around him. Just wants to know, he knows what his team is doing. He wants to look into the faces of those, indeed, who would depose him. Simon Yates is looking very lively, Brian. More than that, the danger when he looks relaxed is precisely that. That's when he's at his most lethal. He may well fancy it today. Do you think anyone could go from range? Matej Mohoric clearly thought that this would be a great idea. And in fact, he's held a margin. He's still got half a minute. Unfortunately for him, he's got a phalanx of UAE Team Emirates riders who still look like they have power to spend. I'm not saying it's going to be Mohoric, but do you think anyone else could have the beating of that crew who still have an awful lot of manpower to spend?
I don't give many that big a hope. I think Mohoric is trying at the right time, but unfortunately he's on his own. When I say on his own, he's got Theo Helders, who's been in the breakaway all day, not really able to contribute. This, like you say, is a good warm-up for the World Championships, because guess what? It's on a circuit. It's quite hilly, and as everybody knows that watches the World Championships, it all comes down to the kind of last 20 kilometres or less. I think the winning move will come on this final lap, but until then it's all about kind of softening things up. And Mohoric going from distance here, I think at the end of the day he'll be hoping that more riders should have gone with him, but with the pace that UAE Team Emirates are doing at the moment, no one else is doing anything at all. I feel that the only way you're going to beat Pogačar today is if you're on exceptional form. You just mentioned Simon Yates. He's one that can compete. Not too sure he can beat. But at the end of the day, I think it needs the kind of numbers in front on the final lap. And hopefully Pogačar's not there. But I have very little confidence that's going to happen. But the pressure of UAE Team Emirates, just holding them out at 30 seconds, this is helping them. But Mohoric, he's on his own. He's done these sort of kind of efforts in the past, but I think it's just a kind of hiding to nothing for the moment anyway.
Well, Mohoric, of course, will be riding with Pogačar when it comes to the World. Maybe this is part of his training as well. They could have a
potentially, but
yeah,
when you consider the Biniam Victorious team that he's got here, there's some good riders in here. Zamperini has been climbing and sprinting well. We saw that in the Tour of Britain recently. But Trago, let's see what he can do. Bilbao's building. He's someone that could be there in the last lap with Pogačar. And when you've got different riders that, suited to go from distance, and other riders are kind of holding back. But this is the sort of effort that when you're further back in the peloton, Carlton, you're thinking, well, if I attack here, how far am I going to get off the front? You know what I mean? It's just going to be a kind of waste of time. And that's why UAE Team Emirates are doing it. They're trying to stop anybody else thinking about trying to attack.
I'm loving it, actually. Shadows are starting to get a little bit longer as we get into the sort of mid-afternoon. 25 seconds, it's been pared back just a little bit. Now, watch Lidl Trek here. They've got Baggiodio, I think, could thrive. And they want to be on coattails at the moment. Tom Squinch, perfect engine move for them. They've lost Dario Cataldo. Patrick Conrad, I believe, will be within that group as well. The Austrian certainly knows how to impose himself, or has done in the past. I think those days are perhaps gone for him. But there's a whole raft of riders here who will be thinking about some glory. Seen Alaphilippe just being as precocious as he always is. And Groupama Francais, Valentin Madouas, but Romain Grégoire, I think possibly their better bet. Here is Madouas, in the tricolor, the French champion, just bouncing away into our consciousness. Honoré in the pink there for indeed EF Education. Still some cards to play for UNOX Mobility, who are far from giving up the ghost. Spanish champion is, of course, also rocking and rolling here. Alex Aramburu from Movistar in the house. 23 seconds, though, and it looks like Mohoric may well have shot his bolt here as we come up again past the university on this rather spiteful climb. There's a whole sequence of them. Some of you have joined the coverage late, then you've missed a big hiatus as a dropout of pictures. Really, I was hoping that it wasn't going to get neutralized entertainment-wise for you, unfortunately. We had the great bridge, I must admit, Jez and Michael, who carried us over what was a troubling time, I think, for picture-wise. It looks like it's been nailed back together for us now. So luckily we're seeing the live action. Apparently it didn't drop out at all in Canada, but it was an international relay that let us down. So thankfully we are back here. You can see from the course here, we go up the Côte de Camille and Oude, then we climb up the Côte de Polytechnique. That's what we just dealt with, up to the old university. That has maximum gradients nudging up towards 11%, so sort of hidden within that. But then yet another of these downhill runs at pace into more technical curves. A lot of, as you can see, 90-degree turns to be taken. There is a full hairpin as well that will introduce us ultimately to our final climb. So we just dealt with our Polytechnic. Looking at Helders and Mohoric out front. Helders has been out there all day, bless him. He was in the company of Dries de Bont from Decathlon AG Tour Le Mondial, who was first of the trio to drop back. Michael Leonard of the Canadian from Ineos Grenadiers, made a good fist of it, stayed out there for a decent amount of time. Helders has held on, but to what aim? Well, Matej Mohoric bridged up to him, got a gap of about 35 seconds, been pared back to 22. But there is a very, very distilled group of talent. Just getting back to them at the moment. So look at this, there's been a split. UAE Team Emirates have gone for this, and they've dragged Little Trek with them. Said if you stayed on their coattails, Brian, there could well be something in it for you. And so it is proven. Little Trek getting a free ride here, but that's a healthy gap that has to be bridged.
We missed that, so the cameras missed that. Somebody's kind of sat up in the line in that kind of small descent there, and you can see a little bit further back, gaps starting to appear. So that's just someone, I don't think there was any crash or any puncture or anything like that. that's somebody that's kind of pulled out the line and let the gap open. It's criminal when you do it at this level. Nobody likes it, but the gap has opened and it's coming back together again. But when that happens, again, it just emphasises, Carlton, the pace that UAE Team Emirates are going at. They are taking absolutely no prisoners today, and they're making sure that they deliver Pogačar. Pogačar, I think, really kind of smarting from Quebec. Although he said it would have been fun to go head-to-head with Arnaud in a sprint at the end, but he came here to win, and his team rode in Quebec. They came away with, 7th place. Today, they're not leaving any stone unturned. They're using up their team. Ayuso did a good couple of laps on the front. Now we're seeing Tim Wellens riding on the front and riding with pace. And Micah just kind of holding back. He'll hold back, I think, to the kind of last lap. It's Mohoric, just a pity no other teams decided to go when he went, because he's definitely a strong enough rider, Carlton. He's not getting any help from Helders, and the team of UAE are just kind of chasing him down.
Just looking back here as well, lots of destiny with Yana Bokamos also coming to join the party. And in fact, the alarm bells have gone off. Everyone's realised that this is yet another move, a sub-move potentially, but hey, 17 seconds, it's had an effect of not only closing this gap, but also, I think, putting the pressure on all of those that would join the ride. UAE Team Emirates are just showing their domination, I think, at the moment, Brian. I'm just hoping they don't get burnt.
No, well, it's all going to come down to Pogačar. He's just going on the radio at the moment. He's just making sure that they're in control. They know what they're doing. Just kind of ordering the instruction of what he needs. It's in one line. It's fast. It's furious, and it's just stopping anybody else. It's kind of deadening in the legs of, many of the other rivals behind. I have to say that Alaphilippe did look good, and I was a little bit surprised because Tour of Britain, he was just lacking a little bit. That 6-day stage race obviously did him some good. He came over here a bit jet lag. Thought he was struggling a little bit, but I thought he looked really, really good in Quebec. That was his type of attack, and I think he'll be another rider to animate. I think Jorgensen has to be more patient today than he was in Quebec. Okay, they had another sprinter there, but this is definitely a race that Jorgensen suits. But I think if they're going to try and beat Pogačar, they're going to have allies round about to help each other, because it seems to be Pogačar v the rest.
Well, the UAE's mission has to be to create something of, I guess, a cauldron. And they're doing it. They turn the heat up. Well, whatever they are cooking, it's got to be done to a certain level of moderation, you might have thought. But UAE Team Emirates have gone on the attack. And indeed, they have drawn a response. Those they left behind from this group of around 60 riders suddenly realised that they had to work together to actually put that particular fire out, and that's precisely what's happened. But 37.6 kilometres to go. UAE Team Emirates have got a problem. It's another slipping. It's Matej Mohoric who's up the road, or it has been for a while. 10 seconds only is the margin, and I don't think they'll have any fear here, UAE Team Emirates, of catching this. Here's Tadej Pogačar on the blower. Now, he's the man that is almost, despite his age, is an impresario, and he's told him to knock it off. He's told him to weave. He's been on the radio and said, all right, we've got him. We put the hurt on. Let's regather ourselves and go again. Brian, he's absolutely, he's on rhythm guitar here. They're dancing to his tune.
Yeah, he's conducting them, isn't he?
Brilliant.
Constantly on the radio, giving them encouragement, telling them what he wants. Move to the right-hand side, swing to the left, block the road, round that kind of dog leg. And the others have to be, they'll be scratching their heads, what they're going to do. Of course, everybody expecting the attack from Pogačar in the last lap up to the finishing line from the port in Quebec. That did come, but he wasn't successful. But I really do think he'll be better today, and he'll want to win this race for sure.
Right, well, it was knock it off. I need a drink. He's got that. He's sprayed his thighs down. He's doused the back of his... Oh, dear. I think it's absolutely fantastic. He's he's at peace with himself, even within all of this mayhem. Okay, get yourselves ready. It is action time whenever he decides to take it. 6 seconds now only to Matej Mohoric to be wound back in. Phil Helders has been staying with him for the entire day. There's still a lot of talent within this now peloton, but I think the dictation of the race is from one team and one man in particular, and that is Tadej Pogačar. So, yeah, love the way he just called them on the radio. Okay, knock it off. I just need to go over to the right-hand side of the road, grab myself a drink, and then we'll just carry on with this. He's refreshed, Brian, and he's ready.
Yes, and they're just using up Tim Wellens. We get to the bottom of the climb again, and you know, pretty much it's all back together. But as you say, that there are some talented riders still in here. I think for them, if they've got any hope, just sit and wait. It's pretty much a game of patience for the moment anyway. But yeah, it's going to be a very difficult final few laps here. Who has got the legs to follow? We can see Magnus Sheffield up there. But as soon as we get to the bottom of the climb, it's Novak and Micah. But just look at Pogačar. He just looks so easy. There's one man. Quinn Simmons is one man that I think, you know, when Mohoric went there, he's another man I'd have loved to have seen go with him. But job done for Tim Wellens. But, you know, over to the other two of Novak and, of course, Rafał Majka, who always turns up and does a terrific job for his team. But slowly but surely, you know, this rider's going to disappear now at the back. But I think for the moment anyway, just let them do this. And it's a sit and wait.
Oh, hello. Well, he's had his glory here in Canada. That was on Friday. And Michael Matthews, absolute hero. He did a great job of keeping up, quite frankly. In fact, his name has been mentioned time and time again over the last couple of laps. But it's not to be. But no shame in that for Bling. He's been absolutely amazing. And there you go. The Valentin Madouas as well. Thank you, pal. Oliveira just
talking about last year.
I am. I am indeed. Oliveira going. So Baudin and Perret-Pintre, I wonder if they're still there up front. Let's wait and see in a few moments' time. Yeah, wrong year.
I think Madouas will be okay. It's his type of race. Just sit there, duck and dive, and you know, there's so many options in this group behind. Look, there's not a lot you can do when you're in this race and a team like UAE are doing this. There's not a lot you can do. Look at Ben Healy. We're getting close to the Ben Healy time, but I think this is just a little bit strong for him. Why did Ben Healy not go with Mohoric when he went? Because, you know, strong rider, but he went, he had his go, but end of day for Mohoric.
It is. I note that Jonas Aguirre is getting himself up towards the floor. Quinn's gone, I'm afraid. He'll be off the hairdressers. Actually, probably not tomorrow. Still needs to be a bit longer at the back. Meanwhile, a few others struggling here. Berenetxea. Also, that's the one. At the back. I think I said it right, actually, but you need to practice more. There's a Yates here. Still going great. There is, of course, some doggedly determined riders still within this frame, but I'm afraid a few others. Ericsson just struggling. Here's Uhl, man, indeed should be able to cope with this kind of incline, but it's the pace. We always say, Brian, it's how you take it, not the length of the climb. And this one feels really torturous. It is the big climb that we're dealing with. After they peak it this time, they've got to do it twice again. There are other little pickups that they've got to deal with, but they feel magnified almost to Alpine. Jonas Aguirre looks fabulous, Brian. Gorka went off earlier. Jon's still very much here.
Yeah, when you got this climb once, it's not that bad. 1.8 kilometres at kind of 8%. Okay, you feel it. But going up at 17 times, it does take its toll. Just over 4,500 metres of elevation today. But I've also seen Nelson Paulus, who seems to be riding well. He's in the group behind, not that far from the front in pink. So there's a few riders riding well, just staying in the top 20. But when we see the back of that peloton, Carlton, there's a lot of riders really, really struggling. With Michael Matthews, no real surprise. He got his win. I think that's why he came to Canada, and I thought, well, if I can get one win at least, he is a rider that's doubled up here, but I just think this race now is too hard for the kind of type of sprinters that were up there in Quebec.
I think so. Well, don't forget to look out for Mr. Healy. Darren Rafferty, the new Irish champion, of course, as I'm sure you well know, on the 23rd of June. Go ahead.
Carlton, just Micah was called back there to Pogačar. Just keep an eye on it. He was on the radio. He went back. They're having a little bit of chat. I'm not too sure what the situation is here, so just kind of keep an eye on that one. He's been called off and he's moved back. They're sitting having a chat about 10 down, position 10, both the white jerseys together.
Yeah, not sure why. Let's see whether indeed they're called to service in a few moments' time. The cars are actually in place, ready to help out, if indeed it's that. Just don't know. A strange one, Brian, because he doesn't seem in any hurry to drift to the back. If he had a technical, that would be the...
Could just be radio. Just wanted to talk to him.
Maybe it's a telling off. Who knows? 34 kilometres to go. Few others starting to muster. Here is how your King of the Mountains competition has been going. Bill held us. These magnify, Brian, these points as you get deeper into the race.
Yeah, they do. Especially they're really heavy in the last lap. Quite a lot of points up for grabs, but you can still see Micah chatting with Pogačar here and some others. So just leaving Novak at the front. This may be an opportunity, but you can't go alone. You've got two riders, Novak and Micah, and they're super strong. But you don't want to go into the final lap here with Pogačar just riding at the front. I think for some of the other teams, if I was here, I'd maybe speak to a few riders. You kind of make friends, and you will have friends in the group here. Maybe try something. It doesn't have to be an uphill, but try something and kind of test them out. But it really has to be, kind of 3, 4, 5 riders. It has to be more than UE Team Emirates. I've got riders in this front group, and they've got 2 workhorses, and kind of the man to beat, Tadej Pogačar.
Let's go down just on the far side of your screen with the sort of minty shoulder. Certainly somebody to watch out for today. Valentin Madouas still very much involved in the phalanx here. There's Berkamos wearing unlucky 13 for some. And here is Tadej Pogačar. I'm actually just wondering whether he's now accounted for the spent bullets. There's Perry Bautre as well, nearest to us, so it was a few moments ago. And also Tobias Johannesson. A lot of team principals have found themselves here. A lot of the favourites that we were expecting to see up towards the 4 late on are already here. Tadej Pogačar looks like he's regathering himself and indeed his team. They did an awful lot to close this down. They now find themselves in the driving seat. They don't want to deliver other teams fresher to the final lap, right?
Yeah, but it looks of things potentially, just kind of reading into it a little bit. Doman Novak, super strong rider. Just leave him in front. You could see that Pogačar was kind of sitting 4th. Most people know that you get a little bit more shelter when you kind of drop back into the group. Okay, there's a few more dangers, but just pulling Micah back into the group a little bit, just saving it, because I think he's going to really need Micah coming on to the final ascent of the longest climb. So just keep it rolling along at the front, see what the other teams do. Said before, this is about being really patient, not doing what Jorgensen did in Quebec and just striking out a little bit too early and kind of wasting energy. You have to be very patient. This is all going to come down to the final lap.
Welcome back, everybody. Those of you who've been away, it's been a little bit of a regathering. Here's Derek G, just going back to the car, getting some sustenance here. That would be a great result for Canada if he gets a decent one today. And in fact, we're wondering how it's going to sort itself out, because it's about hanging your washing out to dry. I just hope nobody nicks it, to be honest. At the moment, it looks like UE Team Emirates have decided they're going to hold themselves back. Pogačar, I think this shows confidence, apart from anything else, that he can do the job on the final lap. with anyone else, Brian, I kind of worry just a little bit that this was a strategy that's having to be rebuilt because they've spent too much energy. I don't think that's the case. I think Pogačar's fine. They've done a job of killing off the break. They've put a little bit of fatigue into quite a few riders that would go up against Pogačar. I think this shows that he believes he can do the job on the final lap.
Yeah, and it's a case of we don't have to show the kind of power at the front. We only have a limited amount of resources. So, guys, if you want to try and win the race, over to you. I'm going to put one rider on the front. I'm just going to keep it rolling along at a strong pace. It's up to you guys. If you want to try and beat me, there you go. You've got 30 kilometres to be able to do that. This is the man I'm really looking forward to. Michael Woods, the Canadian champion, I said it right from the start. What a coup for this race. What a result it would be to see the Canadian champion throw his hands up. He did look relaxed there. He did look good. He didn't ride Quebec, and not many teams can do that. Not many teams can come over to these two races. You have to treat it like a stage race. You're not going to send two separate teams over here, and it is two separate types of races. Quebec is for more or less the sprinters, and then you get this race more for the climbers. So no team sends two teams. So some sends, maybe one, maximum two, but I think just one. And I think there have been very little changes. So with that race for the sprinters on Friday, a bit of a rest day yesterday, and now into today, there's been one major change in this race, and that's Israel Premertech have put the Canadian champion in. Because if this was in Scotland, I would want to ride both of them. No, they've held them back, and I think they've held them back to keep them as fresh as possible to try and go toe-to-toe with the man that wants to try and win or become the third rider ever to win the Triple Crown.
Let's see. Well, we've just gone over our major peak. We come down into a little bit of relative flat. And then we'll be kicking up to the Côte de Polytechnique again. Also with some quite spiteful inclines. In fact, most the steepest that we've got here, around the 11%, incidentally. It's a gradual sort of introduction to it. As you can see, these big highways, they sort of draw them straight, and then engineering-wise, they're quite happy to found these metal roads. Here's a man who indeed always provides royal entertainment. Julian Alaphilippe, he's still very much involved today. As you can see, he's up towards the pointy end. It would be joy unbridled, I think. Possibly would be the equal popular favourite here amongst the crowd if he was to come through. Michael Woods, the Canadian champion. Let's see how he rolls, shall we? I think being selective is one thing. Beating Tadej Pogačar on a day like today is quite another. I think there are others as well here who can really thrive in a very tough end game. Don't be surprised if Alaphilippe himself, actually. A man who wants to bid a soft and kindly farewell to Soudal Quickstep in appreciation of what they've done for him over the years, as opposed to what they've done to him lately, Brian.
Yeah, no, I think it was great. Covered the Tour of Britain recently, and he was just lacking a little bit like Remco Evenepoel, but they were starting to come good. They'd done some extra training after the stages, so I think he'll be there and thereabouts. I just hope that he has the kind of focus and he relaxes because I just want him to go and attack this lap now. Just go and attack, just try and instigate something, do something. But as we all know, it's about being patient because there's not a lot you can do with Doman Novak on the front, setting this tempo. What are you going to gain if you start going on the attack? We're in the area of Ben Healy. Ben Healy went on the attack in Quebec, and then he get dropped afterwards. He just didn't have the legs to continue. Nelson Powers is up in Sydney, second place there. There are other quality riders in here, but I really do think the key to this is not getting excited too early, saving, but coming to the line with Pogačar. You can only think he won this a couple of years ago. He even beat Wout van Aert in the sprints. Baggioli was in third place. He's still there and thereabouts. Hasn't had the best season when he's moved over to Lido Trek, but you never know, you can pop up in this race again, because when you come back to a race that you've done well and gives you that little bit of motivation. So it's a case of be patient and try and kind of save that energy, because you're going to need it for this last lap, because it's going to be absolutely, you know, crazy with a lot of riders trying to go on the attack and trying to form alliances. I think that's what you have to do. Attack, try and take maybe one or two riders with you. Hope Pogačar's not there. Force them to chase. You know, create these alliances. Let's see what happens in these two final laps here, Carlton.
Patrick Conrad just spotted him just at the back of this little forward group as you're looking at it right now. I was wondering who would be your pick from Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe today. And Freddie Van Dahl is still in the frame here. Somebody that kind of suits this race. Not quite sure if he could possibly... I wasn't sure before the day whether he would actually be able to hold his own, but you just never know. There is Conrad number 54. If he's already hovering at the back here, that to me suggests not the best honoré as well, I'm afraid. It's not the best circumstance for him just for the time being. He's hoping for more. 26.4 kilometres from home, and they're exchanging duties, but only within the chase of those who are sitting in behind. Strong performance from DSM Firmenich so far, Brian. You never know how these things are going to pan out. Kevin Vermaak for them. Roman Bardet, of course, as well in the frame. But Vermaak, I would have thought, would have been their best hope today.
I think Vermaak, I also think this is suited to Frank Vandenbroek. That's why I was a little bit surprised he was on the attack in Quebec. But I think he'll have recovered. I think he'll feel okay. But you asked the question about Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. I would say all day long Sergio Higuita, but I know he's been sick recently, so you know I have to kind of rule out him. Jai Hindley, come on, you know he should be a rider that is very capable of going with the best climbers here, but it's just not quite there. Sobrero as well, another good one. Max Schachmann, they still have some top riders here, but it's a case. Just be patient for the moment. We're coming up to the 2 laps to go. It's just save what you can. Nice to see Ben Healy over towards the right, the Irishman. Jorgensen getting looked after for Visma Lisa bike, but yeah, it's a case of Novak, do your job. They're going to Pogačar's just keeping Micah back for the final lap.
Here we go. Big compression, 8 wide. Alaphilippe gets his nose right towards the front. Knows that if anyone's going to skittle off the front, maybe it'll be him. Sometimes I don't actually know whether he knows either. There he is on the barriers. Double checks all around him. Anyone fancy having a go? Stevie Williams as well, why not? 25.4 kilometres from home. Pogačar himself just sucking on one bottle, dispatches that and another, just adjusting the stock in the supermarket by the looks of him. Perry Parter just rams into a bottle here as well. This is fantastic. What a final 25 kilometres we have got. It's really, really warming up here. Michael Woods as well. Simon Yates, all here. Michael Woods just looking a little bit breathy at the moment. I think you'd probably forgive him that. Getting to veteran status right now. Ben Healy, the Eternal Terrier, just about to head off and terrorise somebody. Alaphilippe sitting upon his wheel, just in case. This is great, Brian.
Yeah, well, they're having a timeout at the moment. Yeah. As in North America, and they do these type of things here. But yeah, a bit of a timeout. Novak has done his job. He's still in this group, but Micah, he didn't want to come to the front. He's the rider that really kind of wants to go on to the final lap and kind of set up Pogačar. Lotto Destiny, you have to say that they showed some strength the other day in Quebec. Okay, they never kind of finished it off. But I think, they're a team that's sitting in the second division, but riding like a World Tour team, and I believe they will be back at World Tour. They have the numbers.
24.2 kilometres from home, and stepping up and out of the saddle, Micah. It's down to him now. And this will be final duties. Wait for Micah to start shredding the field. There it is. Novak did a fantastic job. He pulls to the side of the road the Slovenian champion, who'll be back on duty, to be absolutely certain when it comes to the Worlds. And look at the effect of this. Micah just stamping on the pedals, and Pogačar's absolutely rock solid, and with him, and the gaps are opening up already, Brian. This is significant. This is your move.
Yeah, this it's the riders. Matteo Jorgensen we've been talking about, these medalists, about Alaphilippe, Bagioli's there, Ben Healy's up towards Sheffield. Israel Premier Tech just a little bit too far behind. I think that's Fuglsang, the first rider of the Israel Premier Tech team. Got to remember the Premier Tech is a Canadian sponsor. Big pressure on that team to deliver something. But look at the back of the peloton. They're dropping like flies.
They are. Simon Yates is absolutely locked on staying with it. Healy likewise. A little bit of a gap back to Valde, Kevin Vermaak as well. I just love this. Just lightening the load. All I need is a sip, says Matteo Jorgensen. I don't need a full bottle. That's clever thinking, Brian. Just have what you need on board to deliver with 23.4 kilometres to go.
Yeah, they've just been through and taken a bottle, and then they're starting to suffer on the climb. And when someone starts to empty the bottle, it's just to get rid of some of that excess weight, as you already mentioned.
Fabulous. And here we go. Pogačar's going now. He's going to fly the coop. Pogačar, 2 bike lengths, 3 bike lengths. It'll be 4 in a moment. Jorgensen staying with him and just looking a little bit further back to see anybody else who's got the will. It's Alaphilippe who's trying to rock and roll with it, but Pogačar has flown, and this is further away than I thought. He takes it on this major peak, and he now wants to own the day, and by a significant margin. Well, we said it's been an awful long time before anyone had gone solo, and he's doing it again. Oh, look at that. A country mile, and indeed separation, almost galaxies apart, it seems. When Tadej Pogačar's in this kind of mood, he's been dictating everything. He is the impresario, and he said goodbye to everybody. He called for Raf Majka to do the last job for him, and then he said to himself, if you want a job doing properly, do it on your own. And that is what's happened. There is a huge void here between Tadej Pogačar and everybody else. And if you had any doubt as to whether he had what it takes to deliver in the Worlds, then after such a busy season, then think again. He's absolutely in charge, not only of his own destiny, but those around him as well, Brian. Remarkable.
This all comes from the disappointment of Quebec. Clearly disappointed, got his team on the front and really wanted to do something. I didn't know, and I've already said it, Carlton, I didn't think he would go on the penultimate lap. I thought he would save it all and try and kill everybody the last time up this climb. But nobody really knows Tadej Pogačar. Nobody really knows what he's thinking. He really wants to kind of annihilate everybody, and it looks as if he has. The only chance that anybody has got of coming back, right, is forming an alliance behind. But will they do that? That's the thing.
It's been an awful long time since this race was shredded from this kind of distance. Solo is not what it's supposed to be about. Selective groups, yes, but this was the moment. 23.4 kilometers from home. They just started to work themselves into the ground and indeed start to destroy those around them. Tadej Pogačar, the bike lengths were starting to just show in a huge chasm. Matteo Jorgensen tried to stay with it, could not do so. Alaphilippe likewise couldn't fold over and form an attack. Oh no, it had to be. First edition Robert Hessing it was of this race that showed that it's possible to go home alone, and indeed went for it on the Chameleon Oud. That's the big climb here. And guess what? We had to wait an awful long time, but it's happened again. I'm not writing everyone else off at the moment, but they're going to need a fighting force if they're going to cross this gap. And at the moment, with just under 22 kilometers to go, 22 seconds is the margin. How do you close that, Brian, on this kind of terrain? With that kind of guy?
Well, have the numbers and work together. I think that's Peo Bilbao. It's at the front. Jorgensen is there. Izagirre. Fuglsang is there. The Canadian champion, Woods, Bagioli, Ben Healy, Powerless. There's numbers here in this group. The only way is to say, guys, we ride together. It's the only chance that we've got. 22 seconds, 24 seconds is not a lot. This man is firing in all cylinders, and the only thing that's going to stop him is if this group behind rides together. They haven't ridden all day. They've been put under so much pressure by UAE Team Emirates over the last couple of laps. You know, the favourite of the race has just disappeared up the roads. And the only chance that these guys have got of winning this race if they commit riders.
They're all looking at each other, I'm afraid. Healy's checked over his shoulder. Simon Yates doesn't want to invoke the chase. And this is the problem. If you put effort into bridging, Brian, you're going to give a magic carpet ride to one of your rivals.
But in this size of group, Carlton, there's teammates. So you have to make a quick decision and sacrifice your teammates. Paulus is there. If Ben Healy's there, they have to have a quick decision. Right, sacrifice. That's Tish Benuch is hanging in the back here. So the only chance is, trying to bring this guy back is if you've got a teammate here or any numbers in the group behind, is sacrificing them and getting them on the front and working together. It's going to take a hard chase to bring this guy back, but it can be done. But as often as we see many of these races, they all look at each other. You said it yourself, look at them. They're looking at each other, and the longer they look, the more distance he's going to put into the group behind.
Do you know, I think it's a question of second place is better than no place at all. And the way that this has been driven into the ground, this race, by UE Team Emirates, to my mind, they have operated perfectly. They've now got a little bit of coordination, but it's not teammates who are working together, it's principals from, indeed, different sources. And they're trying their best. They've snaffled another 3 seconds back, but there's no heart in it. This man's got it all, it seems, within his power, and those powers are significant. Well, there he is on the course just for the time being. You can also see the gap, and in fact on the double back through the trees here, if he looks through that arboreal screen, he's going to see those who would indeed deny him. He's going to get a better view once he crosses the approaches the start-finish line to announce the final lap. But really, it's a very select group that may well have the power and may not either to close this gap. 21 seconds it sits at the moment, but they'll start cat-mousing again, you can be sure, because nobody wants to take on the duty. And second place looks pretty good, quite frankly, I think, to quite a few.
Well, that does happen, Carlton, in these big races. World Tour, plenty of points. There's a lot of teams looking for it. But from the looks of things, all these accelerations, well, Pogačar, okay, he's riding a strong threshold at the front, but these accelerations, sitting up, looking around, it's got all the signs of game over. I know it's come down a few seconds, but the longer they continue to ride a little bit negatively behind and attack each other, the more that Pogačar is going to benefit.
Afraid so. Well, he started off at the beginning of the day as favourite. It's one thing to be a favourite, and it's something else entirely to live up to the billing. Nelson Palace doing a fantastic job of saying, look, if nobody else wants this, I'll take it myself. And Matteo Jorgensen is just about to try and neutralise that. The Americans are chasing on, doing it in North America, but so is this man. He's got 20 seconds. Now, he's very, very good at moderating his drive at moments like this. I think sometimes he does overjuice it, but I think as he's gained experience over the last couple of seasons, he's getting better at this, Brian, and I think he can hold this margin.
Well, he's definitely better than he was at Quebec, and I thought that would be the case anyway. But just look here, it's attacks rather than combining together. I just rewind about 5-10 minutes ago. The only way that you can win this race is if you get your teammates, try and close the gap, use the numbers that you've got in this group and sacrifice a couple of your teammates. That's not the case. Paulus has gone on the attack. It looks like Jorgensen trying to come across there. This is all helping Pogačar. Pogačar, one of the best time trialists in the world. He knows what he has to do to just ride at that threshold, while the others, it's like doing interval training behind. It's like stop, start, stop, start. It's going to have an effect.
Indeed. Well, we often talk about parking pain, and Tadej Pogačar is a master of that. He looks fresh as a daisy. His recovery rate after days such as this are absolutely remarkable. 25 seconds he's got to Nielsen Paulus at the moment. Jorgensen is also trying to come and join the fun, but can't do it at the moment. Alaphilippe has just embedded himself back within the pack, just regathering himself to have another dig, but the margin is 25 seconds. Here we go. Two Americans chasing down one Slovenian. That Slovenian happens to be Tadej Pogačar. A few years ago, when he rose to prominence, and even before his exploits in the Tour de France, the Slovenians were talking about this super kid who was just coming up through the ranks and was making all kinds of numbers that were previously thought impossible possible. And he's just an absolute phenomenon. And he's showing that yet again. Don't bet against him when it comes to the Worlds. He could do the trio, would be amazing. There comes Johnny Zagiri, centre of the road, looking around, thinking, where is everybody?
There's three riders here from Visma Elizabeth, three riders from Lido Trek.
They haven't got
There's
the
other
legs,
teams here.
There's
other teams here with multiples, and not one of them is willing to speak up and say, look, put riders, help us out, ride on the front. They're killing each other back here. And while they do this at this part of the race, steady away. I know it's a hard steady away. Pogačar is he's just looking back and laughing. Okay, I'm going to attack each other. I'm just going to go and win this race. You can, settle for second and third or whatever you require. But, there's numbers here that are very capable of helping each other, but they just don't. There's a big enough group here with numbers of teams, and they don't want to do anything about it.
No, they don't. 30 seconds. It's sweated out yet again. 32 seconds. It's getting worse, and now second place seems pretty good by the looks of things. They'll try and drive into this one, but frankly, maybe they left it all too late. That's Healy in the pink. Well, maybe should have done this just a little bit earlier, but those who have, you might think, the luxury of teammates around them, I think they're struggling to hold on, quite frankly, to the pace that's being set even by this group. And so it looks like we're going to get a race within a race, and Healy says, no, not prepared to accept that at all. He kicks on, but he can't do it on his own, Brian. But it's a question of just finding somebody who's prepared to join forces with somebody from another team. Alaphilippe shows them all the back wheel. He rested up, maybe just regathered himself, and now he's pouring it all on. But we've seen this before, Brian, and sometimes he runs out of resources. Sometimes, back in the past, this has produced just a little bit of magic. Well, I'm not quite sure whether he's still what it takes to deliver this kind of punch. Certainly a knockout punch to Tadej Pogačar seems beyond his resources. Let's wait and see. Spanish champion just bridging up.
Well, they're punching each other here. They're knocking lumps out each other. Alaphilippe, Aramburu, Jorgensen. This man is just like floating around these corners into the straight, getting into kind of that kind of low tuck position, and he may come back a few seconds. But I tell you what, see in a couple of kilometres time, when these guys regret, oh, my legs are just bursting now after that effort, and we've been brought back together, the gap will go out again. Just look at them. Arambru's gone, oh, I can't. Alaphilippe, these are experienced riders. Surely, they have to know that they have to kind of work together, because it's already been shown to us on the longest climb, when a Pogačar attacked, no one could live with them, right? So the only way that we've got of coming back is by working together, and they're not prepared to do that. So the longer they knock lumps out each other, the easier it is for Pogačar. So you got Aramburu, Alaphilippe unhappy. You got Bilbao coming across here. This is full on hard racing, and they're on their hands and knees chasing.
They are. That's the point. Alaphilippe looked at Aramburu and flicked his head, saying, come on, get on my back wheel, let's deliver and do this. He wanted to encourage Mathieu Jorgensen to come and join the fun as well. That didn't quite happen, and Alaphilippe just started zigzagging, almost came into contact with him. And finally, they've got themselves as a fighting force, and Alaphilippe's trying to spur them on here. Look, do you want to see this one go up the roads? Their problem is that it's Tadej Pogačar who's up the roads, and catching Pogačar is not an easy task. Time trial mode for him, 37 seconds, I think unbridgeable, Brian.
Yeah, it looks like it. And, he looks so easy.
I know.
They're knocking lumps out of each other behind, throw by throw, and he's just glancing around. Where are you? I've got 38 seconds. Going on to the last lap. They'll look over to the right-hand side and see him. But there is a bit of a fighting force. Bilbao, Jorgensen, Aramburu, and Alaphilippe. But we're coming round to the hardest part of this course, Carlton, and that's where it suits Pogačar the most.
Absolutely. Well, Mark Le Mans it is that has made the trip here. Yeah, thought it could have been Kelderman, it could have been, I thought it was Mathieu Jorgensen, but no. Meanwhile, this man absolutely powering home. 36 seconds. Now, he's got the gift in a few moments' time of coming down and just staring on the switchback, just after the switchback, staring down those who would deny him. I don't think anyone's going to deny him, quite frankly. Bartler, man, what a performance by him, I must say, surprisingly so. 28-year-old, he was he was runner-up in Norway, don't forget, this year, and sort of bookending the year, really. Went well at the Tour Down Under as well, but this man goes well anywhere he shows up to. Was upset with himself when it came to Quebec. Actually did say, of course, that he misjudged it. Well, I'll talk about making amends. He hears the bell from a world champion from 50 years ago, Brian.
Yeah, magnificent to see that a long time ago when she won the World Championships here. But you know, just looking at Tadej Pogačar there, he took a bottle, he eased up, and you know, he might lose a few seconds in the run to this climb, but he'll put even more time into them when he gets to the top of it, I'm assured, because he just took that moment to relax a little, take that bottle, spray it all over him. This is a formidable foursome behind. Bartlemont is come of age this year. Some good performances. Alaphilippe, Bilbao, Aramburu. But just look at what's left here. And I think by the top of the climb, Tadej Pogačar is going to have 45, 50 seconds.
Do you know, I think it might even be a bit more. Let's wait and see. And here he is. Absolutely magnificent. Tadej Pogačar in his pond. Spurred on, as he often has been in the past, by anger. Anger at himself because of Quebec. Half a minute he's got, and in a few moments' time, he's going to be staring him down. How magnificent is this? So takes on the big peak for the last time. And indeed, he rocks up and over the top. It's unkind if you're at the receiving end of this kind of punishment. Wonderful to see Alaphilippe just picking it up here. Pello Bilbao as well, refining his form after what's been a very lackluster period for him. I think COVID was involved, was it not, for that man? Alex Aramburu, the Spanish champion, and Bartlemont. That team, you know, they had, I'm talking Visma Lease bike momentarily, they had so much firepower, you would have thought, within that group, but they were on their knees, Brian. They couldn't get a cohesive fighting force together. Here they are.
No, they're all fighting for the kind of minor placings behind Aramburu. He never took a turn there. He couldn't, I don't think. Le Mans is just kind of hanging on the back. The gap going up 41 seconds now. You know, it's a case where I think towards the top of this climb, we might see Alaphilippe go, well, guys, if you can't ride, and the group behind are not that far away, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go alone and try and get salvage kind of second place, because this man is flying.
He absolutely is. Well, all congratulations can be offered to him at the end of today at the way that he has conducted himself. And look at this group of riders here. That's Thies Benoot, Wilco Kelderman. That is Jorgensen right now in the wrong group. They had numbers around them, but just could not form themselves into a cohesive fighting force. It was every man for themselves in a sinking boat, Brian.
It was, you know, and this is the small group. It detached itself. Just look ahead, can't even see him. 40 seconds up the road. Alaphilippe, he looked good in Quebec, looking good here, trying to get on the podium. I think that'll be what he wants. But yeah, it's been a hard day for everybody.
It has. I think these two groups may well come together in this final lap, actually. It's Healy that's pushing it on. He's dragging up Thies Benoot, but likewise, Yoni Zagiri will be a danger late on. This is Bartlemont just starting to fade within this group, who were collected by the group that contains his teammates. Meanwhile, pushing on goes Aramburu, Pello Bilbao, and Julian Alaphilippe, but they are in arrears, and it's 41 seconds, and we haven't even finished this climb yet, Brian.
Yeah, and keeping up all the time.
Yeah.
Alaphilippe did a strong turn there. I think Aramburu's legs are absolutely burning. Bilbao coming good. He's been coming good for the last kind of couple of weeks, just losing that kind of bike length. Alaphilippe will see it and potentially kind of nip rounds. But it could be Bilbao and Alaphilippe over the top of this climb is chasing the other podium places.
Well, we're nudging up to that 50-second mark. You said it could be about a minute potentially, Brian, and Potentially it looks that way. Alaphilippe now just losing the wheel. As you can see, he's looking at Aramburu, the Spanish champion. And Pello Bilbao has really refound himself. Away he goes. Look at that, tempoing beautifully. But you can see the effort as well, the way the elbows are just starting to swan wing here, Brian.
Yes, indeed. Bilbao did look steady. Aramburu was slightly tired, and I did say at the top of the hill, 45 to 50 seconds. And it looks as if it's going to be round about that. Look behind. Where are you guys? You know, he's just... once you wind this guy up, there's no stopping him. And I think he was wound up by Quebec. Put his team on the front pretty much all day today. And he's just delivering in his style. This is what he wanted. This is why he came here to these races. He wanted to put on the Pogačar show. He wanted to go into the World Championships 2 weeks from today as the favourites, and he's already shown us the form that he's got at the moment.
Pello Bilbao, what a hero. He's had such a difficult time of things. 34 years of age, we remind you, so, I mean, near veteran status. Was ninth in Quebec, so he kind of showed his hand there. Remember at the Tour of Slovenia? Well, he did a fantastic job there. Finished behind Aliotti, incidentally, this year. But it was kind of small beans compared to what he is capable of doing. A lot of people have kind of started to write him off, saying, you know, you get to this age, suddenly your legs go. Well, Bilbao is still in the frame here, and he's the best of the rest at the moment, Brian.
Yeah, they're caught just over the top, Aramburu and Alaphilippe. So Michael Woods, too late. The Canadian champion just making a big effort there. So Bilbao, not that far in front, 10 seconds. You know, I'd love to see him kind of hanging on. He's one of these sort of riders that pops up every now and again with a top performance. Absolutely love the way he races. But he came to the Tour of Britain. He was very quiet until the last stage, got himself in a breakaway, and it's come good here. But I'm not too sure that Bilbao can hold on to second place, because that's the best that any of these guys behind is going to get behind this man.
I've been saying it for quite some time, almost as soon as he got, 8, 10 bike lengths. Talk about brave, going on the penultimate climb. And as I said, it's been a long time since anyone's gone solo. In fact, it was the first edition, Helsinki in 2010, that this has happened. We had this conversation at the beginning of the day, Brian. We thought it would be a reduced group, but he's done it. He's turned back time, hasn't he?
Yeah, I never saw this sort of form at Quebec, potentially because of the travel over. Maybe he needed a race to get into. And I was, you know, I was asked a couple of questions at, you know, a gig last night. That's, you know, what do you think? And I said, well, I think he's still got a few percent to go. Pogačar, he didn't look. He looked good. He didn't look great. Today, he looks unbeatable.
He does, and this bodes very badly for anyone who would indeed bank against him delivering the Worlds. He looks magnificent, Brian. He looks fresh as a daisy. You wouldn't believe what he's achieved this season when you see what he's delivering now.
Oh, it's incredible. You know, I was with an evening with Stephen Roach last night, and he was talking about, he went to a gig where they put all the people that had won the Tour de France and the Giro d'Italia up in the screen, and then he narrowed it down to, you know, who'd won the Tour de France is a load of who won Giro and Tour, who won the Giro Tour and World Championships, and there's only 2 names there. Pogačar could be the third.
Amazing. And who knows what he still has to deliver. All credit to Pello Bilbao for making a fist of it. Here's Johnny Zagiri as well, just zigzagging over to the other side of the road, just trying to get a bit of a draft. So now potentially thinking about a podium. Goodness me, how your ambitions start to be readjusted at moments like this, Brian.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure that, you know, for a lot of riders, the podium place is up for grabs. There's, believe it or not, at this stage of the race, to get as many points as possible, I hate to say it, but, you know, there's teams here that will say, look, you know, we need to get 2 of these in the top 10. There's been occasions where races that, you know, a team has scored more points than the person that's actually won the race, because they've put so many riders up in the top 10. But we did say that they were racing against each other, racing not to bring this guy back, but, you know, to try and salvage what they can. Bilbao's eked out a little bit more time. You know, he's such a quiet Tour of Britain. I was worried about, you know, what sort of form has he got, but obviously using that as a little bit of preparation. Can he hold on for second place? I think he can.
Me too.
But there's only one place left in the podium, and I said it right from the start of these races. A lot of pressure on Israel Premier Tech to try and get as much publicity as possible, because they've got sponsors here in Canada and a sponsor of the race, and I think they'll desperately want to get that third spot.
Just watching the way that I was hoping that the cameras would stay with Peo Bilbao there, because he freewheeled through a corner that Tadej Pogačar pedaled through without any fear of drowning his pedal. He's just at one with his machine. There was a millimetre, I swear, between the bottom of the pedal stroke and indeed the surface of the road. He lent it in. He absolutely nailed that corner, powered through it. Not a power corner for anybody else. And that shows the confidence of this man. And indeed, all credit to Peo Bilbao. He just raised that pedal at that moment, but he's got 20 seconds margin on those who would deny him second place. Meanwhile, they fold over each other. It's Wilco Kelderman now from this group that pushes on. If he's got this power, why wasn't he up there with Le Mans a little bit early on? Not quite sure. But those will be questions for everybody a little bit later on. Jonas Aguirre it is that picks it up. He's got Aaron Burrow on his back wheel here from Movistar, the Spanish champion. But it's all a little bit too late. That wasn't Stevie Williams, was it? And we'll find out in a short while. But this man is the head of the course. And he's heading home for victory. An emphatic one, Brian.
It is incredible to see. I didn't see this form on Friday at Quebec. It was always the question as how did he pull out after, coming back after the Tour de France. He said he was absolutely dead the next day. His first race, but boy, he's blown the cobwebs out. He's back to his best and he looks absolutely super. It's a question of, I think Bilbao will manage to hang on. But Aaron Burrow, the Spanish champion, he's doing a lot. I think he's doing too much. He's possibly one of the fastest finishers behind, but he's desperate to try and get that kind of third spot. But no stopping this man. Bilbao looking behind to see where he is. Nowhere to be seen. This is an incredible show. I said at the start of it's not been done for the last few years. It's always come down to a very small group in the end. Not many people have gone in the penultimate lap. It's all down to the last lap. And boy, was I wrong. He's come out here in an emphatic style and just ripped this race apart.
He has, and doing it from such a significant distance after what has been a significant length of day. And don't forget, they did over 200 kilometres as well, just did a couple of hundred kilometres in Quebec. They've set themselves up to do exactly the same thing here. Now Philippe has refound himself and refound his desire to finish second here today, because you could wave goodbye to first spot. Peo Bilbao is the man that they're chasing down. And Alaphilippe is one of those riders who is prepared to go for it, flicks the elbow out. Nobody wants to take it up and indeed help him. And that's been his frustration on so many different occasions. Bilbao still holds a margin. Alaphilippe was willfully trying to close it down. It's only 19 seconds separating indeed Bilbao and the chasers for the time being. Pogačar issues a little bit of spittle, and indeed, not that he needs to shed any kind of weight here. And in fact, he's easing up here, Brian. He just wants to bring this in. He's possibly thinking about how he's going to celebrate.
Yeah, look, he's won this race before, so nothing to prove. But I think what he wanted to prove to himself that he was in this good shape. I saw some of his power numbers, his FTP. He had a big ride coming into this, so we knew he was on form. I think he said they've already done 200 kilometres in Quebec, and that was a hard race and a fast race. I just think for a few of these riders, including Pogačar, it just blew the cobwebs out. He's back to pretty much what he was like in the Giro, in the Tour de France. He does look in amazing form, and it's going to be very, very difficult to beat, but not by attacking each other behind. But this third place definitely still up for grabs here. Simon Yates still knocking around there for Jaco Alula, but there was a lot of riders here in the same team. They just weren't willing to commit and ride for each other. They wanted to knock lumps out of each other, and that's what they've done. So head and shoulders above everybody. Pogačar's going to win this. Bilbao looks as if he's going to hang on. Well, I hope he does anyway. But the question is, who's going to be the last man in the podium?
Peyo Bilbao, great deal of credit for this man. He's had, as we mentioned, a rough old time of things. Well, he's come good. He does occasionally shine very brightly. This man shines brightly all the time. It feels like his era now, Brian. It's hard to declare that with so many great riders, of course, and great rivals. Jonas Vingegaard, of course, Primož Roglic, but boy, oh boy, he's separating himself from everybody, isn't he?
Yeah, you know, where do you stop with him? You know, when you look at his results this year in a lot of these top races, it's 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and he's going to knock up another one. His teammate over in Europe is getting 5 wins in a row, Mark Hirschi. You know, Pogačar is keep on banging out these wins, and he just doesn't do it, you know, just by, you know, rolling over the line first. He does it in style.
He certainly does. Here's Woods coming up, you know. He wants to get on this podium and take that maple leaf retro jersey of his. It's apparently reminiscent of Canada's Olympic Games winning hockey team from the Winter Games. Calgary, I think, from a long time ago in the 80s. Meanwhile, 1,700 meters to go. You know what? He's going to be looking into the eyes of Peyo Bilbao. I don't think anyone else is going to be down on the hairpin before he gets there. How fabulous is this? There's the Flamme Rouge just about to be taken by Tadej Pogačar. He's going to take the day, and he's going to see Peyo Bilbao, the lonesome figure, who's going to take second place today. Still not sure who's going to get onto the podium, but let's wait and see. Just down at the bottom of this descent, they take a hairpin, they switch back on themselves, they take a ramp up to the final. And here he is. That's the Flamme Rouge behind him. The heat haze is here, and he's been burning white hot throughout this entire day. He's dictated everything. He's made sure that he knew the strategy and indeed how to deliver it. And he's already celebrating. How wonderful is this? That's a mark of the man, and indeed of the margin he has. Incredible. Takes the hairpin switch back here. Ha! There's no stopping him, Brian. Oh, look at this.
Absolutely nobody stopping him.
That was Michael Matthews.
This is what the crowd came here to see. They came to see this man. They'd have loved to have seen Michael Woods win this race, but they came to see this man, and they've been royally entertained.
Tadej Pogačar is in his pomp. He is magnificent. He's in charge, not only of today, but one feels of his own destiny. It's just another page in an annal of our sport that is yet to be completed. Well, in another breath, you have to say he is the complete athlete when it comes to cycling. He can go quickly when he needs to. He can time trial. He can indeed control a day and possibly an era. Tadej Pogačar has won here in Montreal. And for goodness sake, when does the winning stop? We just don't know. Pogačar takes it. Peyo Bilbao will come home for a worthy second place. We may have a sprint for third. We've been staying with Tadej, and we'll stay with him today, tomorrow, and for many, many months to come, and years. I'll be back. Here comes the sprint finale. Kellerman's involved here. Here comes Woods. Jonas Aguirre is also involved on the rock and roll here. He goes to the centre of the road. Alaphilippe's over on the barriers. This is fabulous. What a finale for third place. Not quite sure who's going to get there. It looks like it's Alaphilippe on the line. Oh, my goodness. Great battle for third place. But that was only where the battle raged. Tadej Pogačar set the tone of this day. And it's white noise for everybody else. My goodness, how emphatic was that? Everybody wants to congratulate him because of the manner with which he has delivered today. Tadej Pogačar. Chapeau, sir. How amazing was that, Brian?
Well, he got the memo. This all happens in the last lap and thought, nah, I'm just going to rip it up and do what I do best and just absolutely annihilate everybody. And that's what he did. Certainly a crowd pleaser. I was just looking at that sprint. I'm glad Bilbao held on for second place. Alaphilippe gets third. He's another crowd pleaser. Tom Squinch was the rider that was leading out. Michael Woods was there. Van Heels. But yeah, when this man's on form, you could see that a few of the riders coming up afterwards from other teams and just shaking his hands. There's nothing you can do when you've got a rider like this. Absolutely nothing you can do. We try as pundits, we try and think, yeah, this is the only chance you've got. Try and get a group. Try and put maybe 5 and 6 riders in front without Pogačar. When he's got a strong enough team like this, and they're even building to make it even stronger, it's just omnious. You know, it seems to be a battle between Visma Leasebike and UAE Team Emirates. They're building super teams at the moment, and you know, the Grand Tours, it's very difficult to compete with them. And yeah, it's wonderful to watch.
It's a privilege. Tadej Pogačar takes the day, finishing in front of Peyo Bilbao. Alaphilippe led home the chase with Maxime Van Heels. We had Jon Zagera, Tom Squinch, Ties Benoot, Michael Woods, the Canadian champion, Zambanini, and Jai Hindley rounding out your top 10. Tadej Pogačar. Well, he eased up at the end, so the margin was 24 seconds by the time he crossed the line. And then when he did cross the line, he just gave a sign to everybody, all right, calm yourselves down. The job this season is not yet done. How ominous is that?
Well, you did say they were enthusiastic here.
They are. They love sport generally in Canada. It's quite a place, and indeed it's been a privilege to have your company throughout this very, very busy, I guess, long weekend, if you count Friday as part of that. But really, here is your sprint finale, Brian, for the podium spot. Here we are.
Yeah, Squinch leading out here now. Just a sit down to the race. It's who had enough left. Alaphilippe just hanging in there. Van Heels was coming up. Izagiri, not really a sprinter, but in a race of this difficulty, it was just who had enough left in the legs. And well, Julian Alaphilippe popped up there and got that third place. You know, he was the rider that was dropped from Bilbao there. Got second win, was on the attack again, and manages to grab second, but there's no beating this man.
No. And here he is, just high-fiving anyone who cared to hold out a hand here. How lovely was that? Well, he has a job coming up at the Worlds to put himself firmly in the pantheon of the greats. Can he do the treble? Of course he can. Will he? Well, you have to join us to find out. Well, they waved us off, and indeed, local time, at about 10 o'clock in the morning. Well, thankfully, a bright, sunny day, and something that's blessed us, indeed, on the 2 days of racing that we have had, and got ourselves a breakaway. Well, not before. James Piccoli had tried it for Canada. Noah Lodisk had been busy as well. And finally, we had a bit of settlement. Dries de Bonk thought he might well have missed the boat, but Michael Leonard from India's Grenadiers and Hill Helders were up front, and Dries de Bonk duly joined them. And then that was the trio for an awful long time, Brian.
Yeah, it was. 3 of them, and they waited for Dries de Bonk, as you would do, because 3 is better than 2. So they combine well together, but the team that everybody expected to control this race today was UAE Team Emirates, and they obliged.
Certainly did. And in fact, it was when they decided to put on the hurt, it started to have an attritional effect on plenty, including Arnaud, who really hoped to do better in Quebec. so indeed rather ominously did Tadej Pogačar. But two different outcomes entirely between those two riders. Arnaud was one of those who called it a day early. Meanwhile, our circuit continued to magnify the difference between those who were able to take on the terrain and those who weren't. In fact, certain teams found themselves with solo riders just ebbing as others flowed. Dries de Bont, first of the break, to indeed just ebb ever so slightly, and then the rolls of the dice came, and indeed Matej Mohoric gave it a good one, Brian.
Yeah, he went just as a UAE team Emirates were still riding on the front. Nobody went with them. You have to think that it was always going to be very difficult on his own.
Certainly was. And when they decided to put on the Hertz, Ayuso was one of those that was burnt out reasonably early. Arrieta was also required to sacrifice himself. Tim Bellens likewise. And so it was all part of a greater plan for UAE Team Emirates to put the hurt on everybody. Tadej Pogačar sustaining it beautifully.
Yeah, they controlled things, didn't they? And it was all brought back together with 3 laps to go. Mohoric brought back into the fold, so the only rider staying with them was Heel Hilders. Wellens, well, it was all over for him because, you know, they wanted a hard pace, they wanted to make it difficult, and this is what happens.
Michael Matthews, it wouldn't be the last time we saw Michael Matthews today because he popped up to offer his congratulations to Tadej Pogačar, a close friend of his. Meanwhile, Mohoric, best efforts, unfortunately it came to naught. He was off the back as well, and the shredding just went on. We'd seen Tadej Pogačar just acting as impresario, doing the job, chasing down anything that's moved, and then the big move from Pogačar himself. And Brian, when he went, he just said goodbye.
Yeah, he was back at his best, wasn't he? Just going on the attack and dropping absolutely everything. You know, just went to pop behind Aramburu, Le Mans, Alaphilippe, and Bilbao, but they were just knocking lumps out of each other. No concerted chase. On to the final lap. Le Mans gets dropped, but still, you know, Pogačar went over the top with just under 50 seconds in front of Bilbao.
And Pello Bilbao it was that bravely set out in pursuit of Tadej Pogačar. Tadej at this point was starting to look back, but only to see what sort of margin he had and whether he had a comfort zone within which to operate. And the answer was, of course, yes. His margin at the top of the main climb of the day started to expand up towards the minute margin. And as a result, he was able to ease off just a little bit and indeed start to just take in the atmosphere of the congratulations that were ringing down upon him from the crowds around. Bilbao, brilliant. Well, if it was a tiny door that we had to open in a belief for this man after a disappointing spring and indeed a huge crisis in the autumn, Bilbao is back. But everyone in the wake of this man. The wake-up call came a long time ago with Tadej Pogačar. Calm yourselves down, he says. I'll be doing it all again in the Worlds. I believe in Brian.
Yeah, so do I. You know, in this sort of form, not many people can do what he did today, and that's why, you know, he set himself up for, you know, being the third rider to win the Triple Crown. And it was all down to, you know, the sprint for the minor place of third, and it was hotly contested, and it was Julian Alaphilippe that obliged.
Certainly was. Rueful shake of the heads, as you saw. Matthew Van Hills just patting his own backside, playing good legs, and he needed them to beat Oliveira, Finch, Woods, Zambanini, and Jai Henry. But nobody could touch Tadej Pogačar. Not in this kind of form. A remarkable rider. And somebody that is going to be remembered within the sport. In the end, the time gap between Pogačar and around just 24 seconds, and then, of course, came the sprint after. During now, the fleet crossing the line, 30 seconds in arrears of Tadej Pogačar. But Pogačar has won. Well, see how he goes to the world, shall we? But this form, rainbows look like ours. It's been a great weekend of racing here in Canada, Brian.
Yes, it has. I think Quebec was really kind of fast and furious and, kind of hard fought. It wasn't, well, it did come down to a sprint, but it wasn't the kind of pure sprinters that were up there. It just goes to show when teaspoonets, and you have to say, Rudy Mollard, that was a good result for him there, getting that third spot, and girmay getting up there, and pleased for Michael Matthews. And then today, it does, over the last few years, come down to the final lap, and Pogačar just thought he doesn't do kind of formulas. He just goes out there and keeps on ripping these formulas up and doing it the way he does it. And, he can be dominant, but it's great to see.
Tadej Pogačar, a different scenario if we compare to Montreal 2022. I don't know. It looks from the outside like everything went according to plan for you today.
Yeah, the team did super job. We did exactly how we wanted to do, and it was really, really great racing. And chapeau to all the teammates. Without them, this plan would not go to perfection. And luckily, I had also good legs to pull it off in the end.
So the attack on the next to last climb, that was the plan, obviously.
Yeah, that was the plan, and we executed it really well. I'm super happy for this victory. We did it together as a team.
And I remember 2 years ago you said it's a hard race, and it was hot then as well. Was it just as hard today?
Yeah, it was. I think today was super hot, super hard, and we did one lap less than 2 years ago, but this doesn't change anything. Super hard race, and really beautiful parcours, and also for the weather, a bit too hot, but can't complain.
Physically, you obviously are up to par, and now mentally, this is a very big boost for your morale. 2 weeks from Zurich.
Yeah, this is big, motivational boost, and gives extra confidence for 2 weeks ahead. And I cannot wait for Zurich. Let's go home now and make last preparation, last trainings, and we are ready.
Well, listen, we hope to see you back in Montreal in 2025 wearing the rainbow jersey. Tadej Pogačar, congratulations for this second win over 3 years and a third year in a row for UAE team. And congratulations.
Thank you, man. As my granny would say, what a lucky young man. He's only 25. He might do the treble. Amazing.
Previous Tour de Beauce winner, Peo Bilbao. Pogačar in the last lap. Please describe, from your point of view, what was happening back there with that.